salute Patty and everyone for rocking with everybody on a third rock.
I mean, if I was the CEO, it'd be the same too, Ultra. I'm not talking about from a military perspective.
I'm sorry, I didn't see you. I'm sorry, come on, bitch.
Or if I worked remotely, if it had to do with insurance, and he said, hey, what's the best plan for the silver plan? And
You can lapse your insurance, but just don't abandon your insurance. That's the thing. The Gerber-like shit that we got when we were born, if you don't pay, you lose it.
Hey, I don't mean to interrupt y'all, but I just wanted to look at it.
Go ahead, Breezy.
I didn't know that. Niggas need to know.
I just looked at
I just wanted to thank y'all for letting us have that GOAT conversation on Friday.
Of course. To have that conversation with a man. I got you.
You said what?
Okay.
I'm just slandering.
That didn't go too well. Damn.
3, y'all love to talk to these dudes. Y'all don't talk to the women. The women are just as smart.
I said, I just wanted to
What's the name too, making her lose months and everything?
Miss who?
Was that CEO? Who was that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just going to say, Patty, I want you to know at my company, I value the opinion of all people with girlfriends.
Thank you. We appreciate it. Girlfriend.
I wouldn't, see, Patty, I wasn't talking about the actual nigga to go. I'm talking about the Jordan and LeBron conversation.
Oh, yeah. That was only fair. Y'all was engaged in this.
Yeah, and Miss Cleo had kind of like some of the best points out of all the people, including the stupid niggas. So I appreciated that.
Patty, good morning. Politically correct. I have to be honest, Patty. I didn't walk. I ran into this room. I hate to say I told you so, but I told you.
Who you know?
I didn't get the date right. I did say by November 2nd.
What did we don't care about the date. What did you tell people?
I told people that the Democrats were going to fold, that this shutdown was simply a manufactured crisis, and that the Democrats had to fold. And when they did, and they're going to fold and not get anything in exchange for it, it would be them to blame. And now you have even the Democrats admitting it was our shutdown, that we've exacted higher poll numbers and we've exacted better returns in the election, and that this gives us a better position in January to take advantage of the gains that we made in the polls and in the elections. While everybody was blaming Republicans for why people weren't getting their SNAP benefits, it's now the Democrats that are coming out. Did you hear Bernie Sanders this morning?
What do you say?
So
Not a Democrat.
that think that they did secure, which it shouldn't have to be something they should have secured, was ensuring that SNAP was funded.
They didn't ensure that the SNAP was funded. They voted for the Republican CR, which establishes funding for SNAP. They didn't ensure anything.
There was funding for SNAP. That's it. For me, that was okay. That's the only that I can. I honestly, that furlough shit. Shout out to Shadow. Sorry, I love you. But regardless of the fact, like I wasn't really worried about the furlough workers, and I should be because there are people that work with me because I knew they were going to get their money. But then them suffering through it is a problem, and I brought that up yesterday. I said I feel bad because like there are people that can't go to work right now because they don't have gas money. They made it clear I don't have the gas money. I have to choose between paying my electricity or showing up to work, and I don't know if I'm getting a paycheck. So it's like, you know what? Stay at home. Somebody's gonna bring you a VPN, a computer, and you just work from home. And that was a fair trade-off for us, right? But as far as goddamn SNAP, that was an issue, especially when he was trying to find a way to stop. Even before they voted, there was a conversation where people that received SNAP were going to be in the negative because the money had to be pulled back because of President Trump. Right? Hello? Was that was a conversation?
No, it wasn't because of President Trump.
What's going on here?
No, President Trump has never changed. He's always maintained his same position. It is the government's job to fund SNAP. It is not the president's job to exert emergency funds to fund SNAP. The Democrats don't get to benefit from a workaround that the president has to execute to give them political cover to continue their assault, to continue their shutdown. He did exactly what he was supposed to do, which was threaten the Democrats not to give them cover. And they completely folded, exactly like what they should have done, and what we've known for some time that they would have done. The president is not obligated to provide political cover by giving emergency funds to fund SNAP when all the Democrats have to do is simply open the government again, and SNAP is immediately funded.
All right, TC, let's try it like this. I just want to ask you one question, Patty, if I can.
But I don't think he understands how those opinions. Wait, let me. This is where I'm gonna punch you in your fucking face. Did you know that? So this is.
What's going on?
So let me tell you something, stupid. Because now you gotta piss me the fuck off. You know that most of these agencies have contingency funds, to include the DoD, right? Do you know that the USDA itself has funds set aside in case there's an issue?
Yes, I know that, and I also know that it's not going to take a rocket scientist to figure out that if the president was to extend those emergency funds, the Democrats would have completely exhausted those funds. And then what, Patty? What happens when those emergency funds are exhausted?
But that's the USDA funds.
It doesn't change. I asked you the question, Patty. What happens when those funds run out?
When they run out, it's called appropriations.
Exactly. So why would we just
anybody with a fucking brain would know or would want to feed their constituents, right?
So you're literally admitting exactly what I'm saying, Patty.
No, because even if he had to send out partial payments, he would have had to send out whatever billions of dollars that USDA had on the side. Regardless of that, no, you are. Because motherfucker, you said they didn't have to give them a fucking dime.
I said Donald Trump is not
What the fuck do you
obligated.
think emergency funds are for?
Donald Trump is not
What the
obligated to
fuck do
give.
you think emergency funds are for?
There's
Shut the fuck up talking to me. People that are hungry, sound retarded. Shut the fuck up. You got to piss me the fuck off.
Can I get my question in before you drop it, please? Okay. So TC, I want you to put on your pure, nonpartisan political analysis hat. Are you willing to do that real quick?
I mean, I've had that hat on for.
Okay, cool. Right. Okay. So here's my question for you. So I want you to give us a grade on the Democrats' shutdown, and I want you to tell us were the Democrats better off or worse off for initiating the shutdown. So can you answer those two questions? A grade, and were they better off?
Oh, politically, they're better off.
Okay.
I don't think anybody would dispute that.
Okay, great.
But intrinsically, right, the moral-based system, the moral-based arguments that's been lobbed on stages across America has been that it's the Republican shutdown, that it's the Republicans that should open the government by acquiescing to the Democrats' demands, which we know they wouldn't do.
And what do you think of the current state of things? Is it more favorable to Democrats or Republicans?
I mean, yeah, I think if you being 100% honest, looking at what just happened on Tuesday, looking at the polls, you would have to make the argument that the Democrats are the ones that stand to gain from this manufactured crisis.
Perfect. Okay.
So what is your point? That they've achieved something on the suffering of American people, and they should be proud of themselves?
My point is that, unfortunately, we're in a political paradigm where either you evolve into this utter level of ridiculous and play the chess game at this level, or you just keep playing checkers and you get slaughtered, right? So the Democrats finally stopped playing checkers. And so it's ugly playing chess like this, right? It's ugly to counter Donald Trump, right? The way Donald Trump plays the game
onslaught of morality preachers telling us that it was Donald Trump to, this is my problem. You can't have your cake and eat it too, Democrats. Like, you can't say that Donald Trump could have saved the SNAP benefits for these people that are going hungry, and at the same time, it was the Democrats that saved the SNAP benefits.
We were saying that you well, that's not, I have one more response to the show. So, I think TC, the Trump, Patty was alluding to this.
By the way, CEO, this only works in liberal spaces, right? You're suggesting. Shut up.
Shut the fuck up, TC. Go ahead, CEO.
So TC, like, during the last shutdown, SNAP was still benefited, right? The benefits still went out. And that easily could have been the case this time. That was the point Patty was making. And so, even though, like, yeah, we were playing, in the toxicity chess game, let's call it, okay? I would still imagine that SNAP benefits and holding them back, that would be out of bounds. I would still think that's out of bounds. Even in everything that's going on today in American society with politics, I would still think that would be out of bounds, DC. So that's the issue I have with Trump, because we're talking about people literally eating, right? And so all he had to do was allow the same process to play out during the last shutdown and let people have their SNAP benefits. So I think that's why people have an issue with Trump.
He used them as hostage take. He was a fucking he had them hostage, TC.
So
He had people that can't afford a fucking food hostage. You fucking crazy?
Patty, I'm not crazy.
No,
I
you
see
are.
things for what they are.
You know what? Even when he held the military hostage, the first year they passed something so that they can make sure that the military got their paychecks. They could have did that with these people that need food.
I agree, but it doesn't change the realities on the ground. The people got their SNAP benefits because the Democrats voted, and what
Because
CEO was suggesting.
because they wanted to make sure these people got their food.
It's crazy.
This about to piss me off because I'm gonna go on.
Democrats did not vote. They got their SNAP benefits, and they're gonna vote in December.
So what CEO is suggesting, I made this.
Patty, can I break some new news?
Hold on, CEO, if I could.
Actually, breaking news. It doesn't matter. You can continue the conversation out.
Yeah,
Let
I
her-
want to just break some new news. The Supreme Court has denied to revisit the same-sex marriage decision by refusing to hear Kim Davis's appeal of the finding that she violated the law when she refused to issue same-sex marriage licenses on the basis of her personal religion. So they needed 4 justices to agree to hear the case, and they didn't get it. So as of now, Obergefell stands. Thank you.
All right, so I made commentary in the previous room, CEO, and I was roundly rejected for it. I called the Democrats scoundrels. I said they're scoundrels. And in light of what you just said, I'd like to read the definition of a scoundrel. A scoundrel is a noun meaning a dishonest,
get away from the definition. We know what it's not.
morally corrupt person.
Okay, so now I'm gonna
Essentially a villain.
talk about what you need to talk about. We don't give a fuck about the definition of a scoundrel. We're not.
What I'm saying is,
But we
it's
asked
essentially this
questions when it came to who's smarter than a 5th grader that JD put out the other day. It was the fucking magazine that did. So if you want to go on and make your talking point, make your talking point. Nobody give a fuck about what the definition of a fucking scoundrel is. Just go with your talking.
So no, the reason why I bring that up is because essentially what CEO is suggesting is that we've gotten to a place, a toxic place politically, where we have to go to the base of our instinctual realities to compete. And if that's going to be the case, CEO, and I'll land here and I'll give you guys your room back. If that's going to be the case, then essentially what we've done is we've declared war on Americans, and this is going to be a populist movement validation we can get. And if that's what we've come to in America, buckle up, Buttercup, because there's going to be the forces of MAGA versus the forces of socialism in America. And it's going to be ruled by an order of violence, retribution, and chaos. So get
This
ready.
is what we've been saying.
DC girl.
Like, this is just news. Like, what are you talking about? Like, you guys, it's saying some shit like we already been saying.
I'm gonna ask you a question, CEO. I know you have a business that's actually listed, in the top. So what does it look like for you if they get rid of these? What does it look like for you as a business owner with the? Oh, you don't have 50 more, do you?
50 more what?
We have to provide the insurance.
Oh, no, I don't have the employees. They're like 15, so no.
Yeah. Damn it, we don't have anybody. That's my mom.
Okay, so TC, are you familiar with Matthew 10:16?
Well, I'm sorry, what is the scripture?
Matthew 10:16. It reads, I am sending you out like sheep among wolves. Therefore be as shrewd as snakes and as innocent
So
as
this
doves.
harmless as a dove. Yes, I'm familiar with the scripture.
Okay. And so, if you have to be shrewd as a snake, but you're still having good intentions, what's the problem?
I mean, that's a great way to eisegete scripture to get it to conform to the sanctifying Democrats' efforts to undermine the American system of politics.
I'm just putting a framework for you. So just what is your response to that? I mean,
No, I don't see it. I don't see this as the Democrats being shrewd. I see this as the Democrats being just like unprincipled and scoundrels. Again, I understand from the perspective of politics why this is politically advantageous. But what I don't understand is why make the argument that they have the moral high ground here. The Republicans have always argued that we would debate on health care subsidies. The Republicans have always argued that they would take a strong position on making sure that people get their SNAP benefits and funding the federal government and federal workers and the air traffic controllers. That's not up for dispute. What you're suggesting is that the Democrats would waive all efforts of like protocol and which, hey, listen, if that's the game you guys want to play, let's play that game. But don't piss in my face and tell me it's raining. All right? Don't tell the American people that it's the Republicans that's stopping their health care. It's the Republicans that's stopping their SNAP. But all of a sudden, the Democrats come and vote and say it was our shutdown and we got this from it.
It literally is. It literally is. If you look at healthcare,
Dr. AT is still confused. Can somebody help her out?
Well, I'm gonna tell you all this. I don't know, and that's why I was gonna try to call my mom to take. My mom had the Clubhouse account because she used to sneak and listen every now and then to me. So I'm gonna get her come in, but she hasn't answered her phone. But I do know that me and her talked about the subsidies, and I know for her, she was saying like maybe she needs to look at part-time because she does have a lot of college students that work for her. So she needs to like maybe shift shit around because even though I don't know how the subsidies work for these, that's why I was asking CEO. I haven't really looked into it, but I do know that there is something in those subsidies that help employers who have employees when it comes to these darn affordable market plans or whatever for them. So I do know that like in the last couple weeks, she was like maybe. If it doesn't work out, me and your daddy look at what part-time looks like, but that means we may have to hire more people. So it does, that's conversation, she was like, if we do this, it's gonna be more money that we're gonna have to ask them to pay, because I can't afford to, and this is just a small business, right? Or
Yes,
business.
some of the business, I think that the businesses are allowed to, there's something that allows them, I don't know what the word is, but they won't be penalized for
This is for
allowing their workers to buy insurance on the exchange. So they don't have to do, like how you have a group plan. They don't have to have a group plan.
That's not true. That's not
That's
true.
what he does, he does have to come
For the businesses, what's going on?
I'm a business. What you're saying is not
You
true.
got a whole bunch of part-time workers.
So-
I'm talking
You don't
about,
have,
so you're gonna stay on mute. You gotta stay on mute, T.
I can literally tell you how it works,
You
Patty.
gotta stay on mute. Listen, I'm just telling you what my mom told me. She has a lot of full-time workers.
You're not wrong, Patty.
She
It's
has
Dr.
over
AG
50
is wrong.
full-time.
The
With
business,
her full-time workers, there's something that she has to do. There's something that.
she has to provide a group plan, but the workers don't
I'm
have
not
to
done.
take the
Let me
group
finish
plan.
what I'm saying, okay?
what's going on?
Something that the subsidies, even though she makes some little bit of change, there's something that helps her as offering that group health plan, where she was like, if this doesn't go through, she's gonna have to hire more people to work, and she's gonna have to, she can't have as many full-time employees.
Right, but Patty, they have I don't remember the exact name of it, but the group plan for the business is on the exchange. Like there's some
It is on the exchange.
of the exchange where they go and they can buy these plans, and the money that the government supplies makes it more affordable for the companies to offer insurance. I can't remember what the exact name of it is, but that's how it works. So yes, they technically have a group plan, but it's not one that's funded by the company. It's on the ACA market or whatever, the market exchange, and they have a special name for it that I can't remember.
Right, so I know she was explaining it, and I was like, what the fuck? Cause she was like, we're gonna have to raise the contributions, and like, I just know she said it's gonna cost more, and she doesn't wanna raise it, but then she can't really afford it, where she wouldn't have to raise the contributions, and the way they got it set up, the way my mom has it set up, like, so what they've done is they have a little website for them to fix. So my mom does use Workplace. Have anybody heard of Workplace? She does use Workplace. And how, I don't
Do
know.
you mean Workday?
Workday. I don't know.
Yeah, Workday.
My mom uses some program called Workday where like they open it.
Yes, April, that's it. Small Business Health Options Program. Thank you.
Yeah, so my mom uses Workday for them to make decisions on how their plans go, but then their contributions reflect what they want in their plans. And for her to make it affordable for the kids there, because it's a lot of college students that she has that are full-time employees, and then she has some people that help her that may have her, like it's not like she's paying rich money. She's paying enough that she knows that her and my dad can still survive, and then she can put money back into the company, or her quote unquote little company.
Oh, your mom's a good employee. That's what's up.
Yeah, that's what's good. Pat, hey, what's up?
But it hurts, and it hurts these businesses. This hurts those businesses.
Right.
Yeah. So,
Because she was like, I gotta raise, it's gonna have to get raised, and she don't know what that looks like for them, because she's not a huge business where she can she can cover the cost, the additional cost. She can't.
so
They got a lot of money in my home.
Thank you, April, for putting
Andre G. I couldn't remember the name.
I'll be kind of behind me, bro.
That's okay. I know, were we asking how it's supposed to work or how the breakdown goes with regard to that, how the subsidy work?
Yeah, we got it. We just couldn't get it all the way.
Did TC leave already anyway? So,
Yeah.
you know he can't argue about it.
He said take them under the table. Nigga, when people are trying to grow, you don't put strings under the table.
Somebody gonna do a reference check on that.
And then my mom's an immigrant, so she don't want to fall into that. Just because you got your papers, you're gonna take your ass to fucking Liberia.
Anybody cool with him in real life? Somebody gonna check, make sure do a welfare check on TC? Make sure he's alright. Cause he read about it, he got
It's
it.
just crazy how every conversation boils down to the Democrats are this and the Republicans and the Democrats did this. It's never substantive. It's
He came in hot.
ridiculous. It adds no value. It just derails.
When he came in here, I don't know, he said he couldn't wait to come in this room and talk to you.
Cause it kind of pissed me off, cause like not only does it affect like, people who are trying to get insurance, and you know, the thing that's crazy is there was a report talking about small businesses that popped up during the pandemic. You know, a lot of Black people have small businesses. We joke about it, MAGA jokes about your bundles, but I know a lot of girls like my brother's age. My brother's young, so even Jada Waiter, and everybody know who Jada Waiter is. Jada Waiter came up through a small business selling fucking bundles. Like there's girls that sell like little clothing online. They sell these bundles online with their girl brain, and they're making money. So it affects like what they want to try to do. And it's not like it's just to sell it online. Have y'all seen the behind the scenes? Like I have a girlfriend that does the behind the scenes. She in her garage where she has other people working with her. It's like they're packaging this shit, they're sending it forward. Like she has one girlfriend that receives certain items. Like this affects these little small businesses. We're trying to actually become part of this fucking wealth. Like what I don't get it. And then you got a fucking Black man up here, fucking always trying to fucking shake his ass for the other side. It's really weird.
Taking his ass with your ass.
I think ML is right that he must want to run for office eventually, and he's using the stage as practice.
You know what? You know what's on that? Makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, scoundrel. Should have told you that, CM, because what? You guys are scoundrels, but.
Get up here with this definition.
He said he was gonna.
What the fuck is wrong with him? Let me read you the definition. Bitch, go away. You Merriam-Webster.
Scoundrel, though, y'all. It's so funny.
All he needed to say was he needed a definition. We have a resident dictionary. We don't have to look stuff up.
He said, I call the Democrats scoundrels.
What is going on?
That is very. Who do you think he's modeling?
That was funny as shit.
That's what we should figure out. What does he model himself after? We should figure that out.
I'm sorry, that made my day. Scoundrel will never read the definition.
This thing was playing in my face.
That's like, I mean, that's politicians, he definitely want to run.
Trying to sound like he's on the Senate floor. Let me read you the definition.
Of a scoundrel. That was, I mean, come on, that was definitely.
Who used that word? Who used that word?
And he's the most scoundrelous person himself.
Not the country was
The
the
resident
word.
miscreant.
I put a calculator in the chat, y'all, for the ACA. I just came across that little calculator. You guys can play with it, plug in some numbers. I'm interested to see what y'all come up with in different scenarios. So I'm gonna start playing with it as well. I'm gonna put in a few scenarios. I'm gonna do a single person at a certain salary. I'm gonna do a person with family, all of that. So let me know what y'all come up with in that calculator.
It's right. Many places. Mr. Scoundrel, I'm gonna read the definition to you.
Oh wow, scoundrel. That's funny. That sounds like being in a duel, like back in the day. You scoundrel, I challenge you to a duel type shit. Man, these idiots used to go out and aim guns at each other to settle their beefs. Crazy.
Who's Nathan Wright? Anybody know who Nathan Wright is?
Is that the
Nathan
piece?
Clark. Nathan Clark.
Oh, okay. When you said right, I was thinking about the judge and his son.
You know, Nathan, come up here, Nathan.
Yeah, we know Nathan.
Okay. He one of y'all friends?
Nathan knows Nathan.
No, Nathan knows Nathaniel.
Anything unless it smells like sanitation.
That is a whole free body problem.
Alright, cool. Yeah, he asked me who I was. I'm like, my name was Daryl Gathered. And he was like, if I'm addressing you or something, I'm like, well, I'm addressing you. For me, it's a public act. What are you talking about?
See, Daryl, that's my signature. You don't know. Oftentimes I'll say to people, don't address me.
No, people tell me that I want to address them. Yeah, I can respect that. But it's like a public app. Like, that's funny to me.
Okay, I want to know if TC literally said, pay him under the table. Was that a TC call?
No.
Nathaniel.
Nathaniel said that.
Come on up. Let me hear it. Nathan.
Oh, God, Nathan. Nathan, why you got to do yourself like that?
We ain't heard of Nathan ran in a good minute.
God, no.
What's up, brother Nathan? You still on? Have you come to the right side of the law yet?
You need to change your name.
Nathaniel.
Hey, my name is Slim Shady.
Yeah, so, what's up? It's been a minute.
Look, as soon as I see this bio, I see you say he was running for president. We good, bro. You got it. Go ahead and run your campaign.
If you vote for me, I reject it. So let's keep it a little bit.
Listen, man, you do know how the voting process works, right? Maybe you got
Go ahead and delete your vote.
bro, that fell on deaf ears because that's not even how it works. Stop playing with me, bro. I'm a grown man.
So, what wrong?
Not in commitment.
What wrong?
Hey, Nathan, wow, you sound like a bitch, bro.
Oh,
Anything go ahead.
Wait.
what are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing?
We're not
What are we
doing
doing?
that, sir.
Yeah, what are we doing? Walk off your.
We're not.
Deal, bro, before you
We
go
don't-
to
It's Monday morning.
Keep it on the topic.
It is a new week. It is a new week.
No, because in real life, I would slap a nigga like that. It's like,
Daryl.
Stop it, man. It's too early.
Daryl.
Wait till after
Yeah,
5.
let's be good. Okay.
Daryl.
Daryl, wait till after 5, okay?
Daryl.
Come back later.
Daryl. Cut it out. You was doing so good. Come on.
yes, Dr. AG. Yes, Dr. AG.
Come on, Daryl, I expect more of you, bro. Don't be going out to their level. Unless they grow.
I never said that.
All right, Nathan, move along. We moving it along.
But I said it.
Okay, sure.
But I
Moving
said it.
along.
I said it, bro. That's what I would do to you in real life.
Daryl, you got one more time. You got one more time, Daryl.
Daryl, I
So,
thought you was good,
Who the hell talks shit on a stage like that? Who does that?
You know they do that every week. Nah, don't act brand new.
Yeah, but I'm about to. That left me in a bad mood. I was having a happy Monday morning. Well, it's either two people that don't love me or
We don't get it back and bring it back.
Thank you. Don't remind me of the hate, so that is a good.
There are people that love you, Nathan?
Of course.
If we're trying to
Name
get
one.
back, I haven't.
Apart from your mother.
Okay, Marshall's gonna center. Go ahead, Marshall.
Yeah, I got that. What's the
Oh,
difference?
a lot. Oh, a lot.
What's the difference between an earth rock and a moon rock?
I've been So when would the Democrats realize that universal health care is the way to go? Like all European countries, Australia, the rest of 90% of the modern world. You know, when you ever keep giving subsidies to these insurance companies, you know, this shit is crazy. Like, how many times are we going to be at this same spot? You give another Band-Aid, somebody like Trump, somebody else is going to come in, and we're right back at it. You know, we have to come up with real solutions. Even
So then shouldn't the question be, when will the Republicans decide that universal health care is the way to go? Because it seems like they're the ones that are upholding, they're the ones that are stalling the process. So can you reframe your question?
I'm a reframe. So if the Republicans say, fuck you, we're not gonna give you anything, right? So we only can work with the Democrats right now, right? So you have a better chance in saying to them, you know, hey, we don't want any Band-Aids. We don't want any subsidies. We want universal health care. And it's actually
How will they enact universal health care? What is required?
because they pitching it wrong.
No, what is required?
Yeah, so, you know, it requires the Senate, in Congress.
Okay, and who is in control of that at the moment? Who's in control of those at the moment?
So when you're talking to the Democrats, right?
Who's in control of those three things at the moment?
Of course, I'm not saying at the moment, of course, Republicans are.
Okay, but you said you were gonna talk about what's going on now.
Yeah, that is what's going on. So you
But the
bring,
Democrats are not in control now.
so give me 30 seconds, right? So
You should be pitching to the people who are in control now.
okay, you said it 3 times.
I know, and I'm gonna keep saying it, because the Democrat bashing is not happening.
So give me 10 seconds. How many seconds you gonna keep this up with my last point? So here's the
Well,
last.
you asked for 30, now you asked for 10.
You're exhausted. You're on third. You're on third, not seconds. You're on third.
Okay, so if you add up how many times the Democrat Party in the last 15, 20 years had complete all 3 branches, it's a lot of years, right? So
And they got ACA, and they protected ACA.
That's why.
And you know why they had to do the subsidies? Why are we in the situation we in? How we got here?
The reason why is because Barack Obama and the Democrats both on the public option, and they one vote from the Republicans.
No.
They're gonna pass it anyway.
That's a wrong answer.
For the ACA.
That's a wrong answer. That's because the Republicans sued to get rid of the individual mandate.
Yeah, that's not the public option. I'm sorry.
I know that. I'm saying that answer is incorrect. Once the ACA was established, right? What happened? The Republicans sued to get rid of the individual mandate, which undermined the ability to keep the insurance rates regulated. Because now you don't have as many people in the market. That was a key aspect that was a key determinant of the success of the ACA, sir. So why are you talking about the Democrats?
Because you missed it, and it's a shame, right? ACA, the reason why it was going to work so good is because the public option was there. That's why people wanted it. And listen, when it passed, after it passed, I'm talking about while it was passing.
What is going on?
What
Why are
is
you
going on?
talking about that?
It's okay.
Talking about that.
Nathan,
Yeah.
take your medicine this morning.
Now, explain if anybody else on the stage don't know what I'm talking about.
Nobody knows. Nobody knows.
But listen, the public option wasn't a thing. We're talking about what happened after the public option. So we understand it was removed, right? But what happened, and that's when she brought up the individual mandate. So like and then another thing was those damn risk corridor programs. So like there was things that were removed that Republicans Republicans removed that may have been able to keep us from needing what we need now, anything, but the public option was not a part of ACA. That was the original proposal. It never went through. It actually went, we're talking about as it was passed, okay? You're talking about something that was never, it wasn't passed. It was negotiated before ACA even was set on the table. Which I agree with you, Nathan, they should have never gave it up. They had enough votes to have it passed, period. But that's not where we're at, Nathan. We're talking about the subsidies and why the subsidies were put in place and what the actual ACA that was passed and what was repealed after it was passed. That's it. You can't talk about something that's not there. It was never there. It was there in the beginning as a proposal. It never went through as a final.
You gotta blame the Democrats. Remember that.
I blame everybody.
You blame the Democrats. On everybody.
What is their healthcare plan? Have they ever had one?
Nathan.
Hold on, Emil, hold on. Let him answer.
Yeah, so honestly, the Republicans, they failed too. I mean, Donald Trump, he did some good things.
No, we asking about healthcare. We asking about their healthcare plan. What's their healthcare plan?
Just buying it from the insurance companies at the highest price. That's a healthcare plan. Well,
That's a
it's not a plan. Well, yeah, it's
So Nathan,
give America.
hold on. Let me ask my question.
I'm on this with the healthcare.
But he gave an inaccurate description of what Trump's proposal was, so how can you follow up with
That's what
inaccurate
I'm saying, CEO. Go ahead.
I just want to give the accurate information. I'll shut up. Yeah, so Trump's proposal is to give 1,000 it effectively is to give 1,000 to 2,500 to every household.
Okay, so Nathan.
And that's the healthcare. Emil, is this on the healthcare plan?
Yes. So Nathan, when was the last time the Republicans put forth a healthcare plan?
CEO just told you.
Saturday.
That's Trump's gimmick. Talking about Republicans. That's Trump. Talking about the Republicans.
Trump has.
It's a gimmick, CEO. It's a gimmick. We all know it's a
Well, it
gimmick. It's
doesn't
not a
matter. He
subsidy.
still put forward with his plan.
Yes, but the party as a whole brought something before Congress as a whole. Democrats have done it twice. The Clintons did it. Obama did it. Republicans have pushed back at every instant of we trying to get universal health care in this country. So they've never put a bill on the table. That's what I'm asking. They haven't. But yet you blame Democrats. When was the last time Republicans ever brought a bill to the floor on health care? The answer is never. And I rest.
Yeah, Republicans are the individuals who didn't even want us to have Medicaid, Social Security. They don't want any of us to actually have any social programs, any government-based anything. They just want a quote-unquote free market. And that's because these insurance fucking lobbies and the seats they sit in because they're corrupt pieces of Republican trash. And what people are blindly unaware of is that we're living in a system, thanks to Citizens United, that allows these stupid-ass fucking corporations to fucking run and ruin our lives. But no, what he wants to do is blame Democrats, as if Democrats didn't create something, or at least pass something, that would try to at least help some folks pay for affordable health care. They're the reason why and I don't know if you're old, you look old. I don't know if you have a child.
And
probably
get
do.
health care, man.
Yeah, your child can stay on your fucking plan until they're 26 because of Obama. That didn't happen before. Your child cannot be discriminated against if they get cancer, if they get something that's awful. They will be discriminated against now because of pre-existing conditions. You blame Democrats for stuff that actually worked, but not Republicans for suing and stopping and dismantling it, just like they're doing with the fucking Voting Rights Act. They've already dissolved multiple sections of it already. Now they're coming for the final one. This is what happens. And you blame, it's the Democrats' fault because of DEI, the Democrats' fault. The Republicans are consistently making attacks directed at a particular statute, and then you go and blame the Democrats, who actually are the ones that support the very thing you have. Like, you make no logical sense. salesman like Trey. You probably sell ghetto ass pre-owned Toyotas. You're a fucking pathetic sack of shit. And I'm tired of hearing you. We didn't need a fresh opinions of dumb as fuck, slow. And I know you're mad about last Tuesday, pig.
Is he talking to me? Like,
I never knew. We just did, bitch. Your big head hoe. I definitely
Enough of that, don't drink.
Is there any underneath that I'm saying?
Dragon, he's selling these Toyotas. My lord.
Hey, Mac, Trent, you know my passion strays this early.
like I started a pre-workout, so.
Clearly you did, Matt, clearly.
Yeah, see, I just had my
Just like that.
You lived in an hour, you fast crossed, what, 300 this morning?
Okay, I can walk it down to, okay. In a high, okay.
Whatever Nathan weighs, that's what he's been for us today.
here it is, right? He'll defend it.
Damn,
He even tell us
yeah,
that.
yeah, the nigga.
Tell us.
Out of his mama. And that's a damn shame.
You got it out with your nasty big fucking ass teeth. You look inbred and you got it out. You know your daddy trying to speak you out right. You know your daddy trying to speak you out right. And LOL. Thank
Alright, I didn't even hear what you're saying, but here's the reality, right? If I want, if ML is on the team fighting for me, right? And he's left the ML to win, I don't want no almost motherfucker like most. I almost want a neighbor.
What are you talking about? What's the subject you're speaking on?
And all you talked about is all we almost got there.
What are you speaking on?
Is universal health care.
What are you speaking on? What's the subject you're speaking on?
We're talking about subsidies. And that's not a real solution to the problem.
Okay,
Subsidies.
okay,
I'm talking about a real concrete solution.
okay, and what is, in your mind, what is a real concrete solution?
So the concrete solution is single payer health care.
Okay, stop right there, stop right there. So which party is more likely to vote in single payer healthcare?
Democrats, like I was
Okay,
saying.
so what's your complaint?
Yeah, because they have not been getting it done. Listen, I don't
So-
care about feelings.
So
I don't care
why have they not been getting it done?
about lobbying, sellouts, spending a lot of money from the farmers.
Oh Lord, Nathan, be quiet, because this is crazy. This is crazy. This is absolutely crazy.
Oh, so no Democrats, so you're telling me no Democrats aren't.
That's not the point. You're not gonna distract me. You're not gonna distract me with some argument about who's in the pockets of the pharmaceutical companies. Because the reality is, all of them get money. All of them. The Democrats, the Republicans, maybe not the independents, but all of these people, all 435 of them, I would say 90% of them, get money or have been endorsed or supported, or their PAC has been supported by somebody who has an investment in the work that they do, right? That's the way democracy works. The lobbying, it gets out of control, but the lobby represents the people in a way. These industries that provide goods and services to the people, they get to lobby on behalf of themselves and the people. We get it. That is not the point here. Stop doing that and focus on the issue. Why is Obamacare, ACA, in the straits that it is in at the moment? And the answer, sir, is the Republicans, because they are not invested in any kind of universal access to health care. They want the market to determine everything about health care. Who has access, what you get, what you pay, all of that. So stop lying to yourself. Stop attempting to lie to us. If you want to have an honest conversation, here's where we start.
to talk.
You wish you had teeth like mine.
I don't go to Columbia and get $10 off my next visit, bitch. I don't got time with your $15 veneers, bitch. Get your teeth fixed by
And that is the point.
Wait. You can get $15 veneers?
Dental needs to be included in our healthcare plan. Dental needs to not be separated in our healthcare.
Absolutely, Dr. A.G.
Because a lot of things that happen with your teeth impact
Absolutely.
the other part of your body. Dental needs to be included. And eyes. Vision too. It needs to be full body coverage. You know how when you get your insurance for your car,
I'm still stuck on
you
$15.
get bumper to bumper, you get the bumper to bumper warranty. That's how we need it for the healthcare.
It's better to get your Timu teeth with your Timu ass, bitch.
And y'all talk about the hold on, Nathan. Y'all talk about the doctors getting over. It's the dentist that's getting over. Like I'm gonna tell you, they are making money hand over fist because they don't have to accept shit, and you got to have them because, like she said, it's so many things, and it's so much like research that they're doing now that is connecting like gum disease, which a lot of, I would say probably 75% of the people on this in this room have. I don't know if y'all know that, but that connects it to like Alzheimer's and
Heart disease.
heart disease and things like that. Really, really damning research that I don't even know. Like, this is the thing. They talk about Tylenol and stuff. It's way more evidence of that. That's a way, like, if he would have jumped on something like that, I kind of would have been able to get with his campaign because there's so much research that backs that tells, like, that has a almost inextricable link between gum disease and like heart disease and Alzheimer's, and nobody talks about that. So it definitely needs to be. I've always said that. That's one thing you ain't lying about because that's the overlay for the underplay right there. Is how they split that shit up.
Yeah.
When they play off of each other, they work in tandem. Your dentist really should be speaking to your primary care physician. They really should.
Just
More people get billed through Medicaid, but they often, I won't say often, but there's been cases of dentists who take Medicaid doing procedures that are unnecessary for those dollars. So people get played rich or poor when it comes to dental.
That's one thing I'll say. If I can go back, fuck that. I'm going to be a dentist.
Me too. I always say that. Cause a lot of the dentists, if y'all live in a city like LA or Atlanta or Miami, one of them like cities where, they do a lot of entertaining and grandstanding, these dentists and cause most of them do, like they'll have a regular dental practice, but it'll be like a cosmetic dentistry as well. They just will not accept insurance. No insurance. None. They have to pay out of pocket.
They don't have to, Coach. They're not in that way. They don't have to. Because everybody got money out.
They don't have to accept it nowhere, but that should be against the law to me. Like, that should be regulated. Because why, so we just, teeth we don't care about teeth. This is just crazy to me. I feel like we have to get shit, before we start talking about universal health care, we got to get shit like that in place. Because the universal health care, I am not totally against it, but that's a long fight, y'all. I don't know if y'all understand how American healthcare works, but that's a lot of unraveling and a lot of shit to do. That's not just like, oh, boom, universal healthcare and we have it tomorrow. That's like, I would say like a decade-long process.
First, I can't go agree with that. Hold on, Nathan, hold on, bro. I'm talking to my brother. I take closely one of the reasons why that is, man, because people who have means can go to places like Colombia, Mexico, Costa Rica, Canada, and other parts. And so I think that kind of is part of the reason why it's not going to be that fight. Because if you're in LA, the people in LA can afford it. But I know a lot of people in Atlanta, they go down to Mexico and get all their dental work, or go to the DR or Costa Rica to get their not dental work, but even to get medical procedures done. So I think that also plays into it as well.
socialism, mostly capitalism. So I don't feel like the Dr. Heavenlies of the world, they don't have to go, but they have to like correct their practice. Like you can have a section where you you see your high dollar clients and you don't accept, because people will still buy, people will still, that have the means, like you said, will still do it. But you need to have a sector, or there should at least be a regulation to where there's a certain amount of affordable dental, dentists, and not even dentists, periodontists, what's the people that do braces? Orthodontists. There needs to be a certain percentage or number in every area. So those people can exist, make your money, get your, especially her, like she a black woman, so I'm never gonna be like, oh, whatever, I get it. But we still have I don't think that's a bad meeting point. Like, okay, you can still have the super capitalistic dentists if you want to do that, but it needs to be somebody that can take care of, Miss Norma Jean teeth that live on, the corner. Like,
So
nutrition has to do all that.
I don't, and this is not, I'm not trying to, I don't know, because, I have dental insurance, so my question to you is, there's nothing like that, there's no Medicare, Medicaid for people for dental stuff?
Yes, it's called Medicaid.
Oh, okay, so.
Even with Medicaid,
Yeah.
it's like very fickle with dentists. Like you have finding a dentist that accepts Medicaid or will do anything besides, the very basics is we're crazy.
We have TRICARE, my husband has dental through his work as well. These government programs like Medicaid, Medicare, and TRICARE, all those type of things, lots of dentists won't participate. So you can have it, but it's not going to do you any good.
But you know, and you can go to
You
the
have
VA.
it, and you have a high plan.
Go to the VA.
Oh, sorry, Daryl, go ahead.
Go to the VA.
Well, you have the VA too, but if you have a high plan through your work, you still, stuff is not getting covered all the way. It's not going to happen.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Dental plans. So, and this is what another thing about the healthcare companies that I don't know if people realize. So how Dr. AG was saying, they needed to have dental in. A lot like Aetna, for instance, had really, really started making strides in that area. Like they was offering some crazy dental plans, especially for Medicare. And they even had it up to where they were getting a cosmetic allowance, and they were not doing that. Now you can only get one tooth with $1,200, but if you got a little bit of, what I'm saying, that's compared to what they were giving, which was absolutely nothing. That's a strike. They snatched all of that back. So anytime there's they work kind of like the stock market. Anytime there's trouble, like financial things, political trouble, they start snatching shit. So now with everything that's going on, the next go round, if they don't get it together, they're gonna really snatch all the meat out of these Medicare plans, and these people gonna have shells of the plans that they used to have.
Wasn't that why that was a leaky guy killed the healthcare executive? That was the reason why, right?
I don't know. I mean, I think that he had I can't speak on that. I don't really know.
Right.
But when you have a large part of the American citizens who are at the bottom, okay, we're not going to be great again or ever, right? You have to pull people up and not just be, oh, here's everything free. But stuff has to be affordable. And you can ask me all you want, Nathan. Your ass probably needs some shit too, by the looks of you. You're not independently wealthy, right? So why would we, if we want our country to be great, that means that we have to have access to healthcare, education, basic nutrition for people. My God, you fight for babies in the womb, but when they get here, it's fuck them kids. It's what it is. Nobody cares. You can claim to care, but you vote for people who don't give a fuck either way. So No, I can't hear you because you're not making any sense. Start making some sense and get in the conversation.
Right now, we spend more money than any other country and get the worst outcomes in healthcare. Universal healthcare isn't a free thing, right? It's going to be paid through taxes. So that's not what the conversation is about. It's about most Americans spend less time face to face with their doctor than most modern countries. That's why we have the healthcare outcomes that we have. You know, it's really a damn shame, to be honest with you. And a lot of Republicans, some view I do align myself with some Republican views, one or two. But yeah, I fight them on this. Agree with what I'm about to say, but I think that healthcare absolutely should be paid for in private. We could do both. Australia has universal healthcare and privatized healthcare, right? They have both systems. Now, I'm not saying eradicate all private healthcare like Just was talking about. People who want that, they can actually spend more money and get it. But for not to have universal health care, it's not a Republican issue or a Democrat. It's a basic common sense issues because different countries, conservatives, all agree they should have universal health care in those particular countries. So it's so late in the game. It's such a ridiculous type of, thing to go against it.
But Nathan, okay, and I agree. Anybody that's heard me talk, they know that I'm for the free, like for universal health care or some type of, guaranteed health care for our citizens. But there's two parts. That's a lot. It's a big task to take on. One. So I think that maybe a lot of people do agree with you, but you have to pick the right time to do that, to bring that up. Now ain't the time, right? And then my second thing is, so I agree with you, but I'm on the left. Like that would make sense for me, right? Like that kind of, okay. You are a Trump supporter. How in the fuck do you? And Trent is saying he agrees on. I don't understand how y'all get from free health care to release the beast on the public citizens, and let's take over democratic cities, and with the I don't understand how those two powers combine. I really really don't. So how can you be for people's welfare as health welfare, but you're not for their social welfare?
That's why you never trust the car salesman. Go ahead, Nate.
So here's the thing, right? Here's why the Democrat Party kind of lose sometimes, right? When you have and rally people around hope, change, and universal health care, because they have actually ran on it with the public option, things like that. And when you fail to deliver, right? It's like somebody promised you something, but they never deliver it. And then after a certain period of time, you look at them and you look at it.
But you just forfeiting the voting process. It's almost like y'all think, okay, I say this, I lower taxes, or I'm gonna, deliver free health. So like, let's say Bernie Sanders. You was for Bernie Sanders, right? Right. Okay. Now Bernie Sanders wanted free health care. Now, if Bernie would have got in, he probably was not going to get that. You do understand that, right? You understand that it's not up to him. He doesn't just go in there and say, all right, boom, Aetna, go, Cigna, UHC, go ahead. Like, that's not how that works. So when y'all say fail to deliver, I don't really get it, because it's not like the people that want whatever they want don't try. But if niggas don't vote for it, it's not gonna happen. So when y'all I just feel like y'all just are simplifying something. Like y'all are like, okay, they said this. Yeah, they said what you agree with it. And he said he was gonna try. Whoever said they're gonna try. Now, if the American people don't fuck with it or they don't vote for it, we can get it. You understand that, right? Like that's how the process works here, right? It's not just they say it happens. If it don't happen, it's their fault, right? You know that it's not how it goes.
What happened is that not talking about just me. I'm just talking about why a mass group of people find them dishonest, not trustworthy, they don't deliver, and they're kind of hypocrites too at the same time. So that's the issue. Now, if you're telling me, and if I got a party who say, if you want to do this, and after decade they don't deliver, well, take that off the table. That's never going to happen then with agents.
So you go to the other side that's going against the very thing. Yes, that makes sense.
And that's the partially why they're vote for I'm passing the first health care, and that's one of my main, strong principle of mine, right? So, but I'm not going to vote for a party who blow hot air in my ass and advocate candidate who's trying to push for it, like Bernie. Now, if Hillary say I'm not even going to push for it, we have a guarantee of 0%.
Hillary is the one who initially came up with she's
going to push for it. At least you got a 20%, 30%, 50% chance. You vote for somebody, you have a 0% chance. That doesn't make any sense.
Hillary had the initial idea. Like, can you go back? That's been her whole life's purpose before that. Like that was. I'm not now. I was a. Everybody knows this, but when he didn't get it, I voted for her. Like I don't understand how you jump and go across. You know what I'm saying? And then if you do any research, this is why y'all got to read. Y'all gotta read. Because if you go through look at it, that was literally her pet project. Was healthcare.
The ACA. Y'all remember Joe Lieberman? And Manchin, they pretty much said that they were gonna kill the bill if they kept that public option. So
That was exactly what happened.
Hillary's commitment to healthcare and her support the healthcare plan in the 90s with Bill Clinton as the president is one of the reasons she is so hated today, because they said that she was getting out of place and trying to do stuff that wasn't her place, and that's why they hated her. And it has persisted to this day.
If I can, I know
you know, she's a strong first lady. That's what it was.
Absolutely not, Patty. Absolutely not.
That was Hillary's push in 93, 94. Correct. But what Nathan is saying, which I completely agree with,
Regardless.
is the person who was pushing for universal health care was Bernie Sanders.
We got it.
Oh, okay, all right, never mind.
But Nathan's point, it's not, it's what, and? What's going on?
Let me ask you a question. The original ACA had technically been universal health care with the public option.
I don't remember exactly. All I was going to say.
It would be like universal health care. It would have been similar more to the Nordic model where you still have the private and you said, because he had the public option in there. It was certain Democrats that were backed by these fucking insurance lobbies. That's why I brought up Lieberman, and then you had your fucking Manchin. There were certain people that pretty much threatened that they were going to kill the bill if that wasn't dropped.
Right, there was actually.
I know you're reading it.
No, that's actually public with Lieberman, and it had to be more than two because it was 60, right? I'm just talking about the two that were in the news that kept saying they were going to kill it.
Yeah, there was more than two.
It was more than two. It's just the two that kept fucking coming out. Like,
But the point of what Nathan is saying, and I do completely agree with him, because I'm for universal health care. I think you need a private system as well for people that can afford it. But you should have a universal health care system. And they did. They killed, the insurance companies got together, back the Democrats, and killed the person who was pushing the universal option because they don't want it. and nor it's not just.
Okay, I'm wrong. So it was Lieberman, it was Manchin, there was Max Ocas, Ben Johnson. So it was those four, and then they also said that Ted Kennedy died, and his replacement Scott Brown was a Republican.
Yeah.
So the urgency shifted to just passing something before the vote was lost.
Yeah,
it's not just the insurance companies. There's pharma. There's also the hospital system.
And here they don't talk about Lieberman being backed by insurance, but a lobbyist. But everybody knew that he was like, everybody knew back then that he was a fucking.
Yeah, he's the one who did the final thing because he made the 60. He's the one who prevented the 60 because he switched to being an independent, and everybody knows Connecticut has all them insurance companies over there. That's what happened.
Like, you don't have to be gentle, you know, like anybody who works on that, other names, I don't even fucking know.
Wait, no, stop it. Why don't we stop
And I forgot about Ted Kennedy. I forgot about Ted Kennedy dying at the time. I totally
That's
forgot.
crazy. Y'all need to stop lying.
This is so funny.
Trent, could you ask, Trent, when was the last time the Republicans brought a bill to the floor on universal health care that Democrats, hold on,
They're never gonna give you
that
universal
Democrats killed? So how is it the Democrats' fault? And how many times the Democrats have brought up a bill that the Republicans have killed?
No.
So why are the Democrats getting all the smoke for this? Does that make sense?
No, I'm not saying that the Democrats are deserve all the smoke. The Republicans are the
You
ones who
giving
ask
it
them.
to them though. You're giving it.
No,
You just said it.
You are.
Democrats are responsible for we not having universal health care. That's what you said.
Okay, just let me know when I can speak.
No, because I was speaking and you were talking.
Because of the 5 that would have like fell back, they could have gave up 5 votes if they really wanted it, right?
So, can I speak now?
Go ahead, Trent.
Okay, so I will absolutely agree. You will never get universal health care, any sort of public option with Republicans. So ultimately, Republicans are responsible. But in the case of the progressives, and I'm actually very confident now that we will eventually have some sort of public option for health care because the numbers are just too ridiculous. Even the private insurance is now like off the charts. Now that people have had a taste of the ACA and Obamacare, they don't want to let it go. So we're gonna have a revolt when these subsidies get released. Okay, but it was just, if we want to go back a little bit in time, had Bernie Sanders not been, I don't know what the correct word is, I say pilloried by the Democratic Party, there is a possibility, a distinct possibility, he could have won the nomination and we could have had a universal healthcare system. I know it's a stretch, but I think it was.
Would the Republicans nominate a Democrat as their presidential nominee?
Man, with all due respect, they have a right.
Nathan, I have a question on the floor. Is that an answer to the question, yes or no? Yes or no? Would the Republicans nominate a Democrat as their presidential nominee?
Absolutely not.
So why should the Democrats nominate an independent as their presidential nominee? Answer the question. Why should the Democrats nominate an independent, someone who's not a Democrat, as their presidential nominee?
You know why? Because the values that he represents are the foundation. Or the foundation most people vote for you.
Oh.
Does he represent the Democrat side?
And he's a Democrat.
Yeah, that's bullshit. That's bullshit.
Republicans
would never nominate a non-Republican. The Democrats should never nominate a non-Democrat.
The problem with looking at it, this is the problem with looking at it through just the party lens.
The party is the lens, sir. When you're talking about presidential nominations, what's going on now? What's going on? It's run by party, sir.
Yes, ma'am, but the parties are also run by the corporations. And
going on, Trent? What's going on?
I'm trying to tell you what's going on, because apparently you don't know.
I do know, and I do know, and I do know, and I do know that the party is run by fucking people. I don't know what you on.
So the business and what has happened in this country is the business
Oh
interest.
my God, now we gonna get, you gonna talk about Citizens United? Are we gonna relitigate that? Is that what's happening?
May I say something? I don't understand the nature of the conversation when Bernie won the first, 3 or 4 primaries in 2020. So there was a distinct possibility that he was going to win the nomination.
No, he was never nominated.
Members of the Democratic Party were excited about him. He's got 40-something% vote times, 2016 and 2020.
He was
So
never
he got but he won a lot of delegates. He won a lot of delegates, so he was a legitimate player.
How many delegates did Bernie Sanders win?
Let's see.
Yeah, how many delegates did Bernie Sanders win? Let's go in 2016.
I won 1,114 in 2020.
Now, how many did he win? And how much were required?
And he won 1,879 in
But what did he run as, though?
a Democrat.
Okay, so like Dr. A.G. said,
He ran as a Democrat. They allowed him to run as a Democrat.
he ran as a Democrat, period.
Yeah, so that's my point to Dr. A.G. I don't understand what she's saying. Like, Bernie ran as a Democrat. Oh, fine. And the Democratic Party allowed him to run. And he got a lot of delegates both times. He got 3,000 total over 2.
I'll tell you what I'm saying. He was never gonna get the nomination. Because everybody knows that the Democrats have these things, these people that are called superdelegates, and the superdelegates were never gonna give it to somebody who is not a Democrat. I don't care. He wasn't going to win it.
Democratic. If you don't care, then that goes against you.
Listen to me. I'm saying.
You're not even having the same conversation, Nathan. We're talking about somebody that's gonna run as an independent, period, and not even said, I'm gonna run as a Democrat.
Go for it.
You're talking about someone that caucuses with us, but that does not run as a Democrat.
Go for it.
He had to run as a.
Yeah, I mean,
And I'm saying, I don't care what you're saying. I'm not saying I don't care about the process. Let's get that clear. Hence, I am explaining to you the process, correct? Okay, great. So when I said the Democrats were never going to nominate Bernie Sanders, that's what I meant. The superdelegates were never going to choose him because he is not a Democrat and he is not reliable.
Yeah, so number one, I got 11 boxes. Let's let me have a minute here. Yes, Hillary Clinton got 591 out of the 639 super delegates. So Dr. A.G. is absolutely correct on that. There is a scenario though, like if Bernie had completely blown her out, right, in terms of the states, like if he had done much better, he could have gotten to the full delegate count. I mean, he would have had to do unreasonably well, but it would have been possible.
I agree, CEO. I think that's fair.
They would have withdrawn him from the floor. They were not going to let him.
Wait, hold on. Now that's breaking news for me. So you're saying, I just want to
Democratic side, so then they should support me. But when I'm not running for president, I'm gonna be over here being independent. Like that's part of the reason though. It's like when you're all like, oh, well, we didn't let him. It's like he was not really part of the Democratic Party.
Let me explain something to you. It is serious, right? When we talk about universal health care and people are dying, they can't afford surgeries, they can't afford these deductibles. I don't give a damn if you call yourself all the names in the English book. I don't care. He's for the freaking people. I don't care if you call himself a Democrat. I don't care.
Trey, that's great. I'm just trying to Nathan. That's great.
He was representing values that you can benefit from, your family can benefit from, the woman in your family can benefit from. He had better policies for one.
But you're assuming he would have won.
But this is
You don't know he would have won.
Nathan, you're correct. Bernie Sanders got up there, he said all the right things. But do you want to know what my issue was with Bernie Sanders? It wasn't what he was saying. It was that he never offered any explanation for his execution of those things. He never said, here's how I'm going to get this across the finish line. His record does not suggest that he had the capacity or the ability or willingness to do that. All the years that Bernie Sanders has been in the Senate, all the years that he has been in the federal government, his legislative record, his leadership on legislation was not commensurate with the promises that he was making. He showed no ability to be able to do what was required to get all of these big ideas, not only on the floor, to get senators or House members to bring these ideas to the floor, but that he would be able to negotiate behind the scenes to get them across the finish line. That is my problem with Bernie Sanders. Anybody can say anything, they can promise you anything, but when you're running for the president, you need to be able to demonstrate that you can get these done. Now, it's one thing if you like Donald Trump and you don't have a legislative record that people can look at, you've never been in the Senate, you've never been in the House, there's nothing that people can say, you had an opportunity to do these things and you didn't do them well or you failed. That's a different situation, it's a different scenario. Same with Barack Obama to a lesser degree. But here you have somebody who has been in the Senate, who has been in Congress for decades. That's a problem, sir. And that was my problem with Bernie Sanders.
Well, Bernie, he
No,
has.
I'm not really in the way I kind of look at Bernie Sanders as he would have ran if he would have became the president because he strong arms motherfuckers. I haven't seen it, Patty. What is he strong arm people on? What legislation has he forced people to come on to? And I don't think he's been able to do it as in his position, but if he would have became the president, he would have been more. He would have did the pressure in Congress shit. But how? How when they don't? How when he as a senator he didn't have that power? Joe Biden, whatever Joe Biden was able to squeeze out of them senators when he was the vice president, that was because he had a relationship with them. And he can go to them and say, look, homeboy, help me out with this. Yeah, but he uses revolution as you know what I'm saying? No, Bernie Sanders doesn't have those kind of connections and relationships. He doesn't, but he doesn't lead on anything. And he don't lead on nothing.
You see,
I agree with you. He doesn't lead on anything, but I think what he does is he uses people to lead.
he was
That he's been having, as them trying to like do this quote unquote revolution thing. Yeah, he ain't got nowhere with it though. What's the result? He hasn't, but instead of like, what's the result of it? That's what I'm saying. He does a lot. There's a lot of pomp and circumstance, but when I open the box, ain't nothing in there.
Okay. So when people.
That's all I'm saying. And I think he did not have demonstrated, he doesn't have any ability, he doesn't have any relationships on it. Right, so I agree with you, he doesn't have some type of government type quote unquote coalition, but he does have a fan base, and he would try to use like revolution movement instead of using like the coalition, which is what people would do it though, Patty. Nobody likes Bernie. Don't like him. Nobody likes him either, but he's just a fact. His colleagues do not like him. make, using it as a threat.
Right, Patty, but that's because the people in Congress are aligned with his ideas.
No, it's because,
That's
Trump
what
has
it
a
is.
massive, it's because Trump has a massive base, an energetic base that is beholden to him and loves him. He's got a solid 30% of votes. Same thing that Bernie Sanders had. Some Bernie Sanders supporters.
No, Bernie, it's not the same.
Ma'am, if I could just finish.
It's not, no, because Trent, it's not the same.
So she's right when he doesn't have.
It's not the same.
Ma'am, if I can just finish. There's a reason why a few Bernie Sanders supporters flipped and voted for Trump, and I agree with I agree with what you're saying in Bernie Sanders not having a lot of friends and probably not been able to do a lot of what he said because the corporate interest would have been so strong against him.
No, not the corporate interest. Don't say that. That's not what I'm saying. It's not understand my words. I'm saying nothing. Listen to me. I'm saying nothing about corporate interest. I'm saying nothing about that bullshit. I am focused on relationships that Bernie Sanders has built over his years in Congress that would have allowed him, that he would have been able to leverage to move his agenda. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not interested in all this corporate bullshit you motherfuckers be talking about.
Okay, but I voted for Hillary.
Executing legislation.
Cause y'all be making circular arguments and it be tearing my brain back to the medulla. I want y'all to focus. Let's have a straight argument on one point. Y'all going all over everywhere.
So I
This is crazy.
have a question for everybody. So is there a committee chair that would have backed this Medicaid type situation?
No, probably not.
Okay, so that's it.
Same thing here.
That's the end of it.
Okay, can I finish what I was saying? Is that okay?
No, because the Congressman, you heard that, it's the end of the conversation.
So if you said no, so how you get
What
it?
else is there to say?
If you don't have a committee chair that's gonna back it, how do you get it?
I heard you and I agree with you. But Wing is, I voted for Hillary in 2016, and the reason I voted for Hillary in 2016 is because I didn't want the progressives of Bernie Sanders, which had a strong momentum in the Democratic Party, to take her and to take away her interest. Okay, I thought Bernie Sanders and many people like me. Hang on, Dr. Aging. I'm with you, sweetie. I thought Bernie Sanders was too far. Okay, I thought he was going to take the country too far left too quickly. Now, I see the progressives actually winning. I think that the progressive message is happening on the right, with MAGA, and is happening on the left. Now, I actually believe the country is ready for the progressive movement. But in 2016, it was not.
In New York City.
Okay, I don't know what they got to do with this whole conversation about the healthcare. I just.
So, can I say something?
Please.
I was gonna say, so as a person who supported Bernie, in 2016, but also as a person who voted for Hillary was, I don't really have a big issue with doing that. I think, like, in hindsight, I think that Bernie he did what his intended purpose was. He ideology that Bernie has, but you're playing with the party, so they're far more likely to go along with you and support you. So I think that going forward, and as I get further into politics, I see that it's people like Bernie that just are Democrats. Like, they don't have to, like, I mean, it's cool, like, I get why he differentiates himself, but I think for the purposes of running for president, I think he should have just been like, I'm gonna be a Democrat, and I think he would have got further.
And culturally, the other part of it is too, like you were saying, even though like you can look at somebody like Beto, right? Beto coalitions well. He collaborates well. And that's the thing with Bernie, and that may be like his independent spirit. Like, he's not a collaborator.
Right, and he's not and I hate her likable, but for political purposes, I will allow it. He's not likable. Yeah, he's not and I think you can be that, but be likable. Yeah, but you can be I think Newsom is kind of playing that role a little bit. Like, I think he's, I don't think he's a progressive by any means, but I think he's showing how you can, show variation within what you do.
Yeah.
For what you need.
Bernie had played his lane. If Bernie had played his lane, right? His lane, for me, is as the antagonist to the Democrats, right? He rallies everybody, and then what he does is he pushes them, right? He gets his people and he pushes. If he had played his lane, it would have been better for all of us, like for the country. But with him doing the thing that he does, which is he's constantly berating the Democrats in public fora, constantly. With him doing that, it worked to our disadvantage. And that for me, like, that's the issue, which is the problem. He doesn't play well with others. And you need to play well with others if you're gonna get those bold ideas across the finish line.
And I think with Elizabeth Warren,
I told you I knew a chick when I was in Hawaii, and she's a Bloomberg colonel, right? So her next rank will be general. She did her congressional fellowship and worked under the Obama administration, right? And she actually said, like, she's very progressive, just as progressive as you are culturally. Like, when we would go to lunch and talk. But you know what? She can't stand a Bernie Sanders because she's actually had to work up there. It's an asshole. It's like his way or the highway. Like, he doesn't have room for conversation. Even with Obama, her working with Obama made it a thing. She said she made it a thing for those that were working that fellowship to have the conversation with Bernie just so he can, like, be appeased. And she said he was an asshole. So, like, he's made it clear he's gonna be an asshole even to the party that he tries to run under when he does want to fucking make some shit happen. He doesn't build a coalition. Just because you got a fan base, he has not tried to recruit a coalition. He's pretty much like, it's my way and this is the way I want it because I have a whole bunch of motherfuckers that's jumping on board with it. Yeah. So
I mean, I get that about him, and I can see that about him. But I think that somebody like Elizabeth Warren, AOC,
I love Elizabeth Warren.
Even I would say her, but I don't know if she is a Democrat. She might be independent, but even like Cori Bush, I think that she is an agitator, but she's likable. She really is an agitator. But I think that she can get people. I just don't think that. And I think the type of people that Bernie cultivated, like his followers, they were real weird, bro. Like the people that really, really were Bernie stands, that they shifted into just right wing was so crazy to me. That was just crazy to me. Hold on. Let me just finish what you were saying. or AOC, but they will not support either of those two candidates like they support Bernie. They wouldn't, and I mean, ideologically, he's, I mean, what, 75% like Hillary Clinton, so it should have been easy to go, you know, just go a little bit right, you know, for the time being, but they went extremely right to Trump. That is scary to me.
But Elizabeth Warren tried to get change inside the party. And Bernie uses the outside of the party to freaking change the party. And that's the difference. That's why I keep bringing up coalition. And she's never went and said, I'm an independent. She's pretty much pledged her loyalty to the Democratic Party. I get what you're saying, like with progressive values, but she still tries to change the inside of the party instead of going outside of the party. So,
Hang on, let me say something. I gotta get the car.
and I love Elizabeth Warren, by the way.
What's up, sweetie?
You talking to your wife?
Oh, yeah, Trent. Oh, yeah,
No, I thought you said something, Betty.
Yeah. I'm not a sweetie. Bad.
Oh, I was actually that bitch. Don't know what weird things on. So culturally, I 1,000% agree with you. But here's what I think is different now about the Bernie brothers and the Trump people that switched over. Now I'm talking to people that are making $140,000, $150,000 a year, and they're talking about healthcare costs, right? I think now you don't. So to Patty's point, now I don't think you have to work inside the party because of where the Democratic Party is at, and you know, being out of power, and they're scared about the Trump movement. Now I think the angst and the anger, and these are people who actually work for corporations. The angst and the anger and the affordability problem against such a wide amount of people is exactly why I think actually AOC is going to be the ticket, bro. I think all those things that you're talking about, like in likability and bringing people together, and I think she's the one.
Here's the thing, y'all gonna be into those people. I don't know if you're describing yourselves, so I won't include you, but those 150, you know, people that's making $150 a year complaining about healthcare. I get it, it's expensive or whatever, but you still can't afford it. And the difference between those people and the, like, I would say, regular, just, you know, your regular black woman Democrat or black man Democrat is generally that person is going to actually care about other people's, like the general population's healthcare. Like the 140,000, the people that make $140,000, they're just complaining because they're selfish. They don't give a fuck about what it costs for nobody else. And that's where the problem is. So you really explain a lot to me. The Bernie supporters are just selfish. They only give a fuck about them, and they don't give a fuck about, you know, the slavery. They just want a better cage. So thank you, Trent. You really, really explain a lot to me, because the difference in me, and because I supported Bernie, I loved him. Can't even lie. But if I make enough money to pay for healthcare. I don't like it. I'm not happy about it. I think it should change. I would advocate for it, but I can't afford it. I also care about other people who can't afford it. I know that it's people who are not in my position who can't afford it. That's the difference. I don't think those people or y'all care about the people who are, you know, SOL, who only make, you know, maybe half of that or a quarter of that just not going to be able to afford it. That is high for you. If it changes for you, it will go back to not mattering. And that's why a lot of these Bernie Sanders supporters are new to politics, because they just got a little bit of money. Now they like, oh, healthcare in Texas is this much, so they surprised. So now you want to get into something to change it only for yourselves. And if you get that change, which this tax break won't even clip them, so stupid on them again. So now they only want to change it so it can, like, okay. I just don't understand. Like, that's not real change, y'all. Even if you're selfish, if y'all just read about how healthcare works, if you only change it for a certain portion of the population, it's only gonna go back to the same. Yours is only gonna rise. When y'all try to like, make okay, we need to. But healthcare and insurance in general works on a thing called the law of large numbers, which means just by the very nature of the statement, you need a large number of people. So when they stop when they start dropping people's insurance, everything y'all voted for or y'all are mad about is going to worsen. So if you're looking at $600, be prepared to pay $1,200 when they start dropping people. I'm telling y'all, if the smaller the pool of insured, the higher the premium. I don't understand how y'all don't understand how that works. So when y'all say, oh, it's the Republican.
The thing about is that Bernie people who supported Bernie were Democrat, and a lot of independent and actual Republicans came over to support Bernie, and they actually said, hey, if it was a choice between Trump and Bernie, and they said this before the votes area even happened, I would vote for Bernie, because at least I trust him that he's going to do what he says he's going to do. He's been in Congress for a very long time. Has the highest approval ranking out of any senator. He's also bipartisan.
You know where he comes from, though? Look where he comes from, bro. He don't got no black people where he's from.
Can we table, we got the breaking news. Can we table Bernie for a moment, because goddamn, that's been going on for 10 minutes now. Trumpy has just said, all air traffic controllers must get back to work now, all caps, 3 exclamation points. Anyone who doesn't will be substantially docked. Docked is in parentheses. For those air traffic controllers who were great patriots, all, that's capitalized, and didn't take any time off, capitalized, from the Democratic shutdown hoax, that's in quotation marks. I will be recommending a bonus, capital letter bonus, of $10,000 per person for distinguished service to our country.
Recommending.
For those that did nothing but complain and took time off, even though everyone knew they would be paid in full, capital, shortly into the future. I am not happy with you, capital letters. You didn't step up to help the USA against the fake Democrat attack, capital letters, that was only meant to hurt our country. You will have a negative mark, at least in my mind, against your record. If you want to leave service in the near future, please do not hesitate to do so with no payment or severance of any kind, exclamation point. You will be quickly replaced by true patriots who will do a better job on the brand new state-of-the-art equipment. All that's, I don't know, first letter, capitalized. The best in the world that we are in the process of ordering. Okay, so we don't have state-of-the-art. Okay, the last administration, quotation marks, wasted billions of dollars trying to fix antiquated junk. Again, quotation marks. They had no idea what they were doing. Again, to our great American patriots, God bless you. I won't be able to send your money fast enough. To all others, report to work immediately.
Shit.
President Donald J. Trump. Now listen, Patty, I'm waiting on my $10,000 because my husband didn't miss a goddamn day, hour, minute, second. So I'm gonna need that 10 grand.
But you know what? Shadow's going up to work too. Shadow even said he couldn't really afford to put gas in his vehicle. He's been on this fucking app saying, I can't put gas in my vehicle. He happened to be one of those people that his people said, we'll let you work from home and we'll give you a computer. We've had to do that with FEMA. So like, he couldn't put gas in his vehicle. He said he don't even know how he's gonna pay his fucking rent next month. So
he can't pay us soon enough, Patty, though, because he ain't.
Something lost his motherfucking mind.
I'm dead.
Talking about those who sacrifice my fucking living conditions, fucking have no electricity, have no fucking place to stay, and show up for work, and that is my sacrifice to the American people. Sounds great.
Trump has never paid anybody in his life to do a damn thing, so I don't know where he thinks he's paying people. Some taxpayers. That's not,
He paid the motherfuckers that built Trump Towers, and Polish people had to go to known they wouldn't get paid. You being a patriot, okay? When you do what he says and don't get paid. I have other breaking news.
Go ahead.
While the Supreme Court refused to hear Looney Tune Davis's lawsuit, they are going to hear a challenge to Mississippi's mail-in ballots. And the case is Watson versus the Republican National Committee. And their argument is when you count mail-in ballots after Election Day, you are violating the law. Because Election Day means the results should be announced. People should vote. Votes should be counted, and the announcement should be made all in one day. So the Supreme Court has agreed to hear that challenge to the Mississippi vote counting, which could affect other states who count ballots who count ballots that were received after Election Day. They were mailed before Election Day, but received after Election Day.
That's stupid, okay?
Well, that's what they do.
Do they mean postmarked before
Yeah.
election
So
day?
yes. So what happens in Mississippi? They say the ballot has to be postmarked before Election Day. And if they arrive like days later or whatever, they get counted.
And that's okay. They're saying that's okay? Or they're not?
No, the Republicans are saying that those votes should not be counted.
Even if they were postmarked prior.
Yes, their argument is that Mississippi Republicans are saying that Congress set a date by when voters must vote.
Could you imagine how that
Congress
would
should not your ballot arrives. So you need to count the votes that are in on the day that Congress designated for voting.
Can you imagine how that would affect Arizona, California?
Oh yeah, it's gonna affect at least 12 other states.
That's the stupidest shit I've ever fucking heard.
Well, we'll see.
That means we're gonna need a lot of volunteers to count.
We'll see.
And fuck the soldiers that's overseas that it may take about 2 weeks for this shit to come in. And they usually vote with fucking Republicans, so.
Well, shoot themselves in the foot.
Yeah, but we've seen how the numbers fluctuate because we're waiting for those counted ballots, so I don't know.
And there's only a few states where that happens, where they still getting votes. California is one of them. I'm going to see real quick if the 10 grand has been deposited in my account. I'll be right back.
Good luck.
Because if I don't see it, it's going to be a problem.
That's propaganda. He ain't giving shit. He can't even give that $2,000 because we'd be a negative. And what tariffs that's actually produced.
The funny thing to me is people talk about it and believe it like it's something that's about to happen. It's wild. There's so many suckers in this country. That's why he wins. Suckers everywhere. Child, they say Ghislaine Maxwell is receiving customized meals personally delivered to her cell. She has a private exercise area that she can go to after hours, and she has a service animal. Absolutely, a service animal, absolutely, Dr. G. She got the goods on everybody. That's how she got in that prison. And who is over these prisons? Who's the president right now? Who would put someone as heinous as her and give her anything that makes her day better? That just is what we know what's in the files. We know. But if somebody from the prison say they
where she said she's happy and comfortable. You all heard about that? I think it was like,
Yeah.
she said she likes it here. You know, she was living and hiding any fucking way because she knew that these charges could come up because of him, his passing, Epstein's passing. So she was hiding out any fucking way. So
And that other one you said, Virginia. So she's not the only one. Well, I'm sure there's other people in higher places who have the complete files, but
But the women know.
absolutely. But nobody listens to them, Dr. AG. They don't care.
their brain doesn't work the same.
Remember when they came out and said what they had to say, and men on this stage said, oh, you know, why they wait so long? You know, the shit they say.
I want them to, I hope they working with Gloria Allred right now to make billboards. They need billboards all over the country.
You know, we need a woman president and vice president because I think our brains were totally different than male. And then we can have a White House correspondent or
Now, Nathan's eyeballs in the chat.
have a male that actually explains. We have a male explain what's going on.
You scared the fuck out of Nathan. His eyeballs in the chat like went off the charts. A woman, two women?
Yeah, you have two women, and then you have the man be the one that explains the agenda of the president.
Not a male press secretary.
Yeah. I think that would be like how you would be able to be like on top, right? You have the male press secretary that everybody listens to, and we just like push policy and put our foot on the neck of the fucking politicians. I think that would be.
And at every event, you have to have a male translator. You know, like how they had that Obama translator on Saturday Night Live.
Yeah. And I think that would work out, and then we would at least have some type of acknowledgement because there are men to interpret what's actually going on because that's what happens in this fucking room. Did that happen?
Absolutely.
That's supposed to support us and what we're saying, they'll pretend they don't know what the fuck we're saying to them. England says something, everybody go on fucking mute. And that includes you women too.
Y'all gonna win the presidency very soon. Maybe the next cycle. Don't worry.
Well, Trent, you just said you would vote for Rubio or JD over Newsom.
They just take women.
That's interesting.
Wait, I wanna call something out.
But
I wanna call something out.
Call it out.
Okay. He said you all get a Democratic president, implying the fact that he didn't vote for Kamala.
I said, get a female president very soon.
Implying that he voted for Trump.
No,
You all will get a Democratic president soon.
You all, I'm not a left wall.
You that voted for Kamala will get a Democratic soon, not to worry.
And we're gonna get one. I want y'all to always remember that we have these rooms and Dr. AG, April, myself, we'll wheel up and we'll vote and we want you guys to like go out on TV and the media and say, hey, they always wanted this. So let them be the people. You know how Obama had the oldest black woman? All of us to go up there in our wheelchair because this is when we'll have a woman as the president. So we'll go up in our wheelchair and we'll be like, yeah, we were in Clubhouse arguing with men and we had to have men interpret the information. Thank God you're here. So
Hey,
these are-
you and April can go in the wheelchair. Y'all can carry my urn.
Dr. AG, I bet you're gonna have two urns because by the time we see a woman, hell, my ass ain't gonna be here.
Y'all gonna be here.
I can carry the lawn chair with the two cup holders.
Two of them, we got our urns.
I mean, y'all could do it where you get a woman and then just put Pete Buttigieg as a vice.
There you go.
I'm telling y'all that Pete Buttigieg is the jewel that says in knowing he don't even act like stereotypically gay or whatever, but just the fact in knowing nobody will even give the man a fuck chance. Same with Kamala, and that's why we are a dumbass country.
You're a backward ass, misogynist, a racist, hateful. I'm sorry, Americans just are that. They are so easily like propagandized. It's really pitiful at this point because.
And he's a family man, and that's attractive, like and smart, sharp as a motherfucking.
And he is attractive.
And he has all the background.
Military, smart, like they play.
He has the background of a white man, minus, let's pretend we never knew he was gay. He could have easily tried to run for president. Not the first term now, I'm gonna be honest with you, because he was mayor. But maybe the second time running, he might have gotten more momentum, you know what I'm saying? Because he served under Obama and all that. But like, honestly, I think Pete Buttigieg, like she said, he is the man, or he was the man of the hour. It's just him being gay.
I really wish she wouldn't have told y'all he was gay and just and on inauguration day, forgot to tell y'all something and dropped it on y'all. And then people just would have had to deal because they would have just had to rate him on the job. Because hey, guess what? Can't take it the fuck back. I moved in that bitch already, and me and my man is moving up in there. I forgot to mention that.
Like Congressman,
Because I think people like him. I think he could make it, but he would have to do some work on his partner.
Well, I've never seen his partner.
Cheston? Yeah, I think he would have to do some work on Cheston.
Can I also, just from a different perspective, yes, I'm gay. Yeah, I don't want him, this shouldn't even be, like, America's not gonna do it, I'm sorry. I understand that he may be qualified. I thought it was incredibly arrogant for him to run for president as a twice elected mayor of a 100,000 population city.
So I agree with you the first term. I agree with you the first term.
And I'll also say this, what a lot of people don't know is that he was attacked a lot from the left as well, because he worked for McKinsey, because he's one of those fucking corporate guys, corporate gays, whatever, and, and then there was talk about him just kind of joining the military to, amp up his resume, whatever, but, he wasn't loved on the left either. I think he's great. I don't think everybody is right to be president. He could also be Secretary of State, he could be something else, but not in an elected position for America to vote on.
Sorry, this 2032.
I'm gonna be honest with you, I think it would have been great. Doesn't he have a degree in history or some shit from Harvard?
I think so. 2032.
I get it the first time, I'm 100% with you on the first time he ran. I think it was more of like an advertisement that we outside, and then him being with Obama giving him a chance, and then Biden giving him a chance. Like,
but why don't, this is a frustration I have. You're in Indiana, that's where your roots are. You're mayor of, Fort Worth, what was he mayor of? Anyway, that place.
South Bend.
South Bend, right, sorry. I know there's the university there.
Notre Dame.
Yep, yeah. It's just whatever. There are 1,100,000, population towns.
bring up Obama and then later on Biden. So I think that him running was more of like an advertised, yo, I'm Gabe and I'm outside and I'm smart and I know I'm part of the administration and then later on become president. So I think it was just an advertisement. I think he knew he wasn't going to win. He just wanted to make sure people recognize. It's just like that's being black, right? I'm not saying that gay and black is the same, but I'm just saying like when it comes to like civil rights and being recognized.
I think it's good. I mean, it's a net positive. I'm
Right.
just saying the part I object to is the part I object to where for a lot of other people as well, when they say, oh yeah, he should be president, or oh yeah, AOC should run for president, oh yeah, Jasmine Crockett should run for president or whatever. You know, maybe someday, I don't know, but you know, now's not the right time. And you know, this whole delusion, AOC's gonna run and whatever. You see that talking point with the right and also MAGA, because they want to see, that's the enemy that they want to fire at, to be the head of the Democratic Party.
No, I don't know. Listen, Whitmer, Harris, and AOC are all fucking formidable. If I were on
AOC has a vision. She doesn't, her policies are more on vision. It's not about legislation. Even when people bring up that fucking Green New Deal, like,
Friday, these people don't give a shit about policy. It's about looks and charisma. And AOC has.
If she can win New York State, then fine.
she won't win across the country because
Yeah, if she can win New York State, then she can do something.
So you're talking about
Hold on now. I'll talk to my wife about this.
Oh my God, not that right.
She has to run. Them girls.
That's a white population survey. Go ahead.
That white population pushes elections. They're actually a larger population. Ma'am, they're actually a larger population.
Don't know all them to poll.
Okay.
Hey, guess what? I talked to people in, hold on, Trent. I talked to people in New York City, in her district, that don't like her. I talked to people in the state that don't like her. If you live in New York State, which is a very diverse political constituency, then maybe. But the talk about her being president is asinine.
Okay, my man, I get it. I know. People don't like I said, people don't like Trump in New York. But
You don't get it, bro. You didn't listen to a word I said.
No, I heard you. I agree. I agree with you. I know that there are certain people that don't like her, but then she also has a movement. She also has a very young movement. And when a lot of this is about looks, and the Hispanic female is a larger demographic than the black.
You're being disgusting right now, sir.
Yeah.
Your fetishization is offensive. This is going too fucking far.
But Dr. AG, we're not going to say the female look, but it is the look of a president. You gotta be
This is crazy. I'm not talking about that. I'm not talking about that.
But I know where you're going with it. Trent is going too far. He's talking about she looked good and she moved dance.
You're talking about the Hispanic woman. What's going on?
Can't talk about. You can talk about the black female vote, but you can't talk about the Hispanic female vote.
That's not what you said.
That's exactly what I said. That's what I said. I said the Hispanic female vote is
It's not a monolith.
Yeah, Trent, I was almost about to come off and say I kind of agree with you, but then you took that turn. But I will say this. I think that going forward, because the people that they're gonna die. And I think she will, as the years move forward, especially since she's under the tutelage of, y'all's homegirl and stuff. Yeah, she's gonna start looking more and more attractive as a presidential candidate, especially for people like me, like that I already fucked with her, but now I'm getting older, and so when I'm in my I don't think she should run now, like 2028 or nothing. But like another decade or so.
Actually, took the decade, ultimately, will it be the same AOC that you guys are looking at? So like you talk about under the tutelage, but,
So
they're not the same AOC. AOC is a boss.
Version of Nancy Pelosi. Nancy Pelosi.
Yeah, which I don't have a problem with. But what I'm saying is,
She's teaching her how to package her message
Exactly.
for digestion.
and you gotta realize my generation is not gonna have a problem with that. Like, as we age, I'm gonna, come because y'all know, I don't like getting hate, but I'm gonna mature in some areas, and so she'll mature with me, and so she'll still have her, that little piece that I like, but she'll have the pieces that make her palatable for politics and stuff. And that's so like honestly being.
That'll be your age, that'll be saying she's the Nancy Pelosi.
No, she won't, because your daughter will be more like me, like okay, your daughter will.
So my daughter got pissed off that she took the pronouns off of her.
Yeah, but your daughter she's gonna mouth out. She's gonna trust me. She's gonna mouth it out. She like around 35, your daughter she'll still have her fire, but she's gonna when them bills and she like trust me, I was the same way. And I was just like, okay, I'll have
Doing side-eyeing AOC.
Yeah, she's doing
but she'll stop. And when she realizes, see, the thing is, you've instilled in her voting. So when you go and that's your option, even if let's just say she don't change, she's still gonna vote for somebody, and she's gonna pick her. You know what I'm saying? So that's how it's gonna work. But what'll likely happen is AOC's message and just overall presentation will mature. It'll become more palatable to the people that are left of left like me, and left of left like your daughter, and it'll line up. So I think that she 10 years. I don't think she should run now.
No, she's got to develop a way to present her message. She's got to present her message in a way that ages well. Okay, so and it ages well, not in terms of longevity, like how long, but also that it speaks across ages, right? So I think she'll be good in 5-10 years.
I agree with what you're saying. I agree with you 100% on how it ages well. The problem is, so like, I'm gonna give you my daughter as an example. Is once this election was going through, as soon as it changed, it was like a quick, sudden change. This is something that has to evolve. So when you have people like my daughter and her little friends, it's like, oh, you just change party. Not change party, you change your messaging because you want to be down with the establishment. You're just trying to put your foot outside so you can be down with the establishment. We see you. Like, that's how her mind works. It wasn't a gradual, well, we got to understand this is what's going on. We have to, like, that's not how AOC did it. She did it silently, and those dudes loved her. Because my daughter is a squad, like, go squad, fuck everybody else, because they don't give a fuck and they don't understand.
So you can just pretend like I'm your daughter, because I'm the same way, but what I'm learning and what she'll learn is strategy. Political strategy. I understand strategy and other things, but she's gonna learn to grasp political strategy, and that if she does it, it's not that she's necessarily losing her morals or beliefs, is that she has to work in this way. And specifically AOC, because when she switched up, I was kind of like, girl, but you can't be like how I am in politics. Like, agree with everything, but my mother will go and vote for her. I'll vote for her. My little cousin will vote for her. Like, she can cover all the bases. I really think that about her.
All right, can I just answer one thing, please?
Yeah.
Okay?
Sorry, Scott.
The talk, that's okay. That's okay. I just want to be crystal clear as a New Yorker, not a New Yorker who has left. There's no shade to you. I was just kidding. The only talk about her should be either primarying Chuck Schumer in the 2008 election, or if Chuck resigns, running for the seat and getting elected across New York. That would show that she could potentially be marketable for a presidential campaign. Until then, that is the only thing she should be doing, getting into Senate leadership, whatever it is. But that's what she should be doing. All this other talk it seems ridiculous to me.
It kind of makes sense, but like for me, right? So I'm an old ass motherfucker. For me as a kid, I seen Ted Kennedy and I would hear all this other shit. He was what they would consider more of a progressive, even though he came from a rich family.
Oh yeah, he was definitely on the left.
Right. So when I hear a Ted Kennedy and I hear all the bullshit behind, like, and this is me coming up in college, this is me coming up in high, when I would hear like, oh, but his family did this, I don't give a fuck, because he slowly progressed into becoming like who he was, right?
He was about.
But when you have right, but when you have an AOC, so with my daughter, her brain went like crazy on AOC. Like, what the fuck is she doing? She's supposed to be like, for her, it's like the dance video. She's more likable. She's more like us. She's with us. And then one day she calls me, did you see her website? Mom, check out her website. She took away, like, what the fuck is she doing? Has she got
But Patty, your daughter's a kid. And when you're a kid, your politics are extremely radical. As you grow up, right, that radicalizing, you continue to be radical, but you're right, but the way that your radicalization manifests changes because you understand systems and processes. And if you're committed to getting things done, right, you're gonna learn the rules to break the rules. And you see that even with AOC herself. Part of her change is that she's maturing. She's maturing in her understanding, and she's maturing in her politics. It doesn't mean that her politics change. It doesn't mean that she's giving in or surrendering. It's just that she realizes if she's going to get things done, there's a way that she has to move. And
she had those rallies. Remember when she was having these rallies? And my mind is like, you're gonna try to go buy a ticket to see something, because she's part of Haiti. So with her mind, it's like, I wanna go here, I wanna go there. So I was like, okay, so are you gonna go? She was like, no, I don't fuck with AOC, like, I don't want.
And even in your daughter's demographic, she's like a small part of the population. Like, I teach her demographic, right?
And that's why, even though you don't have kids, straight G, when people be like, you don't have kids, you have fucking kids.
What is that thing?
Fucking kids.
I got kids about
You got more kids than motherfuckers like me that got one kid.
I got kids. What are they saying
What is that
about
demographic?
AOC changing, though? Like, what are they saying? Oh, she's changed on this, this, and this.
So this is the thing, and that's why I brought up a couple of weeks ago, like, what it looks like for these, so these black student unions. So my daughter goes to a decent school. With the black student union, these kids come from families that may have really taken care of them. I'm not saying I was able, honestly, if it wasn't for the government, she wouldn't have been able to go to decent schools. It's the government that paid for her to go to school in the country that would have cost me my fucking arm and leg, and I'd probably be tense right now. So like, for her to go to school in Dubai, for her to go to school in Bahrain, to go to school with, in British American schools is totally different. These are more radicalized than the kid that may have paid his way to college and understands what the community looks like. So when you got kids like that that may make an impact in the future, because a lot of those kids she went to school with are kids of diplomats, right? And we know what diplomats look like. They end up becoming either diplomats, politicians, or somebody that makes decisions when it comes to policy. Those kids are very radical, and they don't even know what it looks like. But them seeing an AOC, and this is my daughter. This is one of her best friends is somebody's child, one of them that she chills with, and this is the one in New York. The one in New York, one of her best friends is friends with someone that worked, that her father's black, her father lives in a very rich community. They go over there to chill. She went to the Hamptons for some summer thing that they be doing. She went to, but those kids are radical, and they are radical to the point that you would think that they're fucking broke. These kids got money, and they don't know no better. And their radicalization has nothing to do with them actually understanding the movement. It's about them just fucking reading and thinking that AOC is a piece of shit because she turned overnight. And these are the black student unions that are coming out of these PWI schools.
So what she's changed overnight? What are the things that she's changed about?
Just her whole, like, the way, because she has, like, first off, linking up with Nancy Pelosi is a signal.
It's a piss off.
Yeah, it's a piss off. And then removing, like that, because it looks like, because she's always been a, like, rebellious voice. But let me just say this. Your daughter, you could just look at me. When we first started talking, remember, Patty, I was real, like, and I still am hard left. I didn't change, but I would give, like, let me be super honest. I would give, like, 4 people credit. You first, Dr. AG, but the most credit I would give to, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. I would honestly give to Go and Matt because, you know, I had many a conversation with both of them about, you know, me being left of center or left of where they were or whatever. And, you know, just over time talking to them, it didn't really change my politics. But it did change how I understood how you have to work within the Democratic Party. So now I can say, all right, I see why Bernie wasn't a good option, or I can see where the disconnect was, where before I couldn't see it. Your daughter will be the same way. And even if she's not, she's making reactions or whatever, and she's going to still keep her politics, but what you say to her or whatever, she's listening. And when it's time, you know what I'm saying, she'll like make the choice that's closest to, you know, whatever she believes. And trust me, if AOC goes right now to you know, run or whatever, or even, you know, in 10 years, your daughter's gonna vote for her. Like just because a lot of people start off as super active, and I don't think that, like, I'm not mad at the people who stay like that. I think everybody has a position, but her specifically, she has chosen to go a more strategic route, which I can only respect. Because I want to see her.
If she don't listen to her mom, and then where the girl brain shit comes in, because even if I
no, she do.
No, she don't.
She just might. You might think she don't, but she do.
But you know what's going to happen? The same thing's going to happen to Mamdani, because those voters that you're talking about, Patty, your daughters, they're voting for Mamdani for those same reasons. And what Mamdani's going to have to do as mayor is he's going to have to be more pragmatic. He's not going to be able to get shit done just by fiat. So immediately, within 6 months or 3 months, you'll see those voters start to turn on him. Oh, I thought he was about that life. Oh, you're like talking to all that. He's meeting with business leaders. Oh, he just met with Jamie Dimon. Like, they're going to.
Oh yeah, that got brought up today. I'm gonna send y'all. I'm a PTR text message. She said, why did he meet up with Jamie?
Yeah, but that's agility on both sides, because if y'all like, okay, cool, he would have to do that. But what if he does? Are y'all, meaning the Patties and the Scotties, are y'all willing to say, okay, cool, like, you know, are y'all willing to, if he's able to accomplish whatever, because I feel that it's a give on both sides.
I want him to succeed.
If he succeeds, we'll
alternative instead.
yeah, as long as, I feel like as long as can take that, but I just need for the moderates or whatever to be able to say, okay, well, if it does happen, I'm gonna rock with that too, and I'll be surprised or whatever. I just, that's what I need from, yeah.
Mostly, I will rock with whoever went into the Democratic Party. What did Mary say yesterday? Even was a piece of shit that was sitting on the teleprompter, not speaking. I will rock with the Democratic Party, but are fucking crazy. And Dr. AG deals with these kids. And somebody brought to my attention that she was the Catwoman. Let me tell you something. Every decision my mom made, whether she was abroad and I was in New York City, it was based off of her students. Because those students are her fucking kids. They're her fucking kids. She sees what reality looks like outside of when you got kids, you get to hear your one or two kids, maybe 3 or 4, and if you're one of them people that got 10, you get to hear them 10. But my mom had to deal with a bunch of high school students having a conversation, and those are the minds that's going towards college. Even my mom taught night school when she was in the States. When she's in the States, she would teach night school at local community colleges. When you hear these conversations, those are her children. She treats them like me, my brother, and my sister. She treated them like they were hers. If they were crying, she wanted to know why they were crying. If they didn't have a babysitter, she would try to figure out how to help them get a babysitter. Those were her kids. So anybody come up here and talking that dumb shit about Dr. AG ain't got no kids, she got some kids, motherfucker. And they're the worst kind of kids to have. The motherfuckers that you can't fucking stop them from fucking breathing because she didn't give birth to them. But she has to have the conversation to make sure that they understand what life looks like. They're the worst fucking kids. Because my daughter right now pisses me the fuck off when she fucking sends me dumbass messages. Because she's radical. And she has not fucking lived. I'll tell her you fucking privileged, and at this point, maybe I should make you fucking breathe like the rest of the kids, so you can understand. I can breathe. I will.
I think that's good for her. I was the same way. I was a environmental animal, that type of person. I've been arrested for it. I've been in some very crazy situations, and I would never do that shit now. But when you're a kid, when you're young, that's what it's about. You gotta let her, do that. She's gonna get out, and then but at least she has, her motives are good. She'll settle down. Life is gonna whoop her ass. You don't gotta do nothing. Life is gonna slow her down. And so, I feel like everything she doing, she cool, she doing what young people do.
I know you hear this shit, Dr.
And it's gonna shape it. It's not necessarily, because as you get, it's like data. As you get more experiences, you get more data to filter through, your ethics and your moral prism, and it's just becoming more and more refined as you go through life. It's just more information and more insight. And this is the time when they do that. It's a safe space for them to experiment with ideas and to figure out what they stand on and stand for.
I'm gonna let y'all talk to her when she come home for Thanksgiving. Y'all gonna hear her talk, and y'all gonna think this motherfucker is retarded.
I should probably not Daddy. I went to school to be a veterinarian. The people that I went to school with used to be doing all kind of shit, throwing shit on people. Getting real activism. These people, some of them people is voting for Trump now, and fucking conservative as they come. Life changes you. So she real far left. She'll be center left by the time she get 35, 40. Life gonna beat that ass.
You know what you call me?
You look at Ayanna Presley, right? Because she's a spy. She's super radical. Her presentation has always been different from AOC, right? And part of that is because she was older. Her life experiences were very different. So, you got a lot of different options,
But this is what happens all the time. The far left, they fall like even
It's
McDonald's.
okay, you're afraid to the system, I understand.
I know one thing, I'm saying, oh, you know what, well, I'm gonna liberate myself from this slavery, and I'm gonna liberate you from it too.
They're not seeing credit
Let me
cards
see how
being
you gonna
agreed
live on your
upon.
emancipation, ma'am. You are
I'm just
emancipated.
saying, my dad was a Panther, and now he be talking to me about immigrants and stuff. I'll be like, no, hold on now. So you can really, I mean, the older you get, the more right you go, which is unfortunate.
But you know, the Black Panthers were always called coalition now. You know, they was getting all the colors together. That whole rainbow coalition, you know, the Black Panthers was always about that, because for them it was primarily a struggle against the oppressors, and everybody was being oppressed. Being oppressed, so that's in line. That's in line with the Black Panthers. They was on God when we got Black Power, but they was also machine.
One of the biggest wake up calls to my dad is, you know, like he is, would be, they'll probably call my dad a socialism, especially back in his day, a socialist. But when Bernie came, he was like, I'm not voting for him. And I mean, I was like, what? And I was like, this is like what you should, you know what I'm saying? He was like, nah. He was like, she's actually what I was standing for voting for. And, you know, he explained to me, you know, like, women's rights, which I really, you know, I didn't think about. I'm gonna be honest. Still like, you know, and how that's all a part of it. And, you know, he supported me, you know, my mom did, but he was like, you can do that, you know, if that's what you want to do. He was like, but that's not, you know, I don't like agree with that, and I don't stand with it, and I didn't really understand. I was actually upset with him, but now I get it. So, shit come around.
You know, but the thing is, like, a lot of these, God, I always sound old when I say this, but a lot of these young people do take almost every issue that they care about and put it on 10. Like, everything is the same level of intensity. You shouldn't care so much that that fucking AOC removed they, or whatever the fuck it is, from her thing. Like, that's not the important thing. The important thing is are maybe other things. And everybody puts so much weight on so many of these things as if they are all equal, when they're not. You have to do this arithmetic in order to govern properly. And that's why even this spectrum idea, left, right, whatever, is so problematic, because you can have, like, your dad culturally who, like, has a certain thing about the, immigration, but there's all these other policies. And then, like, where do you put him then? Is he not on the left? No, he's still on the left, but he has, one or two issues that are not going to, fall in properly with that spectrum notion, which is why I just feel like, left, right, far left, whatever, like, it's the way my ideology works is like all over the place. And some people would consider me far left, some people would consider me left of center, some people would consider me a moderate. So I don't even know, but yeah.
It's scary when you hear them. And then even with the organizing, so like even with the organizing of voting for Zora, when you hear the conversation that's coming from these young voters, it's like ridiculous. And these kids are not kids that are worried about their meals. These are kids that are worried about other people's meals and don't understand, like, policy for real. They can read policy, they can interpret policy, but they interpret policy coming from a privileged situation.
Absolutely. Absolutely, and that's the prerogative of the privilege, right? The privilege can afford to be radical. And that's why a lot of times these people, they change. Because when you gotta get out there and hustle, when you gotta make your own way, even when you have parents who have money, right? At some point, you gotta face the world on your own. And when that happens, all of that, a lot of that radicalism shapes up. It shapes up. But
I'm not rich at all. Please,
Right.
y'all.
No, it doesn't have anything to do with that necessarily. It's just the idea of it. Like it's not only about money.
It's not, and a lot of it is about rebellion. I don't know if y'all ever heard this quote about Tupac, but
Safe to rebel.
Tupac said, as a black man, you get about 30, well, up until you're 30, maximum years of, fighting back, you know what I'm saying? Because, I mean, as a black person, it's a fight. So, he said you get till you 30, and then life beats you down, and you you're not necessarily silent, but, shit levels out for you. And that shit is fucking true. Once you get 30, it's not that I don't believe the same things. I absolutely believe the same things. How I go about shit, what's worth it to me, balance in life, because at the same time, I want to be, happy. I want to be content. I don't want to spend all my life fighting. And once you get, a certain age, you realize that shit. And she'll realize it. Once she gets to the age of wanting a family or whatever it is she wants to do her career, she'll be like, yeah, I don't want to spend all my time doing this. That's why sometimes, I would say I'm very progressive, but I'm not about to sit up here and fight y'all that are closer to my belief. Even though I'm left of y'all, it's not worth it for me. You know what I mean? It's not, and she'll realize that. It's just not, that solves nothing. I'd much rather fight. And this is what I don't get about the left. A lot of stuff I do agree with what they say, but they want to fight within, which is so stupid. I would rather, if you, close enough, it's fine. All right, you don't believe in universal health care, but you believe in something close to it. I'm not about to be no, Lord, I'm not doing that. Because that's not the political climate we live in.
It's the seek of the perfection, and that you can have everything exactly the way that you want it. And that's the thing of the privilege too, right? You get what you want, when you want it, how you want it, and it's perfectly that way. And sooner or later, you learn that life doesn't work like that, and you learn to not let the perfect be the enemy of the good.
I was thinking about one time when you was talking about, how would you like it if you only had to eat noodles and drink tea? Because mommy had to eat noodles and drink tea through college. And my parents were helping me pay for tuition. The thing is, she has more help, and she doesn't understand that. And then she'll say, well, then let me suffer, because I'm willing to suffer with my people. Nigga, you not your people. She's not.
That's what you call hardening character.
Let her suffer, and I promise you, that motherfucker will be crying. Because she cried about it.
You need those people that do have the privilege that are willing to be nah, fuck that. I mean, I just think if she got logical, people, she's not illogical, but she just don't understand how shit work. You know what I mean? She thinks shit should be fair, and we just live in a fair society, that's just what it is. So once you grasp that, and then that's the point you gotta work from. It's with everything with politics. This person's they're a politician, so that's where I'm working from. You know what I mean? I'm not expecting, my grandma out of these people, but
And I'm not rich, y'all. It's just she's been able to be okay. And this is a comfortable child. So imagine what rich, because some of her friends, one of her friends has their own apartment, and her parents are paying $6,000 a month for her to stay in Midtown. So and these are her friends. She's not rich at all. She's just able to eat. She's able to fucking go to class and don't have enough worries that a lot of other kids have. And that's just my sacrifice, right? And that's years of freaking me being in the position I've been in and freaking sacrificing so she can be okay.
The academy is a marketing and training, just for the record. I didn't want to say it because y'all was talking
education there has made her develop these talking points. And then my dad brought up certain things that I used to say as a kid, but I wasn't as far as her because I would actually listen to them. With her, because I haven't been so strong on my opinion and letting her talk when she was younger is what's developed who she is. Like, she watches fucking stupid YouTube videos and thinks she can be YouTube. So she wanted journalism because she wanted to be combat camera. She's watched women get kidnapped, trying to put out information. Some woman she was following that got kidnapped, and like just crazy shit she be watching, like fucking mucus from freaking cows, like her becoming a freaking. My dad told me like I should have put my foot down when she became a vegetarian watching YouTube. Watching animals, watching like how your health is affected. Like it's just crazy. Yeah, but then she doesn't understand the overall concept of the life.
I get you. You're a mother. You're a mother, so she got a lot of you in her.
No, that ain't me. That's social media. Because she wouldn't be calling me a slave to the system. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm a slave to the system. But the slave to the system has been able to help her pay for the shit she needs to pay for.
That's what kids do when they're jealous. She's really testing the ground. She respects you.
Do you have children?
Two.
Oh, congratulations.
Yeah, my daughter went to Harvard. She got a PhD.
Nice.
Some other things with my son, Grammy Award winner. So they've done really well.
Wow, didn't know.
That shit's a headache, y'all. If you got kids, even Dr. A.G., when y'all changing birth, she got kids. When you have to hear these kids, it's a fucking headache. And even trying to influence their decisions or they always have something to clap back. And sometimes their clap back, you really don't have nothing to answer for it other than what your life looks like. Because everything is based off of policy and suffering in the world. It's just not, I don't know. And my dad calls her a mini Marxist. He's like, that's my little mini Marxist right there. She's a socialist.
I mean, all those terms are just thrown out to dismiss somebody wholesale, and
He doesn't say it to her, he doesn't me and my mom. And even but my mom's
it's also inaccurate. I mean, it's also inaccurate too. So like,
my mom supports her, but my mom only supports her because she feels like she's leading. Like with my mom, she's like, she's being a leader, let her be a leader, and then she'll grow up one day. Just right now, just let her be a leader. Just conversation. And she's gotten really good when it comes to policy. We could argue with her about policy when she was a little girl. And like now she knows how to use Google. Now she's that. Now she actually tries to I'll be like, you can do Project 2025 and listen to it if you want to. So like in her mind, it's like now I've taken some of what you got and I'm gonna fight you harder.
Well, that's what you want, right? It sounds like you've raised a smart woman who knows how to advocate for herself and her opinions and think critically. And she might not be agreeing with you right now, but she knows, she'll think it through, right? She'll consider.
Let me delete her Instacart where she can charge my car. And I promise you she'll be calling me, what did you do?
can you do it and screenshot the before and after real quick?
Let me do it for a week.
Audio package.
Wait, can you start removing things that are not necessary, in terms of budgeting, if we're gonna go there and be fiscally responsible?
The only thing I'm kind of scared of, and this is where I may be hurting myself, is I don't want her to starve. I want her to make it through school, and I would be like, I'm gonna have to work extra hours because my mom ain't got me.
How old is she?
Right now, she just turned 19. So it's like, I'm fighting with a 19-year-old.
And she's currently in school full time?
Yeah.
Alright, so
So it's not inappropriate that you're supporting her through school, right? Like, you want her to be able to focus on that.
Right. That's the only reason why it's kind of hard. Like one time I was like, you know what? Eat noodles and drink tea, because that's what mommy did. And I know my parents supported me with everything they could to go through school. So if I was to do that, and my mom, I said that to her over the phone, but then I cut the Instacart off. And then like a week later, she's ordering a 24 thing of water, and she's ordering her rice. She orders nashiki rice, and then she's ordering her she's ordering her shit from Whole Foods. So I'm like looking like, okay, you just spent $200 on my goddamn Instacart. But if I cut that shit off, is she gonna starve and not have food?
Does she drink coffee?
And she drinks coffee.
Okay, so replace it with Taster's Choice Instant. So just try that, and then see how quick.
Scotty, that's just cool.
Give her, and let her decide what it is she wants to do.
No, I'd say Trader Joe's Instant. Don't do that.
No, you just got the message. What are you doing?
You go with Folgers Crystal, Scotty? God damn.
Just decide what her food budget is, give her that, and let her decide what she wants to do.
Maybe I can reduce it to, because she eats a lot of whole food. Maybe I can reduce it to 50% and see how I'll be like.
I'm not run into her at Whole Foods. I'll be like, I'll look at the card. You guys don't mention the card. I'll look at the card and be like, Cuddy's daughter.
Trader Joe's is so much better. So, Patty, my daughter's younger, so this might not be the same, but do you feel like she really knows how to shop?
So no, she doesn't. So what she does is she's one of those people that research certain companies. Like even with her makeup, she won't use NARS. So it's like certain companies, she'll be like, they don't care about the American people. They're just trying to make $1. Like it's like, and what ends up happening, it costs me more. So in grocery or $100 for this and that where she could have spent $50 because it's like in her mind, there's certain companies that's fucking the public over, but you don't have access to money where you can fucking afford to buy this shit.
Right. So instead of like having this argument with her over and over, just give her a specific food budget, right? You get X amount per month for food. You decide what you spend it on. That's it.
But I also think to do that, you have to shop with them. So I get that, Michael, but you also have to do it with them to understand.
But check this out. You can also try this, right, for fun. You can use ChatGPT, right, one of the GPT grocery planners, meal planners, because that might be fun for her, right? And that can not only manage that budget, but she could get that literacy and all of that stuff, and she'll probably, you know what I'm saying?
That's a great idea. Because you can even revise and be like, I'd like more water in my budget. Or what happens if I do this, and it'll give you different versions of it. But I'm going to be honest with you, Patty.
There's no niggas want to drink water out the fucking sink.
They don't do that now. Buy her a filter, a really nice filter there.
Check this out. There was one time where she was only drinking black water.
Better than toilet wine.
And this is when we were in Hawaii. And this is high school. So high school is like, I don't drink that water. They're not helping Flint, Michigan. And let's buy black water, Mom. So I started buying the black water just so like, even though it looks nasty, it's just buying it because they were giving a percentage of the money to Flint, Michigan. But then I think that's where my dad said I failed her. Because like sometimes you give in to kids and you gotta be like, I'm the adult here. Go get a job and buy your own goddamn black water.
But there was other water too.
That's what I'm saying.
There was other water that was less expensive that was up in Flint though.
But I don't know. I feel like also too, you do better so that you can provide better for, your kids than your parents. Even if your parents provided a lot for you, like, I don't know. I also don't have a kid, but I do, help my little cousin who's in college a lot. And I would say I'm
him gone after you made it clear.
Oh, he pisses me off daily. Like I got him today, and this nigga ordered a leather coat. Yo, I ain't lying. Like I said, you can get a coat, a winter coat. Nigga said it's cold up here because he in Virginia. I said you can get a winter coat. Nigga ordered a leather coat that was $465 from Scotch and Soda. I did not tell him to do that. I didn't tell him to do that.
With these kids that are privileged, they still have access, but then they just have.
But also too, like, I was pissed off. I was mad, and I said something about it. But at the same time, you be doing, kind of what you're supposed to be doing. You're not like in no trouble, like. So also, I'm not gonna like make you feel that terrible. And you are privileged. You're a brat. Like on hands down. You know what I'm saying? Like, but I don't know. I'd rather, that than the myriad of other motherfucking things he could be doing. I'd rather be a brat than, be like acting like Young Thug or some shit. So, nigga, if you're a little spoiled, alright, cool, you're in the jail.
Revolution is the spoiled ass kids. That's why I be like, y'all don't know suffering. And I know suffering, but I felt like I know suffering because I was like, I had to eat noodles and drink tea to stay full.
But I used to tell him that all the time, Patty. Like, you don't know what it's like. If this nigga told me, why would you want me to know what it's like? And I was like, but I had no valid answer for that. Like, you're actually kind of like, he was like, ain't that the point? Like, he was like, because when I get older and I have a son, he was like, it's gonna be the same. And I was like, I just was looking at him like, wow, this nigga's actually right. Like, so he was like, I do, like, nigga get good grades. Like, if I say, nah, you gotta pull this up or you gotta do this, he does it. So, I mean, that's your job, like, right now. And when I say, oh, I don't like this or this look crazy, he fixes it. So, like, I can't,
Yeah, but
he's not, like, disrespectful.
doesn't fix it.
Oh, okay, well, that maybe, maybe you hold out on a little bit of stuff, but she ain't no, like, awful kid, you know what I'm saying? So, like, I don't know, it's just so much, especially when I be seeing these young motherfuckers on here, and how they be talking, that shit made me want to just buy a gift just off GP. At least you're not like these motherfuckers.
Yeah, but she doesn't fix it. At least you say your nephew will fix it. She doesn't fix it. Her mindset is her mindset, and she thinks she's like the revolution. And she thinks like the Black Student Union is the revolution. And I'm like, yo, you're not going to community college with the Black Student Union. You're going to a decent school. And y'all revolutionary ideas is coming from a place of privilege where you guys don't know what real suffering looks like. So you gotta fucking like calm it down. Well, I understand, I got it. You're just a slave to the system, but I still love you, Mom.
That's the problem with that they did.
Period.
They also.
If you were to ask her, just ask her, when she comes home for Thanksgiving, ask her, how is your mom to the slave to the, I've asked her, how am I a slave? Because you're fighting for a country that don't give a fuck about y'all. And that's the problem, like, and she will curse. And I allow her to, like, be honest about things because I've always let her. Like, one thing my mom has told me is, like, don't get mad because she's honest. Because that's when you're gonna give birth to a liar. And that's the thing. Like, with my mom, she watched students that had to lie to their parents because the truth hurts their parents and they don't want their parents to know the truth. So, like, me letting her be honest and truthful and have conversations has developed a person that thinks that she can say certain things that may piss me off. And it's like, fuck, like, shut the fuck up. Who are you talking to? I'm a grown ass woman. But I want her to, like, be able to speak to me, but at the same time, sometimes it's gotten to the point, I think because she's now 19, that I don't want to hear her 19 and, like, if she was in this room, I'd probably drop her and tell her, shut the fuck up. You don't know what the fuck's going on.
I'm laughing
because I have a daughter, Patty. I wasn't poking fun. I'm laughing because I can see it already developing with my 17-year-old.
Right, and guess what, Brian? When they go off to college and they have like minds that give them more information, these motherfuckers are smart. They will find policy and find loopholes.
This is also where, understanding how everything works, becomes helpful because a lot of these people, and I don't blame them for, having their views and their passion and being, morally sound. It's, they think that the enemy would be people who are actually fighting to get, like, some of the stuff that they actually believe in done, actually done. Not like, not some ideological win, but an actual win that is, legislation that can actually go through that would actually benefit them. They think a lot of those people, like in the Democratic Party, are just their enemies. And what they will sometimes do is that they will pick out a certain, legislation that maybe they signed on to, that could be part of a bigger bill, and then they will be hyper-focused on that item in the legislation and said, oh, that person voted for this, therefore, they're garbage, everything about them is garbage.
Exactly.
They will do that, and then the other thing, which we also heard this weekend, is when people on the left were questioning Ketanji Brown Jackson's vote, or I guess decision or whatever about the SNAP that happened and why the Supreme Court rejected it, and her reasoning was that it actually goes to, I guess, the circuit court quicker. Maybe Dr. A.G. would know better, but it goes through the process quicker so it can be done quicker instead of the Supreme Court deciding to take it on, which delays SNAP benefits. So because people don't want to actually learn about what these things do, they will immediately think that their decision or their vote, whatever, is nefarious. And therefore, we gotta throw them out. They're not about that life. They're not for us. Look what they did.
So I didn't understand Ketanji Brown's decision, because even with me and her having a conversation about the decision, she understood the decision. She understood the appropriations if Congress had to add additional funds, right? So she understood that. It's just the really crazy ass arguments that we have, and then I don't even argue with her like that no more, because I'm gonna be honest with you. At this point, she has gotten smarter than her own mother. Because I can argue with her something and then be like, give me a second, let me Google this shit because this doesn't make any sense. But then she doesn't understand when you brought up the additional things that may come with this bill that they may have needed, she'll argue why it's not a priority versus what she feels is a priority. So I'm with you on that 100%. Everything that you said is 100%. And she doesn't understand the overall masses that it affects. She just understands how it affects poor people.
She just sparring with you. She just sparring with you. I used to do that with my mom. My dad used to call me. Because I would do the same thing, well, how do you explain this? And she'd be like, I don't know.
And you can Google the argument, you can Google everything. You can use wrong.
I just put the link in the chat that has a really great short summary of why Ketanji did what she did, because she oversees that specific circuit, and she actually outmaneuvered in some ways because she didn't want to go to this shadow docket, like what you're describing, Patty.
And she understands that. So if you go on to Penn, they understand how if you go to Penn, those kids understand what Ketanji Brown's decision was. They understand that. It's other things that those Black student union kids are fighting for that they think is more important than certain things that affect the nation. Because with the Black student union that's out of Penn, because there's so few and far in between with the student population that are Black students, those Black students are fucking more about, they don't see the effects of the nation, they see the effects of a street. You know what I'm saying? Or maybe a smaller percentage that additional benefits. You know what I'm saying? So their mindset is they are Marxists.
Yeah, my original point was just to point out that like some of the people on the left that were commenting on Ketanji Brown's decision didn't actually read it, didn't care to read it. It was all reflexive. This person, made a decision for this. We don't like it because because whatever they don't have any more information on. They see that the conservative justices were down with that also, and therefore they just threw her out completely. So that's what I was seeing online with some of the leftists. Like, oh my God, we lost another one. Like, yo, do you guys even read? Do you drill down a little bit on what's actually going on with procedures and how this whole fucking thing works? But they don't.
But it's weird because when I looked online at social media, it was people on the right that were doing that. I mean, well, for real, like the same as the AOC thing, they were like, well, look what she did. And then it was people on the left trying to explain, like, no, you don't fucking get it. This is what really happened. But what I was seeing, and I'm talking about outside of Clubhouse, on every other, whether it's TikTok or YouTube, they were great videos. And I reposted one on LinkedIn that was from, oh my gosh, I can't remember the name of the group, but the guy he's a Kappa, and he broke it down slide by slide, like, no, this is what it is. And he made it as basic as you could, and it would be like 9 people agreeing with him in the comments, and then one jackass would still be like, well, he still sold us out. Why y'all still rocking with the dims? Like, what the hell?
Yeah. I think at best there were people who were a lot of the good people on the left were at best confused and said, hey, can somebody explain this to me? Or help me understand why would she do this? But at least, me and Jess can get gay married for now. Not together, by the way, I just mean separate. Hello.
So, you guys, somebody threw in there earlier, AOC versus Schumer. Could AOC beat Schumer?
I think he was going to retire. I think he was going to retire anyway.
She couldn't beat Schumer. Even though we got our breath with Schumer, she couldn't beat Schumer.
I think, look, he's what? How old is he? 77?
105. 105.
Okay, so 105,
The confidence.
whatever.
105.
By the time, his re-election's in 2028. So first of all, I think by then, he's gonna be gone. He's gonna be retired. Why wouldn't you retire anyway? Why should he have to go through another state campaign? He's going, and with the threat of AOC or even somebody else trying to primary him. There is a good chunk of people who are sick of Schumer and have been sick of Schumer for quite some time. So I think he's gonna retire, and I think it'll be an open seat, and maybe it's gonna be AOC, maybe it's gonna be somebody else.
And she made it to 85. So
I just don't know I really don't know anybody who's riding for him here. I really don't.
there was people, they said the same about Pelosi. The thing is though, they carry the party. So he has to retire. Like AOC would never be able to take over Schumer if Schumer stayed. No one was able to take over Pelosi, and we keep hearing the negativity with Pelosi, but we also know what she actually has done. And that's why, like, when people, even with just know, me and him got in fights about Pelosi. I don't give a fuck about what's going on with trade. When it comes to Pelosi, I'll fight a motherfucker behind Pelosi.
But they would put radicals against.
Fight a motherfucker behind Schumer.
There's going to be, first of all, I think he's going to retire. I just do. I don't know why he wouldn't. He's 74 now, so he'll be, 77 for his re-election. So, I don't know. I just don't think he's going to do it. Plus, also, yeah, I think we also need a new, minority leader anyway. I think it'd be good for the party overall, get somebody younger in there, not from fucking,
Not too young though.
not too young, but
Not
maybe,
too young.
maybe going to the left of AOC, and there will be people on the, you know, Democrat, Socialist, whatever, you know, that are going to, you know, ride with the person left of AOC. So she's gonna get it from both sides, but, you know, if she can win in the state, then, you know, maybe people can talk about, if she ends up doing a decent enough job, can talk about, you know, her being a viable national option. And she also needs a little bit, like, she gets a little gray hair in there a little bit, get some, little more rasp. Maybe she should smoke 2 packs of cigarettes on the, you know, on the side, on the low, every day, just to get her voice a little more, like, gravelly. And yeah, I think that
Smoke a couple of packs of cigarettes.
on the low, get her voice like an octave, you know, maybe a little bit, like half an octave lower or something.
So you're basically turning her into Pelosi. That's what you're doing.
Yeah, she got a couple of those.
Everything he described was Nancy Pelosi, because he definitely felt like she smelled smoke.
I like her too, by the way. I like her too. I'm just joking, but a little gray, I think would be cool.
Now, when Trent was talking about the look, was he talking about Pelosi? That was the look he was looking for.
Y'all keep sleeping on Pelosi. You know some of her outfits. When she buys her outfits, a lot of these companies be like, Pelosi bought this outfit. Like, Pelosi, y'all keep sleeping on her.
What do you in your closet with Pelosi wear, Patty?
Huh? I don't wear it. A little, not at that age yet. But I love Pelosi. I look at legislation, I look at how she, even with the squad trying to embarrass her in a public forum, how she, like, pulled them in to make things happen. So, like, Pelosi she a motherfucking monster. Y'all keep playing. That's right, Matt's a baby. That's my son. And he even said she's the queen. She is the motherfucking queen. Y'all keep sleeping on that white woman.
I'll always remember and appreciate her ripping up the speech after the State of the Union.
Man, Pelosi be saying fuck you. And she says it in so many words. Remember when they had that? This is where I love Pelosi. Remember when they had that meeting in Trump's office and they were supposed to be talking about, in the Oval Office, her, and he brought up some shit to the public, like, this is what we're speaking about. She was like, no, why don't you bring up, like, she was like, fuck you. This is what we were arguing about 15 minutes before the fucking media came in. She went and embarrassed this nigga on national TV. She didn't give a fuck. Pelosi don't give a fuck. At this point, she's like, you know what, I'm old as fuck. They can vote me the fuck out. I done made my millions. And I'm gonna do what the fuck I wanna do. And she does what the fuck she wants to. And that's where the girl brain comes in. Matter of fact, let me look up this thing. I want y'all to hear this shit. She didn't give a fuck. He was like, yeah, we're talking about, she's like, no, it wasn't.
Correct me if I'm, people's premiums won't go up until after January, correct? For the ACA.
So they're seeing them now, but they're projected to go up. Because the premiums are out now. Right, Jess?
People are getting letters saying what it's going to be, but it's not there yet.
Right.
So the letters that they're getting is quadrupling, doubling, so.
Right, but that won't kick until January? Because that's when they agreed to negotiate in December?
Yeah, so they will, that's why I was asking him earlier, I think maybe y'all weren't in here, what does that look like if it doesn't pass in December? And that's where that's when Coach Lee jumped in, we just happened to come back to the room, and we asked him the question, he's like, yeah, they're gonna be in my fine. But hopefully they don't cancel their premium, depending on how the company, or what the writing is, and they call and say, hey, this is the problem, I can't afford to pay it. Like, I've done that, right? So when I was younger, I couldn't pay my electricity bill that month, and I let it be a month behind, and I put like an extra $100 the month following just to catch up on my bill, you know?
So the enrollment period, so the people who've been getting their letters and been asking to renew, if their letters haven't gone up, or, gone up just a little bit, and they renew it, they sign. Right, but they sign it, are people saying that could change even though people have renewed at the price that is said on the letter? And the insurance companies can go back and say, well, we didn't get the thing, so now it's going up even though you signed for X amount. I don't know that.
Hopefully he said it's gonna go up if they don't pass it. So if it goes up to, like, say for example, when Marshall said his last letter actually was saying he said $900. He's like, well, actually $800 and something dollars. So the first one was an estimation based off of the plans, but then the plan that he's chosen is gonna bring him to almost $900 from $180. That means in January, he's gotta come up with that $900, $800 and something dollars. I wish he was in here so he could tell y'all what it said, but his was 800 and something. So if $180 go up to that amount, where he actually said he couldn't even afford to pay that amount, that's why we asked culturally, like, what it looks like, and he said he just may need to call in. Said, I can't afford it this month, and I'll make the payments over time, but I can afford it this month if it passes. And if it doesn't pass, he just won't have insurance. Because he can't afford $900 a month. He made it clear he can't. Shit, he made it clear he can't afford $600 a month.
Yeah, and if you get canceled from your, because this is going to affect your company insurance too. So if you get canceled outside of ACA, if you get canceled like from your company insurance, it isn't like you just can pay it and jump right back on. You have to wait to open enrollment, is my understanding.
Culturally, are you there? I think he said it cancels for the whole year.
Until open enrollment for the next year.
Until open enrollment again.
Yeah,
So that means they won't mention for the whole year. So don't get COVID, don't get sick, don't fucking break your leg because you can't afford a bed. And then with Trump taking back what Biden said, like, it shouldn't affect your credit report, it's gonna affect your credit report. So
And don't get any blood work. God forbid you do that, because it'll get you there too.
Let me answer this correctly for people in the room, so I don't get myself in trouble. This would be unaffected if you have a legitimate change where you're allowed to make a change. So if you got a new job with a new insurance, or your spouse got a different insurance, so that way you wouldn't have to cancel because you're allowed to leave your insurance in those cases.
right, and that would require me, say if I was civilian, that would require me going from UPS to FedEx.
But okay, so to me that's the best scenario, because you can be part-time at UPS, allegedly be part-time at UPS and get benefits, and that would have to change. You could cancel that other policy, whether or not you stay with UPS or not, allegedly. And then, then you can make other decisions down the line.
But it's crazy too, Brian, as you were talking about going from UPS and allegedly, like a lot of the jobs that are being lost right now are the middle management or higher management jobs because of salary. Whereas, like, I made a comment earlier. Now that you say that, I made a comment earlier when my mom was saying, like, if these subsidies go backwards, right? How it's gonna affect her, right? It's gonna affect her because she uses this thing called Workday. I said workplace earlier.
Yep.
So my mom uses Workday for people to buy into their policy. And what happens is a business, like let's say you got restaurants and you got let's say you got 10 restaurants, or even JD, 17 restaurants. You got 17 restaurants. They may use these applications for people to buy into, and they know that a lot of people that work for them don't make enough money, but they can't afford as a quote unquote corporation or company to freaking pay what they're gonna have to pretty much charge people that's hurting, that's on that line where they may not be able to receive food stamps because they're making enough money, but they need food stamps. They're gonna have to So JD with 17 restaurants doesn't mean he's a small business. It may not sound like a small business to y'all, but what he takes in for revenue isn't enough for him to be considered like a millionaire, a billionaire. You know what I'm saying? Like, he makes enough to make sure he pays his bills and the people are being paid, and then like certain things are being done in the restaurant so that they're able to maintain that restaurant and keep it afloat.
So when I worked in restaurants that were in airports, we had at Denver 2 restaurants that for a year we knew we're gonna lose money, but we were making enough on the other restaurants that made it worth it because those airlines, it was like Frontier or something else, and they were like, yeah, we know you're gonna lose there, but you'll make way more here. That's what they do a lot of times. They'll do that with shopping malls, store. You'll be like, why is that Macy's open in that horrible ass mall? The mall out here was called Valco in Cupertino. Nobody was going to that mall, but because the same owners owned Valley Fair, which was a really nice mall. You know what I mean? So the people do, there's like that, that's almost a monopoly in itself, the way those kind of deals work, but that's just how business works.
Right, and then even with my mom, she has 2 restaurants that are not making as much revenue, but they use the other restaurants to maintain those restaurants in the hopes of those restaurants over the years, like going back to where they were at one time pre-COVID. You know what I'm saying? So like they don't want to close, but if they end up having to close, like for example, my mom closed 1 restaurant. In her mind, it was like, fuck, I gotta close this restaurant because it's like bleeding the fuck out of everything else. So like they don't, and even with JD, it's like I may have to sell this because if I don't, it's gonna hurt my overall revenue. Like sometimes you have to make those decisions, and that's where we're feeling our minority business owners when it policy, and they're not rich. People think they are just because they own a bunch of restaurants. It's them maintaining and being able to like have something for their kids or their family if they were to pass on, and they're hoping for a future.
And if you're a corporation, you can hold on to land, right? You can hold on to spots. Marriott, for example, you can just hold on to hotels with money, because 5 years from now they're proposing they might do this to that city or this. When you have much less money, like you're a small hotel here, you can't afford to do that kind of thing, or restaurant, or any business. And that's the part that's fucked up, is because if you don't have that wealth in the bank or access to that money from the banks, because they also do a lot of credit too. But if you don't have that money, you can't afford to make those kind of risks, and those are the risks that make multi-millions, not just millions,
100%, because like even with JD or even Josephine, my mom, people would say like, oh, your mom's in a small business council, she makes money. She makes enough money to, she makes money. But at the same time, like even with her making the money, for her to lose money to say, hey, like, I don't think people really understand, like these businesses, even though they might say you're a medium-sized business, so you have X amount of employees, those businesses that's trying to become these Fortune 500 companies, or even like, let's pretend not even Fortune 500, like these businesses that people that are trying to make something for their family, it's really hurting them. Like just because you have 17 restaurants, just because you may have 22 restaurants, doesn't mean that you're fucking rich. People think that you're just fucking rich. Like these people are comfortable. These people are freaking trying to make a way for the people that work for them. And these people are looking at what policy looks like for them. Like when it's Marriott or Hyatt or fucking McDonald's, they have a way to make sure that this business in California versus this business in fucking Wyoming is being funded because they can move money around. My mom doesn't have that luxury. JD doesn't have that luxury. You hear a number of restaurants that you don't understand what the profit looks like.
If you guys do, and I'm
I said, so you're saying you're not underground bunker rich?
No, but those people are trying to make a way. So I will say this for I was just saying for my mom or JD, right? These are just two people. For them, they try to make sure that their people are being paid. But then there's a level of what payment looks like. Just because you see a number of restaurants that they may own, that doesn't mean that they actually have the revenue to ensure that wages match inflation. You understand?
But it also impacts our ability to keep top talent, right? Because
Right.
a larger corporation could steal that good, hardworking guy that you invested in and trained up. Now they get plucked away by a corporation. I mean, there's just so many.
And you know how many times that that's happened? Because my mom has sous chefs.
Yep, there you go.
You know how many times that someone was like, yeah, if I can't get the raise, like, I'm looking at going to work in Boston for this restaurant, and it's this type of restaurant. And in her mind, it's like, do I give up that money, or do I like find another sous chef? Or there's just so many decisions made from people that's trying to actually progress and move their company forward to be McDonald's. I'm not saying McDonald's has sous chefs, but I'm just saying as a,
I get it.
you know.
We were losing so many people to the corporate kitchens in the Bay Area were going fucking nuts before COVID. Like that was the place, and I was like, shit, the guys to leave and go work from these places because like they were like, Brian, I can work Monday through Friday. They're like, what are we talking about? I can work 6 to 2. Like that's all I gotta do. And you know what I mean? And then now all of a sudden that whole piece, not whole piece, but a big part of that is gone and will never come back because people aren't in the office. It's just not what it used to be.
Also, McDonald's ain't even really a restaurant, they're a real estate play.
That's a different discussion, but that's true.
Right. And I can tell you, a lot of these small businesses, or I call them small, but the government wants to call them medium. Like, for example, let's say my mom only actually owns 5 buildings, but the other buildings are all leased. And people don't really understand that. You know what I'm saying? Like, they don't understand, like, what it looks like for them on their expenditures versus their intake. So it's like, it's just really crazy. I mean, I understand it because I see all the papers. What you were saying?
Michael, say it again. You're almost in the matrix. Like it's breaking up.
Don't want to give it to them.
Go ahead, you're good now, Michael.
I was saying they just think you rich and you just don't want to give it to them because, you know, whoever has the business, they just must have it and be.
Yeah. And the small businesses ain't as greedy as you think they are. And people try to hold on to talent, they try to hold on to people. Like my mom has made it where it's more comfortable for that person to stay there because they already been there for 2 years, and just retraining someone else costs her more. Like she's tried her best, and that's what these small businesses do. They try to make it comfortable for the people that's there. When they make demands on raises, it's like, what does it look like for me? So like, I gotta go back to my accountant, figure out what does it look like from my revenue if I give them this, and what does it look like for everyone else that's working? Because there was one decision my mom had to make where it was someone else that may have been with her longer, but there was someone else that she felt there was more value into investing in, and that person making a complaint. So with the raise, she was like, if I get rid of this person decides he wants to leave, how do I negotiate that with the person that she felt was more of value to her quote unquote state company, a little small company, you know what I'm saying, small business. So it's a lot of decisions that have to be made from these small businesses that don't have the name, the advertisement from like these magazines that they have to make that can
the time. And I definitely don't want their Sprite equivalent. Ew. Sierra fucking Mist. It's smooth.
Oh, the John 7 Up?
Whatever. Either. Rarely. It's Sprite and Sprite only. Like, all that other shit can move. But yeah, I would say Coca-Cola, Delta, and starting to be Home Depot. But if they do anything in the city gotta adhere.
So during World War II, when the Coca-Cola factories couldn't get, the stuff from Coke, that was when Fanta was created, because they were the Nazis, so they started making Nazi soda, and that's when we got Fanta.
What the fuck? I gotta Google it. I heard. Yeah, not Fanta is a German, even though Coke owns it now. I did not know that. Yeah. It sounds Hispanic, right? Yeah, I thought it was from like don't you want some that to me? No, it's very German. But when you think about it, Fanta, that definitely sounds German. When you say it like that,
I don't know, that is Nazi soda, I promise.
Dog a shame. Honestly, God, I had a Fanta yesterday. Well, they Mercedes-Benz is Nazi too.
Well, you know.
Mercedes-Benz, Porsche, anything that's from Germany, they didn't really have a choice.
Made the Nazi uniforms.
But only Ferdinand Porsche, he actually served time. Like,
Yeah, but Coke was, I know all y'all know this, started off with the coca leaves and then cola nut. It's still both drugs. So like coca is gonna be cocaine, and then the cola nuts, people don't know this, like it's an African thing, and it's like, it gets you high, bro.
Well, yeah, because at the time they like coca wine was a big thing, right? So they had it with alcohol, but like they that was a protected thing. But this with it not being included with alcohol was allowed for broader distribution. It was originally only allowed in soda shops, which was only was basically
can talk about what's going on in the news today. We complained about these raggedy ass kids. Let's see, we're breaking ass. What's going on NBC, CBS? Oh, they're trying to get Mike Johnson is urging House members to return to DC for a shutdown vote. Let me see. Let me go ahead and play that real quick.
Overnight, a major breakthrough in the Senate. A bipartisan group of senators hatching a deal that would end the shutdown stalemate and fully fund large swaths of the government through next September. I'm optimistic that after almost 6 weeks of the shutdown, we'll finally be able to end it. Despite major disagreement inside the Democratic Party. I mean, I'd like to know just because that's also pissed off. The plan would fund all of government through the end of January and pay for military construction, agriculture, and SNAP benefits, previously known as food stamps, through September of next year. It guarantees that all federal workers will get back pay from the shutdown. Those who lost their jobs would be hired back. What it doesn't include, any promises on health care and the extension of the Affordable Care Act tax credits, which is the reason Democrats had pushed for the shutdown in the first place, warning premiums are set to skyrocket.
What this Senate is about to do is make a horrific situation even worse.
Infuriating some in the party, though many still blame President Trump. We did not get our cue that we're being threatened by someone who carries out his threats. Instead, the Democrats who voted yes say they were given a promise on a separate vote for the tax credits and a vow to negotiate, but no guarantees in a Republican-controlled Senate.
We will hold their feet to the fire.
And after attending the Commanders Lions game Sunday, President Trump sounding optimistic at the White House.
It looks like we're getting close to the shutdown ending.
For millions of Americans directly impacted by the shutdown, relief appears to be in sight, a necessity for overtaxed food banks nationwide. Over 40 million people rely on SNAP for food, a big reason moderate Democrats decided it was time to bring the shutdown to an end.
My colleagues know that opening the government was key to stopping that.
A final vote in the Senate could happen as soon as today. It will then go to the House, where its passage is no guarantee. The House has not been in session since September 19th, but members are now expected to be back within 36 hours of final passage in the Senate. And then, of course, President Trump will need to sign it, a process that could take days to complete. Savannah?
It's not over till it's over. Ryan Nobles, iCapital, thank you very much.
Let's bring in Howard Jackson, NBC senior Washington correspondent. Howard, the government's been shut down more than 40 days. The travel chaos around the country, SNAP benefits up in the air for tens of millions. What was it, or what were the combination of things that finally led this group of Democrats to say, enough's enough?
So a couple of big things here, Craig. First, everything you just listed, that combo platter, if you will, of food aid running out, of the chaos at airports, of federal workers not getting paid. People were hurting, and that's what you heard this group of Democrats talk about in breaking with the rest of the party to come to a deal here and try to move that forward. The other thing, though, is one Democrat said it wasn't working. Their whole strategy to shut down the government, to try to put the pressure on Republicans to negotiate on those, what they see as critical health care subsidies, those effectively tax credits for the Affordable Care Act, it wasn't panning out. And so at least this way, in the eyes of this group, they at least have Republicans coming to the table for a vote as per the terms of this deal here. Keep in mind, too, though, Craig, there was an interesting dynamic that you heard them not rule out the possibility of after January, once this short-term funding piece runs out, they may shut down the government again. They're leaving that potential open because, again, those SNAP benefits, those kinds of impactful pieces to Americans wouldn't be so much on the table. So it looks like next steps moving forward for now, as Savannah says, it is certainly not over until it's over. But let's check back in again in a couple months and see where those premiums are. As you mentioned, I mean, there's a real division within the Democratic caucus. There were those who wanted to end the shutdown, and there are quite a few, and we saw many of them in the piece there, that are angry that the Democrats, what they say, caved.
That's right. Look at Senator Sanders. Look at Senator Elizabeth Warren, who called this a mistake. California Governor Gavin Newsom called it pathetic. You're right, Savannah. There's a lot of Democrats who think that the party should have held the line. In particular, when you look at the
election night. It's Republicans who are getting blamed by Americans for this shutdown, according to polling. It's not Democrats who are taking the blame. So you have some of the party scratching their heads going, this doesn't actually make any sense right now. Look at the political dynamics. Of the 8 people who broke with the Democratic Party to move forward on a deal, none of them are up for re-election this coming year. They're either not up this cycle or else they're choosing to leave Congress altogether. So that's the political backdrop. And now you have the top Senate Democrat, Chuck Schumer, facing a lot of heat. He technically did not vote for this, but there are those who are suggesting, including one House Democrat at least, that maybe he should be replaced at this point. All of that said, I will tell you that there are some in the party who feel like, hey, at least Democrats have shined a light on this healthcare issue. They've really put that in the spotlight. A majority of Americans support extending those Affordable Care Act tax credit, those subsidies. And so Democrats feel like they've made that point and they can get to a winning position. Savannah and Craig.
All right, let's see Washington correspondent.
Look, I'm gonna tell y'all again, I don't agree with it. Period. The only thing that gives me a little bit of I'm gonna be on board is because they're not gonna be able to shut down SNAP. Because he was gonna fight. People may have had to freaking suffer and be hungry for up until December for the judicial branch to react since they're so fucking slow. But outside of that, they can't. And he still was working. And that's just a Clubhouse personality, right? But he still was working, and he said on this app, I'm broke. He's working from home, which he had the luxury of someone being nice enough to say, I'm gonna give you a VPN and work from home so you won't have to spend gas money. And a lot of agencies have done that because we know, even with FEMA, they was work from home, and if we need you, maybe Patty will pick you up or somebody else pick you up and bring you to work so we can have those. Because I've had to pick up 2 or 3 people, bring them to work. And not saying they don't have the gas money. They might have the gas money, but we're trying to ease what their bank accounts are looking like right now. So I'll go pick them up, bring them in for the meeting, and then we'll have the meeting and they go home. Take them right back home. So yeah, there are people suffering outside of just SNAP, but even with Shadow at one point, he was I broke as fuck, but I don't know. He was in limbo, should they stop? Should they pay me? And should these subsidies go forward? And he doesn't have a subsidies issue, so he actually was he's in limbo, he wants the money, but how will it affect the country? And I don't want anybody taking any type of way. I have insurance, so my insurance gonna be fine. I'm living in socialism under the way my insurance is set up. I have 100, it don't matter. I don't pay no, I don't even know what a copay look like. Y'all hear y'all say copay? When y'all say something, when Marshall says I pay $180 a month, you know what I think in my brain? By the end of the year, he can buy a YSL envelope bag with $180 he's paying a month. There's no way in hell I would want to pay $180 a month. So, yeah, I don't know. Anybody have any comments on that? You can say what you want. Hey, Brian.
Hey, there's nothing to say. Everything you said was right. I'm just pissed. Fight. When you're winning. It's if you're getting in a fight with somebody, and then all of a sudden you start winning the boxing match, then they'd be okay, I don't want to play. I'm I'm winning. Hold on. I felt we were in the driver's seat just a few days ago. And then we just, for some reason, that's why I don't trust humor. I don't trust the leadership of the Democratic Party. I don't get what they're doing. And they should be ostracizing them for this. They should be attacking them. Not just a couple side comments, but there should be some behind the scenes discussions what the fuck are you doing?
Yeah, that shit. Yeah, I don't know. Because that's the only thing they've been arguing about is subsidies. And then to bring up, to me, I think, and last night, I think I was the minority. I'm not going to be with, and I love him, but I'm not going to be with J.A. Pimpleton. That shit that he said, it's not my problem. I'm not with that, right? Because it actually, to be honest with you, it doesn't affect me how this insurance subsidies go. to that depend on these subsidies. My mom depends on these subsidies. My freaking, and really, she doesn't really depend on the subsidies for herself. She depends on it for the people that work for her. Because my mom still is under insurance where she's in a socialist type of insurance. She got universal, quote unquote, universal health care with my dad's retirement. So she doesn't pay a dime. They don't pay shit. They just pay attention. So like, for me, the only thing I have to do is pay attention. There ain't no dollar coming out my pocket. And it really fucking, like, every time I hear y'all make he only pays $180, motherfucker, $180. I don't want to pay $180 for fucking insurance. For a right to not, for help to not be sick.
But it's all relative though, because for me, when I look at things like that, I always want to know what's your whole package though, because like will you really, like how much are you getting in salary? Because I don't mind you paying huge premium if you're getting a huge salary, or it just depends. You know what I'm saying? Because some people when they come into during the job offer stage, they're just stuck on one thing. Well, I don't want to pay anything for insurance. Yeah, you're getting paid way fucking more here than you were where you were at before. So our insurance plan isn't hurting you as much. Or vice versa, maybe you're getting paid less here, but the insurance plan is much better, especially if you have multiple kids, so this one's better for you,
Yeah, but I think, Georgia, you're in the same position as me, right? Even though you're retired, you don't pay for shit. Yeah, but your fight is for everybody else.
Yes, it's
Could you imagine Georgia paying $180 a month, which is supposed to be cheap in insurance?
Cannot imagine. Cannot imagine. It's sad.
Yeah. That's a goddamn deal.
Yeah, what people are going through, and I don't think we really gotten to know the depth of, and I keep saying that over and over, but I don't think that we fully got the message yet. That's just the trauma that has been inflicted on people with this big focus bill. Oh my God.
Yeah. It's a lot.
What you doing for Veterans Day, Patty?
For whose day?
For your day, Veterans Day.
Yeah. I'm going to work. I'm a civilian entity.
Okay, you going to try to move those
People
what was that? Okay. These small business owners about to be hurt trying to pay for their employees' insurance packages. I heard it's getting crazy too.
Like what small businesses are paying for health insurance?
Any small businesses that have employees.
I don't believe small businesses are required to pay for health insurance.
And provide their employees with insurance packages.
Yeah, this has to be at least 50 employees.
And those are the ones I'm referring to.
consider a business that has 50 employees or more necessarily a small business. But yeah, the rising cost of healthcare is definitely going to affect companies from.
The government doesn't almost small business, but my mom has more than 50 employees, and that business is
More than 50?
yeah, but they suffer.
Yeah, businesses of all sizes from 50 to 50,000 are going to suffer.
Yeah, but when they're like, let's say you got 150.
It's all proportional. They're all going to suffer.
But they suffer bad. They suffer really
They all suffer bad.
That's what I thought. I thought they suffer a little worse.
But 150,000, let's say you got 150, let's say you got 20,000 employees. They can still move money around. My mom can't move money as easy as somebody that has 1,000 employees. It doesn't move like that. It still moves like a small business. Yeah, that too. Because
you have a 20 employee, 50 employee company that makes, $200 million a year.
yeah, that's right. That's true.
So it depends.
But when it comes to the restaurant business, 150 employees still hurts them.
Yeah, but now we're qualifying that. But my point is, yeah, every business is going to hurt substantially with the rising cost of healthcare. It's not going to be good.
Well, that wasn't my conversation. So the point I was making was that there are going to be some businesses, and yes, to qualify is definitely the right thing to do. It's going to hurt more than others. That was my point, and when it didn't have to be the case. So I'm going back to my original premise, and that is that that big bogus bill caused damage. So basically, that's really what I was trying to say.
Do you think that that taxes are going to be right-sided to not pay for the subsidies if they don't get extended?
I don't think that taxes is ever going to be right-sided when you have the top 1% that's not paying.
That's not my question. Right, the subsidies come from tax revenue, right? Right, everybody pays with their paycheck. They pay federal taxes, right? And some of that money goes to subsidize or lower the cost, like if you go to the ACI or you're on Medicare, right, you're paying let's call it $200 a month in premiums, right? The real cost of that, the sticker value is $500, but because everybody is paying taxes to lower the cost for the people that are buying it, right? That's what the subsidy is, right? Do you agree with that?
You were being buying. Yes, I agree with that.
Do you agree with what? I'm sorry.
I said
that's what a subsidy. Right, a subsidy is taking tax money that everybody pays into to lower the cost of a specific product that some people use, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So we've been doing that for a few years now, a good number of years, to keep healthcare costs low for the people that need it on the ACA or Medicare or Medicaid, right? If those subsidies are no longer going to occur, right, and the Republicans want people to go to the ACA now and pay the full sticker price, does that get to mean that all of our tax dollars go back down a little bit?
I think so. I don't think they're looking out for nobody, and it's a damn shame that somebody's gonna have to go and pay the sticker price. So you and I are never gonna agree. So you're trying to walk me.
No, I agree with you. I'm agreeing with you.
Oh, okay. Well, no, I don't think that our taxes are never gonna go back down because I think that they're only trying to get richer, and so I think the money will be siphoned into somewhere else and basically stolen. Because I feel like.
He's getting richer though, because I agree with you that taxes are not going to go down.
The rich are getting richer. The rich.
Well, how did the rich get? I agree with you fundamentally that our taxes are not going to go down because
the Republicans aren't gonna go for that. But I what I do fail to comprehend is how are the rich getting richer in this scenario when subsidies are gonna expire? Because I don't think that's gonna happen.
From that particular program, no, I agree with you at that point. I'm not saying that they're gaining anything from that debacle. If you're trying to say that you think that's what I'm saying, no, that's not what I'm saying. I'm speaking more general than anything.
Oh, sorry. I was just texting. My cousin sent me this thing. So, y'all heard of Art Basel? So, I have a cousin. Her name's Nikki Glanton. She'll be talking in Miami for the Inclusion and Impact Summit. I'm going to go ahead and put that on my PTR. She's like, just share.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
I love Art Basel. I used to go all the time when I lived in Florida.
I'm putting on my PTR, y'all, the QR code to support her. She's actually like, I know somebody thought that so my daughter has pictures with her and I was using that as my PTR at one time. And she's worked with Mercedes-Benz. She's been a change agent for NFL, NBA players at Atlanta. Her father is Michael Glanton. He's one of the politicians. He just retired this last yeah. So they do a lot in the community. And she's a Filipina. That's my mom's sister's baby. Pearl. Everybody calls her Pearl. So, like, support. And she'll be talking about elevating inner leadership, drive sustainable business impact. And she's one of the featured speakers. So, she texted me like, I need you to come down with me. So, I don't know how that's gonna work. So it has to be a day off. So I can freaking let go. I love this for her. That's why I was on mute because I was texting back. Damn, shout out to me. I ain't doing it. Shout out to her. Hey, Royal.
Hey. How's everybody?
What's this picture you got? Is that yeah?
Oh yeah. Y'all were talking about glasses. So, all my pictures are AI. I guess that's what I use now. But it's me. It looks just like
so we decided to put my AI glasses picture. That's what I wear every day.
I'll have to close in a second because she asked me if I can help her with something real quick. I think it's with her eye. I don't know what's going on. But she used to be in the military too, but not like me. She was in active duty. She was reserve. I'm trying to read these messages. Yeah. I'm trying to read these messages real quick. So I might have to bounce in a second. What's the lead story, Mike, since you got so much to say? It explained to you why I was quiet for a second, because I had to read messages.
Mike is a blabbermouth.
Come up, Mike. Now, what's the problem?
Good afternoon,
You know, I have a life outside of Clubhouse, believe it or not. That's the reason I have you on the
Good afternoon, Patty. How you doing?
Good afternoon. But I have a life outside of Clubhouse.
We all have life. We all have life outside of.
Right. So, like, I have to be
So why you get so hostile? Why are you? We're not.
Like, why?
I'm not your. Okay, but I'm not your enemy. Why you gotta talk to me like that?
I'm gonna be honest with you. There's only 2 moderators right now, right?
Absolutely.
Lisa has a job. Patty has a job. Most of the time, we have more than 2. And I'm trying to like maintain the room at the same time, like trying to talk to my cousin. So, what's the problem?
You tell me you want to be in hostile.
I'm just asking what the problem is.
I don't have a problem with you, Patty. I don't even know you that well to have a problem with you.
Okay, so it says, why is the room so quiet now? This is hilarious. Good fucking grief. Where is all the big talk?
Okay, so why are you personalizing that? It's not like I said, Patty, and I called you out your name. I'm looking.
If you got something to say about the room is Patty.
Absolutely, but I'm not taking shots at Patty. No, I'm just trying to figure out where. I mean, all the big talk and the thumping of the chest and the champagne bottles, and I mean, there's a lead story. I'm not really seeing any. I'm not seeing anybody really talking about the lead story. We know what the lead story is, but we're just kind of burying it. It's interesting.
We haven't buried it. Maybe you weren't here earlier.
Is this a real conversation we're gonna have? We still won. No. Please be quiet. Please be quiet. Mike, I will drop you myself. I don't care what she says at this point. All this stuff you're doing right now is pathological. So we won. We're still celebrating that. Patty just told you we're at work. I work. I'm at it. I can't be flapping my gums. I stepped out the room to say that. The lead story, I put it in the chat. I'm chatting with you in the chat. You put a long soliloquy in the 420 chat. A long soliloquy in the 420 chat. This is gonna, y'all go look at it. Everybody leave the room now. Don't leave. Go down to what he put in the 420 chat. Now, whatever is happening, listen, I just told you that I stepped out of my room. What's happening now, I'm for it. If these people in leadership thinks this is the best thing to do, we will be celebrating the fact that people are gonna eat. Unlike you, you're making a mockery out of something that's very serious. If they open it back up, now people can eat. Patty, let's have a celebration room. Let's have a celebration room. I will be done with this patient in 20 minutes. If you have to leave, I get it. When you open back up, we're going to celebrate the fact that people are going to eat.
Wait, what?
Got it?
No, I don't got that.
No, I'm not talking to you.
I actually don't got it. This government,
Well,
this government, hold on.
I'm not your teacher.
This government held its citizens, this government willingly held its citizens hostage. And we're just gonna celebrate that they just
Don't hold people hostage.
I'm not gonna deal with the crumbs falling off the table.
Don't hold people hostage.
I'm not now.
Fuck the Republicans. That's who the fuck held people hostage. They use people knowing damn well that they may be hungry And
why are we celebrating? Why are we celebrating? Hold on. So why, even if that were true,
I will use green beans.
even if that were true, why are you celebrating the Democrats came into that?
Oh, give me a second. I'm about to go ahead and turn the hand raising to everyone can so I can drop your motherfucking ass because you don't know how to stay on mute. So now you're gonna stay on mute. Now I can't hear your voice. Well, you got a whole fucking president that tells freaking, number one, USDA had additional funds. Let's pretend that he said we're not gonna dig into other funds and we're gonna have to do a partial payment. When you tell fucking senators that if you fucking pay, if you put some money towards people eating, we're not gonna reimburse you, you done lost your motherfucking mind. Now you're fucking using people's families as fucking leverage to fucking pass bullshit. Who the fuck is you? Now what the fuck you got to say, Mike, since you in the chat talking about people being on mute? Ain't nobody motherfucking winning. The only people right now that's winning is we're making sure that people fucking eat. But guess what's gonna happen again in December if shit don't pass? Shadow is gonna be on this clubhouse stage talking about he ain't getting motherfucking paid. So what the fuck is you talking about at this point?
Well, again, I didn't have any smoke towards you, or at least I don't know why y'all are continuing.
Nigga, cause be the motherfucker that was green bean on this motherfucking stage.
I respect that, but the thing that I be talking about when these situations come, all that leverage talk, I just did not understand I thought that was ridiculous. I thought it didn't make any sense. I'm never gonna accept that. And then you come to, and Patty, you're not a dumb woman at all. I thought that you were dumb. We would have a whole different energy, and you would hate me because I would talk to you a certain day. I don't think that you're dumb. But then you come in and it's certified. It's just like this. That's an awful way to put that. Now, if you want to say both sides hold blame, I'm with you. But both sides definitely hold blame. And all of the tough talking and all of the lying and explaining that Democrats were out here doing for y'all to bend the knee, because let's just call it what it is, the knee was bent for nothing. And you lied and you out there. I just don't understand.
So they bent the knee for people to eat?
Y'all can never
They bent the knee for people to eat because we all know that the judicial branch takes a while before shit goes down. So they're waiting for people to say that we may be able to pay these states back. They changed that they motherfucking use it to feed people. So they bent the knee to make sure that people eat. If that's what you call bending the knee, then sometimes you have to bend the motherfucking knee.
But Patty, but see how it could be.
But hold on, Patty, before you go, don't let it pass by what he just said. And I heard you, Mike. I know you're smart, because if you were a dumb woman, I'll be talking to you in a different way. I didn't let that slip.
Yeah, but no, I'm not saying it like that. I'm an attacker, but I'm just saying
What you said, though.
I got to stop. Y'all just
you can stop it on the whole stop.
Take accountability.
You still said it.
You can't take accountability. Stop booty clapping. You cannot take accountability. And for all of that leverage talk, stop booty clapping. For all the leverage talk that y'all was up here talking, for you guys to do that, and then now conveniently you can just come back and say, oh, we did it for the American people because that's the part that slips.
Obviously, you just came in the room, right? So I had an argument for why I didn't see it with the federal employees, right? Because I know what the past looks like for me, just for me. I don't know how it would have worked under this administration, but I know during the first administration what it still looked like, right? So the only thing I said that I give them a pass on is ensuring that people had fucking food. I don't give a fuck about them having a big ass Thanksgiving dinner at this point. That's a white man's fucking celebration. What I'm telling you is I wanted them to be able to fucking send their kid, be able to fucking make a fucking a dinner for their fucking kid with this $6.70 a fucking day they get per person in the house. I wanted them to be able to get that $6.70 so they can fucking eat at least $6.70 per household or per person in their household. That's it. And that may be the problem with fucking Democrats, is that we have empathy for not just we're fucking making sure that people fucking eat. But guess what? This fucking country is gonna be on another motherfucking put a pause on Shadow's payments. And Shadow is a Clubhouse personality, but it's him being able to be paid, and he still has to fucking work if shit don't go through. So they won. So what's next for you? People got to get fucking meals. Now niggas can buy a fucking sandwich. They can fucking make a sandwich at home. Now they can fucking have dinner at $6.70 per person in their home. And you don't think that's not winning?
I think it is winning. That's what's concerning me. That $6.70 a day is winning, but these people are really weird. I know I'm using Rez's word, but come January, I mean, this effed up administration and so-called leadership, if people have the gumption to brag about this madness, is straight up retarded to me, because this country is on life support, and Make America Great Again don't include no black faces and definitely no scars.
It has nothing to do with what we're talking about. Take some accountability for the fact that the Democrats continuously shut the government down. Stop putting all the blame. I didn't say that the Republicans don't have any blame to put. I'm not saying that the Republicans couldn't have negotiated or created some better, verbiage in some of those bills that could have acquiesced in any form of action. But don't just sit up here and make it seem as if it's just nothing but the Republicans. And then now all of a sudden the Democrats get like, don't do that.
Yeah, but realistically speaking, that's dumb, and I'm gonna tell you why. No, it's dumb because of the fact that if you were to swap yourself out, right, so swap them out with like yourself, right, and somebody else, and it could be any scenario where somebody says, okay, well, this is what I'm going to put through. And you're like, well, and we like negotiate that? And they're like, no, we cannot negotiate it. I win, I hold the gun, I hold everything. And you just got to live with what I put out. It doesn't matter how many people get hurt, including the people that I'm in charge of, and you, right? This is what we're going to do. And I'm just like, all right. But then when it comes to, the next time a situation comes into play, well, I need you to stand with me on this. Well, no, because you did this thing over here and you don't want to negotiate with me. So negotiate with me and then I'll stand with you. Well, no. Okay, well then what am I supposed to do? I'm supposed to just say, okay, just acquiesce and just be cool with it, even though it's going to hurt all of my people, all of your people, and you don't care, and you're going to say that it's my fault? What are you talking about?
Clean CR bill.
No,
it was
bro,
a clean CR bill.
There is no such thing as a clean CR. That's not even a real thing anymore. At this point, that's not a real thing. Because the fact is, all they could have done is says, well, we're not going to let everybody's health insurance just like quadruple. We're just not going to do that. But instead, they said, you know what, I don't care. We wrote the bill that's going to make that shit quadruple. And we're just going to live with that. And short shoulders.
And to World's point, right? To World's point, the GOP had several months prior to this to have a conversation, and they chose not to. Like, that's an aspect you have to at least acknowledge. What Royal is saying, they didn't come to the table and talk to the Democrats. They didn't. They literally just shoved it down people's throats.
I disagree with that.
When did they have a conversation with the Dems?
Kamala didn't win, if Kamala would have won, we wouldn't be in this motherfucking position. I mean, look, at the end of the day, Mike.
And just so Mike knows, we gonna shut this shit down again. How about that?
Yeah, wait, you can shut it down. I don't care if you shut it down. Just put the money in my cash app.
Who's gonna shut it down? Who's gonna shut it down? Be specific. Who's weak? Who's shutting it down? Wait, no. I wanna hear that answer. I wanna hear that answer.
They're gonna shut it down
Oh, the
again.
Republicans are
They
gonna shut it
cowards.
down.
They're
That's
cowards.
bullshit. That's bullshit. And that's the reason why that's why I can't fuck with the Democrats.
They might.
It's never
You know what I'm saying? They probably will. But again, I'm okay with the government being shut down, but goddamn it, because of where I work, motherfuckers need to send me money. And this bitch can stay shut down forever. I mean, look, Mike, at the end of the day, at the end of the day, okay, putting SNAP benefits, putting people's, food, threatening them with like pulling their food money, that's insane. Let's just keep it real. We know that's insane. Only a person who does not care about anybody else would do that.
I agree.
Okay, so that's number one, because they could have very well funded all of that was outside of the shutdown. They didn't want to do that, okay? Or he didn't want to do that specifically. That's number one, but the other thing is, how this world will always work best is if people negotiate. If you don't negotiate and you say, well, I have all the cards and you're just going to have to stand with me even though I don't want to negotiate with you, you just got to do it, otherwise we're just going to threaten everybody. To say that it's the other people's fault when they have less power is insane. You cannot try to convince anybody of that. And I'm pretty sure there's people that have been convinced of this argument, but it's pure illogical nonsense, and you know that. You have to know that. How does the world work if you don't know that?
Yeah, but I never said that the Republicans are not to be blamed. I never said that all that.
You're framing it as the Democrats are, Mike.
Trump's playing the game and talking about, we can't take the money and he's got to be prompted. You think I agree with that? No.
Yes, because of the way you're framing it.
I also don't like, on the other hand, is I have eyes enough to be able to look at the fact that they voted for it. And the Democrats voted against it time and time again. And nobody wants to tell the truth about that shit.
No, we all acknowledge that they didn't. We acknowledge that they didn't vote for it, Mike. We acknowledge that. But there's a reason why. Because the GOP didn't talk to him in the first place. Why should I believe that you're going to talk to me after I signed a clean CR when you didn't talk to me in the first place, Mike?
We always do clean CRs, man. What are we talking about?
It's bad faith to say I'm going to negotiate with you after the fact. When you didn't negotiate with me the first time around. When you passed the big ugly bill, you didn't talk to me, Mike. Make it make sense.
I mean, at the end of the day, they should have never passed the bill in the first place. Not in that manner. Of course, they was going to pass something. We all know that. But they did not have to pass anything that just basically cuts people out of subsidies, cut benefit programs. They did not have to do that. They chose to do that. That was a deliberate choice. It was a poor choice that is going to hurt the country financially. Because if they would have left all of that stuff there, we would have been financially better off going 10 years into the future. Everything says that this is a bad bill. Everything. And so the Democrats are doing their best to say, okay, well, hey, if you want me to stand with you on your continuing resolution, then you got to fix some things in this bill that is going to hurt this country. You have to. Well, you don't want to, so why should I stand with you on anything? Go ahead. Figure out how to pass it on your own. I don't need to sit there and sign anything with you if you're going to fuck me over. And now, here we are, weeks later, right? And look, I know people are down on the Democrats. I totally get that they're down on the Democrats. And I totally get the fact that the Democrats saying that, well, those 6 who signed with them said, look, this is really not getting us anywhere at this point. We got to figure out something else. I get both sides of it. It's a mess. The fact is people do have to eat. We can't, like the fact that they use
it's anywhere near the Democrats' fault is wild. It's not their fault. It's not even close to being their fault. Oh, maybe because they lost, that's their fault. That's what you got. That party's just not a good faith party at all, man. It's just not. It doesn't make any sense that any majority of this country, of constituents, would ever vote for that party again. I don't get it.
I'm sorry, y'all, I'm texting.
You good with that?
But yeah, this is kind of ridiculous. That kind of is ridiculous.
Do you feel like we need a backup plan to feed people? Like a serious backup plan
So
from
right now,
state governments?
right now, we don't now, right now, if they were to put the government in pause, then no, not right now. But the government's gonna end up shutting down again.
But that's what I mean. I mean, because of that, it's like people need to go to their state government, their governors, and try to put some type of plan together for this next upcoming obvious shutdown.
Yeah, I don't know how to answer.
The SNAP benefits were funded throughout 2026, I believe, as a part of this bending the knee.
Yeah, it was.
Don't talk about that part, Georgia, because, Mike says, he bent the knee. We help the people of the country.
Exactly. So this madness. They also voted to back pay for federal workers when they bent the knee.
You're gonna call a win a win, however they wanna call it a win. If he calls it a win, then, I don't know. I'm just gonna,
I never called it a win, Patty, just for the record. I never called it a win.
but you just said that they were on mute after. Let me go ahead and read your messages, 'cause I'm slow.
You said they bent the knee, which means someone won and someone lost. You said someone bent the knee.
That's not what that means.
Absolutely.
That's not what that means.
Absolutely.
What it means is, we sat up here for all this time.
Okay, so the Birdman hand rub, what was the Birdman hand rub about? Why is the room so quiet now? This is hilarious, good freaking grief. Where's all the big talk they're leading? They're talking about folks' class and everything. The lead story, hilarious. So what was?
Right, that wasn't me saying that the Republicans won. Where did you see that at?
No, so what was it about? I didn't say that.
What it's about is that Democrats, when the lemon meringue pie is in your face, why y'all just can't own that shit? Why is there always at every single term, everything is on the Republicans? You don't take accountability for any fucking thing. What are you? Who died and made y'all fucking kings?
That's
And y'all the main ones to talk about, and you're the main ones to talk about you hate kings, but you guys move like you're the fucking
ones?
The Democrats.
No, I'm saying one second, like the leaders, the base. I just want to.
I don't want to meander. I don't want to get into gotcha.
This what's not meandering. I'm trying to understand what you're talking about.
You stood up here. Y'all talked all this shit about.
No, Mike, I just got here.
All these fucking.
Mike, you gotta chill out, bro. Mike,
I'm just having a conversation.
You gotta chill out. You gotta chill out. I was just asking because I just got to the room. Hold on, bro. Let me come up because I just got to the room. Were you talking about anybody specifically or just? I know, but I have a clarifying question. Were you just talking about the Democrats generally or like the leadership? That's all that's.
Whatever. Tomato.
Tomato in the audience. You come in here respectful to people and you ask a clarifying question and ain't been an asshole for no reason. I'm not an asshole to that man. I barely even speak. I was just asking what he was talking about so I can keep up with the conversation. So tomato, make yourself some bolognese sauce in the audience. Make sure it's nice and spicy. Put some carrot in it and some zucchini and give it some body. Jesus Christ, bro. I was just asking. I really laughed up, but I was just asking. He didn't leave. He's not there. I'm just asking him a question. All that yelling at me was insane. Now he wants to play victim watch.
He couldn't explain what he was trying to say is what it was.
I literally was just trying to ask.
Yeah, no, but he couldn't explain it.
Yeah, I was literally just trying to ask him if he was talking about in general or whatever. I'm at work. I wasn't even listening. All that extra. Democrats this, Democrats that. You know, for people who pretend to be so nonpartisan, maybe the most partisan people. Who cares? I'm telling you, when you are a black conservative and you're a black MAGA, like Mike and many others, why do they always come around us? Go to your own people. Just go hang out with them sometimes. I tried to be polite to the man, and he's just a jerk for no reason. That's why a lot of these people are MAGA. They're mean, bitter, oftentimes low-achieving individuals. I just asked him a question, that's all. Look at Democrats are trash. They are. Republicans are trash. Everybody's trash. But let's just have a conversation. He says Democrats are trash, but at least they're fighting for people's health care. Are Republicans fighting to help Americans? No, they're literally fighting to keep food stamps away. That's pretty trash.
No, they bent the knee. That's what he was saying. They bent the knee. And they should be happy about that.
I literally just was asking him a question. But you know, when I start talking, notice how a black MAGA don't really talk to TC will crap. They don't really talk to me. They go back and forth with Patty. Because they'll get Patty to crash. And then like that. He won't go back and forth with me. So I'm not going to crash like Patty. Patty will cuss you out and keep it moving. That was insane. Absolutely insane.
You know, after reading all of the shit he put in the chat, I'm realizing he just puts fucking word salad. He doesn't have a coherent message at all. I gotta ask this. Okay. I'm afraid to ask this, actually. No, I'm not gonna do it.
You know, he does that on purpose so he can be moved down. So he's rude on person can move down. And then later on, he can say, he was moved down. If you occasion your own removal, you don't get to then throw that in somebody's face later on. I was just asking him who he was talking to. He's just talking about, this is totally insane. These people are sick.
Honestly, I should know better than to argue with him because he never has anything to talk about. You can't even talk. He can't talk about basic policy versus something that's just coming out from. I don't know. We can't even talk basic constitutional principles, so I don't even know why I even engage in this book. stage. That's what it was.
100%.
If it would have been a woman, he would have kept arguing.
Yeah, and then he'll be able to go to. I saw, he's one of these Kevin Samuels dudes, and he would have said, women are this, women are that. But with another man, he can't have a conversation. I was literally just asking who he was talking about. He crashed. I don't know if y'all was there yesterday. TC crashed coming in the end of a conversation yesterday. This is embarrassing. It's embarrassing. He won't be coming in today, so it's a TC will be here soon. So he won't actually be coming in here today. At least not with me. I can move down if y'all want him.
Nah, he's scared of you. He's scared of you.
He ain't coming in here.
He won't argue with a man. He'll argue with these women. That's what it is. He'll argue with me. It's RAG. That shit is amazing. I love how you men love to argue with us women. Let me see what we got going on in the news other than last night.
Is Dr. AG there?
Dr. AG.
Dr. AG, are you there?
Yes, sorry.
Okay, so maybe you could break it down for me. So, no, seriously, I'm really trying to understand. I'm sure there's a criticism to be had, but can you give me the best version of the criticism from people who don't like the shutdown deal?
Oh,
Like, can you steel man that as much as possible? Because I'm not getting a lot of it.
yeah, no. Look, so basically, what I understand is that they didn't get the subsidies. And so because they didn't get the subsidies, they should not have made any deal.
So the people who are making that criticism, are they fine with the government being shut down for over a year because the Democrats in the House, they would be sworn in until January 2027? Like, are people okay with that?
To be honest, I don't think they thought that far.
Well, so they think that if it just did shut down, the MAGA Republicans who want to get rid of Obamacare since Obamacare was passed would magically get the subsidies. Is that what they're saying? I'm confused.
I guess. I don't know. I mean, I don't understand it outside of the purity point, which is very rarely thought out logically to any conclusion beyond being a purity point. So I would imagine part of the calculus is that eventually the Republicans would give in.
Oh.
Yeah, that was their speech. That was all their speech.
Even though there's no evidence to suggest that would happen.
So then is the idea that if they renege on the vote and or they vote against it, do they not know that the Democrats could just shut the government down again in June? I mean, not June, in January.
Yeah.
So what's wrong? So that's the part I don't understand. What's wrong with that? I'm really trying to understand.
Yeah, and so from what I heard from somebody today, it's like, okay, and so then it starts all over again, and then what?
But they got, in case it does start, they got things that will lessen the suffering from people.
Right.
I don't,
Yeah, that's what I said. But I mean, I don't think there's a logic to it, honestly, beyond they didn't get the thing that they said was the thing.
okay.
Right? It's
I
very
appreciate it.
myopic.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, it sounds like to me, from what I've heard and read online, a lot of the issue is, people have just been hankering to, who claim to be Democrats, just been hankering to say negative things on the Democrats because last week was so good, they just don't feel normal. It's only normal when you could say the Democrats did X, Y, and Z bad, and it's good to, I don't know. With friends like these, I mean, that's.
Yeah. And the Democrats, for once, they themselves are allowing the victory to be a victory. Because they know how to, what is it, snatch defeat from the jaws of victory.
Yeah.
They know how to do that. So I don't know. I mean, from watching it, I think it was pretty smart what they did. And they manipulated the Republicans into giving them some things that are gonna put them in good stead should the Republicans renege on having the vote in December.
It also seems to me, I don't know if you've seen all the Senate all the candidates running for office are against it. So people can say, I'm against it, and all the people that voted for it are either retiring and a few aren't up for re-election. So obviously, if you got exactly 8, it's clearly a coordinated political strategy.
Right.
And it's a shame that people think it just happened to be 8. Like it just randomly, of all the numbers, it was 8. And not 7, not 12. It's just the magic number 8. And they all just happen to either be retiring. Like, I don't know, maybe like last Tuesday there's a strategy, and maybe instead of just saying the Democrats caved, maybe they have a strategy. Is that at all possible, or no?
The Democrats can't play what is it that they say Donald Trump plays? 5-dimensional chess?
Yeah, he can play 4-dimensional spin chess.
Yeah, Democrats are incapable of that.
Okay.
It seems like I think somebody said 48 hours ago they were already planning this, so it wasn't like just yesterday. Well, 48 hours from yesterday, that time when they announced it. And yes, you are right. All of those people who voted for it are either going to be going on a re-election in 4 or 6 years or whatever, or they're going to retire. So this makes sense why they did this.
Trent's saying money came through. I don't even know what he's talking about. Why did money come through now, but not 2 weeks ago? That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't even understand. Like, I'm trying to understand people. So, like, if people don't like the deal, Brian Daboll just got fired. Breaking news for Giants fans. If people, I'm just like, wow, I'm just confused. Like, they could just shut it down again. I don't even understand. I don't even think it's that big of a. I don't even think it's like that. I don't think it's that deep. Well, I don't know. They caved. So what did the Republicans get? They got guarantees of SNAP, which they didn't want. The president didn't want people to get back pay. They wanted to fire people, so they lost all of that. And now the big, sprawling, overspending government is back open. And now they have to give a vote on this thing, which they don't want to vote on. And if they don't, Democrats can politicize that. What did they cave in? Republicans got absolutely nothing. I don't even understand. Dr. G, help me.
I don't
Trent said,
know.
of course, I don't understand. Here, what if Trent explain it?
Oh yeah, that he would be better. Because I can't fathom confusion.
Trent goes to D.C. Trent's been in D.C. like 2 times in his life and knows nobody in D.C., but he's going to explain it to me. I'm in D.C. office. Go ahead, Trent. You explain how it works, since you know more senators and congressmen than I have working in politics down in McAllen, Texas. Go ahead, Trent. by the terrorists. That's what he said. He was fooled. It's just amazing how he has inside information literally on everything. Oh shoot. I remember when Trent said that the terror attack in New Orleans was ISIS. Y'all remember that? It was a big ISIS terror attack because it was a black ISIS flag hanging out the guy's back. Y'all remember that?
Yeah, that's what he was saying, because he had got advanced information from his sources on the ground.
It's amazing. It's absolutely amazing. Oh, fantastic. That's when I bring Trent up.
It was an ISIS flag in the back of the car. I just told you it was ISIS.
You said it was ISIS.
I said it was an ISIS flag in the back of the car.
ISIS attack.
Yes, and it came out that it ended up being an ISIS flag in the attack. I mean,
You said it was an ISIS attack.
I said it was an ISIS flag in the back of the car, and the man was, crazy. Thought he was ISIS. A lot of people think they're ISIS. Anyway, no, I mean, Megan Music, I would love to talk about Brian Dayball, but we'll stick to the topic. I think, and I haven't really, I'll be honest, I haven't looked at every single senator that voted, but just from what I've seen.
Name the ones that you've looked at. Name the ones you've looked at. Let's start there.
What's his name that's retiring? The old dude. They're all fucking old.
No. Why? Stay on mute. Because Trent, he said he didn't look into all of them. So let's him tell us as he thinks of names he hasn't looked into. Go ahead, Trent. Tell us the senators you've looked into.
Angus King. So, King, Durbin, and, Fetterman, I think that is.
Angus King is not retiring.
No, I didn't say retiring. I said the old dude. So the old dude. So when you look at who voted, I need to go look further at where their funding comes from.
So I looked into it. What is that? So where does his funding come from? Angus King's funding, since you looked into it.
Let me go look at Angus King's funding.
Well, wait a minute. You just looked into it. How did you forget it? It's been this morning. You've already forgotten.
Yes.
So I'll tell you. Angus King, who's a senator, raised only $5 million. His biggest contributors, dollars. His top contributors of the last some years, the top is APAC, 31,000, Triumphant Environmental, 33,000. I mean, these are numbers of checks that we could just write in. You don't need big money for Maine.
Nice.
So go ahead, what else did you learn? Is he owned by Big Lobster? Owned by Big Lobster Roll, the potato roll company? Did they want to end the shutdown?
What I'm saying is when I look at these people who voted, I believe that there is a money aspect behind them putting their vote in.
So I'm asking, what money is Shaheen getting by ending the shutdown?
There's obviously people who want the shutdown to end, right? And I believe that money influenced it. I don't know.
senator of Virginia, whose constituents are overrepresented in federal workers.
That's true.
What's the difference to that?
Yeah, I guess
That surprises you. The senator of Virginia wants to end this shutdown. Come on, bro. That's not working.
No, you're right. You're right. I didn't think of the impact.
But you said you found the money. You traced the money. So what money did you trace?
No, I think it's money. I think it's money that's influencing all
Money. What money?
Money from certain PACs and industries. I think it's money.
But why wouldn't it work the other way? Would the insurance companies want to hold out until they got the subsidies? They have more money than Big Crab and Big Lobster.
No, I don't think that the subsidies it's not just insurance companies. This is not just insurance companies, right? That don't want the ACA. And so there are a multitude of factors from pharma, from hospitals that don't want the ACA as stands.
Wait, that doesn't make any sense. Why would they not want billions of dollars in subsidy?
Because it's a good question. Let me go figure that out.
Yeah, that's fair. Go ET phone home. One of your alien friends might have.
I'll come back with that one. I don't know why they would want it.
This is crazy. This is insane, you know. This is just the most, like, people haven't even thought it through. I don't know if it's
We had this
thinking about it.
We had this conversation this morning when we were talking about the ACA, and they kept trying to go to this thing about them being paid off in the pocket of insurance companies and all of these vagaries. I'm just like, what is going on? They don't know what they're talking about. They're just repeating that because that's something that gets repeated.
One of the things I hate about the discussion of politicians being paid off is that people use it, you know, it's like, people overuse it so much, it's like lost its state. Like in this book, we're like, yeah, they got paid off, but let's move on. Like, let's actually find some evidence and then make that charge so it sticks. I don't know. Maybe the 8 people were picked for a reason. People through the holidays, and they're gonna shut the government down if they don't get the subsidies in January. But if they do, people still got their back pay, you get SNAP, and you're still winning politically because it looks like you're fighting for health care. I mean, do people honestly think that Chuck Schumer didn't know they were doing this and the Democrats didn't know? Have people seen every single Democrat senatorial candidates come out against it? Some of them would have been in the group of 8 in a normal circumstance. Like, maybe they have a strategy. Like they had a strategy last week, and they won the biggest off-year election of our lifetime. I don't know, maybe it's time to let them cook.
Smart.
Maybe it's time to let them cook. They kind of know what they're doing, perhaps. Some people are like, oh, we want Schumer replaced. So my question becomes, with whom? Oh, I hadn't thought that far. So you want the quarterback benched, and you don't know that sitting behind him is Rex Grossman. You want the quarterback benched, and you don't know that sitting behind him is John Beck. This person says Jeremy. Look, AOC. How is AOC going to replace the Senate Majority Leader if she's not in the Senate? That's what I'm saying. What are we doing? What are we doing? Why would we This is why I stopped talking for a long time, Dr. AG. It becomes so bizarre. I said the people want him to replace as a majority leader, and the dude in the jets is AOC. How can a congressperson replace the Dr. AG? You're a smart woman. Well, at least you were before you turned 75. So maybe you can go back to your smart days. Dr. AG, can you tell me how can a congressperson become Senate minority leader? One mic on you. And how does having
Well,
AOC
they would have to run for the Senate.
Okay.
And they still won't be majority leader because they usually go by seniority, so it's not possible.
So, let's say AOC Have you seen the quality of candidate that Chuck Schumer's been able to convince to run? Y'all know people do things besides interviewing what you read. Like Chuck Schumer got Sherrod Brown to run again. He convinced Gallego to run, Mark Kelly to run. Awesome. Like he raised a lot of money. Like there's a lot that goes on to being a Senate leader besides like I don't even understand. Like I don't get that. I'm so confused. So you bring AOC in, who becomes the new majority leader? Brian Schatz.
These people don't know what they don't.
It's like the worst kind of dilettantism because it has actual material consequences. You can do dilettantism, with sports, with weaves, pedicures. I got a fantastic fisherman's roll up. This new sweater, these sweaters, it's absolutely fantastic. Yeah, talk about sweaters. Like, come on, let's do it. So bizarre. So people want Schumer replaced, but don't know who's going to replace him. Malcolm X. We'll have Malcolm X replace him. We doing.
Talking. I'm thinking.
Nancy Pelosi is going to be retiring, and in 15 years she'll be dead, and people will still talk about her making money. She'll literally be dead. People still talk about, like, people on the left and Democrats generally just need to get out of the tropes. But let's use our thinking caps. Trent came up, I researched the money. He said Angus King, his biggest contributor was $35,000. Amy Klobuchar, somebody says. Yeah, because if you want a strong voice that will rally the troops together, you go from Chuck Schumer to Amy Klobuchar. It's like going from watered down coffee to dirt-filled yoo-hoo. I'm so done with Democrats. I just tell you. The Democratic base. All that
These
talk.
people are Democrats, though?
Oh, yeah, they are. They all gonna vote for Democrats, but they do the work of working against them. All they do is complain about Democrats all day. That's all they did. Last week, everybody, it was silence. All it took was to get out of the shutdown, and now Democrats will never win again. They said that they had no direction. The lady won by 15 points, the other lady won by 13. Dr. Gigi Montali only won by 9. Why did moderates win by larger margins in less Democratic voting populaces than Montali? Isn't that interesting? Nobody else talking about it.
I wonder.
Nobody else talking about it. Black people flipped a bunch of seats. I think a white guy did in Mississippi. One white dude in Georgia. But Democrats will never win again. That's why we
in Mississippi.
It's insane. Absolutely insane. 99% of the country's voted to the left, but now 6 days later, because of what 8 people did to get people on the ropes and get y'all people were talking about food stamps for weeks. Now the food stamps is not good enough. I didn't know food stamps was such a major issue in American WG. I certainly didn't know the ACA subsidies that Americans carried, so that never came up in the election. Now I know everybody here is on I thought like what? 10% of Americans or less are on Obamacare exchanges. I guess I'm the only one out on Obamacare. Everybody's going to be on Obamacare. I had no idea so many people were on Obamacare online. What's going on? I'm done. Dr. Ajay, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Did you go to any of the Obamacare subsidy rallies?
No.
Did you see any in your town, city?
Yes.
You saw a rally for Obamacare subsidies?
For the, well, oh, no, I'm sorry. No, but because they have, they have those regular rallies. And during it, people were holding signs about the healthcare. But it wasn't exclusively for that. No.
Okay. This is what I don't like about so Pete Buttigieg just tweeted something. Let me tell you why I don't like this is his tweet. Quote, it's a bad deal. Everyday life making it better and more affordable must always be our bottom line. For months I've been hearing people bracing for their health insurance bills to skyrocket. So much so that they will lose coverage altogether. Some cities simply haven't even opened their letter yet, dreading the bad news. Any deal that fails to address this directly is a bad deal. Let me tell you why I am not sympathetic to that. Because it doesn't go far enough. The Obamacare subsidies, rather than fighting for Obamacare subsidies, which they should do, you need to make the final turn of the screw, and the Democratic Party needs to get on track for a universal healthcare system. This is why I find a lot of the criticisms from a lot of people to be phony, because they're not making that move. That's the move I want to see. Because guess what? Say they got an extension for 1 year. They'd have been here, you'll go back here every year. As the price of healthcare keeps going up, you need more and more subsidies. So this tells me you need to reform the system. Who's the candidate that instead of going to slam a deal that they didn't have any part of, that they're not in the Senate for, who's going to actually say, and this is why we need this system, and here's my vision for healthcare? This is why I'm not sympathetic to any of these people. I'm not sympathetic to Buttigieg. Buttigieg, by the way, had the best healthcare plan when he was running in 2020, which was Medicare for all of those who wanted. An opt-in plan would have gotten us the universal healthcare much quicker because people would have opted in. That's a different discussion. I'm going to go there. But this is why, to me, this is a little phony to me. I never heard Pete Buttigieg talk about Obamacare subsidies. Nobody ran on Obamacare subsidies in 24. Now all of a sudden this is the issue du jour. Issue à la guerre. Issue du moment. All of a sudden. What are we doing? You think that the Republicans, they told you they weren't going to give it to you? Oh, I know. Was Pete Buttigieg telling me he would have supported a shutdown that went from October 2025 to January 2027? Or like Brent said this morning, the shutdown was going to go so bad, the Republicans would have nuked the filibuster. Did y'all hear Brent this morning?
Who said that?
Brent, who's normally sober-minded, but he got the clubhouse brainworms.
That's crazy.
Oh, Mike's back. We'll bring up Mike. Now all of a sudden, the core of the Democratic Party is the ACA subsidies, not universal health care. It'd been one thing if they had held out if they were holding out to reverse some of the stuff on Medicaid. That would have been one thing. But now this is the thing that, what? Guess what? Why is it okay for certain populations to suffer? Federal workers, poor people. It's okay for them to suffer for the greater good. But like middle and lower middle class people on the Obamacare changes, they're the ones that can't suffer. Now all of a sudden has federal workers. The federal workers are all throughout the country. They're not only supporting themselves and their immediate families, but oftentimes because they had good jobs, they're supporting aunts, uncles, nephews, grandparents, kids, brothers, sisters, wives, lovers, whatever. Roomie lover friends, all that. But guess what? Now all of a sudden, you know, Russell Voigt was talking about not getting back pay. He was talking about people who were furloughed being fired. That's okay for those people to suffer at all times. But with the ACA subsidies, that's the main. That's why the Buttigieg thing is phony to me. He didn't even mention the other parts of the deal. He didn't mention that the shutdown only goes until the end of January. That is the centrist position. People who don't like the deal, that's actually the centrist position. I'm done. Who's calling for regulation of prices, where you cap the prices in these plans? The funny part is I don't even know if this mug is going to pass the aisles. Is it going to pass the aisles?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. We don't know that part. So the shutdown isn't over yet. That's what I was telling people. It's like, well, this is going to tell the tale on where the Republicans really stands. Because there are some House Democrats who said they're not going to vote for it. But that may be negligible if the Republicans all support it. Because they could very well say no. And then we'll see what the MAGA have to say about that.
People are, oh, they lost their leverage. I don't understand. Mike, instead of just calling people dumb, you just come on, bro. It's not that big deal. I don't understand how you lose your leverage if you can simply shut it down again. I don't get it.
Okay, so real quick. You there?
Yeah.
Okay. So he couldn't explain it to me. But in short, essentially the ACA has an effect on anybody that's got hourly staffing. So it's not hospitals, because you're correct. Some hospitals do benefit, but hospital management systems are affected from reimbursements, and because they have so many hourly employees. So really,
that has nothing to do with what we're talking about.
Okay, but
We're not talking about reimbursement rates.
okay, so the long and short of it, he said, it's just basically any major business doesn't want the burden of the ACA on them. They'd rather shift the burden of the healthcare costs to the household.
This has nothing to do with that. These were subsidies. These were premium subsidies. Those businesses, depending on the size, are still required to provide certain levels of coverage without the subsidy. Trent, these are the subsidies that were put in 2021 and 2022. What are you talking about?
This is what was told me. Obviously the ACA is very popular amongst the public.
It's very what?
Very popular.
Correct.
You know, he said, look, 70% of people want it. He said, but when you get into the corporate class, and you look at the bottom line of what you've got to do to afford these things, they'd rather shift the money to the burden of the household. That's what he said.
But what does that mean? This has nothing to do with that. I don't even know what you're talking about, shifting money to the burden of the household.
Okay, then let me ask you this. Instead of me being the intelligent one. Why do the Republicans want to get rid of the
there's several answers. One is personal. They don't like the fact that it was spearheaded by a popular Democratic president and one they have a particular loathing for. Two, they don't like the fact that it centralizes certain regulations, that certain measures must be done as federal law. Three, they know that it gets us closer to a universal healthcare system. Four, they have a certain constituency and people who vote for them that don't like the burden that it places on them. Five, some of them don't like that you can't be denied the pre-existing coverage. Some of them don't like the 26-year-old people. I don't know if you know what the ACA is, but it's a massive piece of legislation. I don't get it.
Yeah, I agree. And bottom line is it costs businesses more. I mean, at the core of it, it costs even small businesses, mid-sized businesses, cost them more in healthcare because they can't shift the burden to the house.
What does that mean? What do you mean by that? They can't shift the burden.
If I'm going to provide healthcare, I've got to provide it to all instead of just the healthy people where it would be cheaper. So it affects my
Wrong. That's wrong.
That's not true.
No, the ACA does not require businesses to give health care.
No, it doesn't, but if I'm going to provide that as a perk, so then let's just ask a simple question. Why is the business community against it?
It's usually middle-sized businesses because I think if you're over 50, there's a particular floor that they have to reach in the type of coverage that they offer, the type of plans they offer, and that for some has led to high prices. It's true. But for the larger companies, some of them actually seen their costs go down. So yes, that I will agree with you. A lot of people in the middle, 50 to I think it's 150, I forget what it is, 50 to 1,000, whatever it is, that middle, the small middle-sized business, they have seen a pinch. I will agree with that. But I don't. It's been around for almost 2 decades now. You're right. There are some employer mandates on the type of coverage they offer, but I think if it's over 50 employees. But I don't know what that has to do with what we're talking about. I'm slightly confused.
Because my stance is always if the money doesn't want it to happen, money typically wins. And if the money says that
it's not true.
Okay. Well,
okay. So when Biden put a minimum 15% tax on billion-dollar-plus corporations, money didn't win. Do you know there's a tax? There's no loophole. There's a minimum tax for corporations over $1 billion. They didn't win. When they put, 1 second, I'm gonna give you some examples. Medicare in healthcare, they give you some examples. In Medicare negotiation, they didn't win. When they capped insulin at $35 for people on Medicare, they didn't win. When they capped out-of-pocket costs for seniors, they didn't win. I've seen many losses from big money lately. Trump's tariffs, they didn't win. What's the other? Hold on. Trump's tariffs, big money didn't. Wait, you tell me companies want tariffs?
Well, there are some winners in the tariffs. We go all.
But you're telling me that the sway of not the sway, the consensus of companies of American businesses is pro-tariff? You can't be serious.
No. I would not say that. No. Okay. But there are because of the cutouts. There are some winners and losers in the tariffs. That's a whole different subject that we go on. And again, that's why I said I'm not going to say that money. It doesn't always. It's not 100%, but it typically when
give us examples. I just gave it. Well, how about this? I just gave this. This happens on this app all the time. I give specific examples, and then people dismiss my specific examples.
No, I think
with the generalization so vague, it would make Mr. Rogers proud. So you give me some examples. And once again, try to ask your question. You give me some examples in the last 10 years of 10 years of legislation where big money has won over none. Just give me 5.
Five. Well, one I'm gonna give you right now. ACA. Healthcare.
I said in the last 10 years, bro. Come on, man. ACA was passed in 2009.
Yeah, but then they repealed it in what, 2017?
It was never repealed. I'm done.
What? No. But didn't they? Okay, what part of it?
I'm done. They repealed the ACA. I'm done. What are you talking about?
Okay, what part of the hold on, man. Hang on. Now, which part of the ACA, which part of the Affordable Care Act did they take out in 2000?
The individual mandate.
The individual mandate. Okay, and now they basically gotten the rest of it. It's not all of it. I think there's still some elements of it there.
Still some elements. Most of it's there. You don't even know what it is. These are small pieces of it.
Okay. Then let's go to the other one. What is there? The 2008 banking legislation. It's not Glass-Steagall.
I said in the last 10 years.
It is the last 10 years because they repealed it under Trump's term.
I said 2008.
I know, but they passed it in 2009 after the
Glass-Steagall was repealed under Clinton.
No. It's not. That's what I'm saying. It's not Glass-Steagall.
Are you talking about Dodd-Frank?
Dodd-Frank.
They did not repeal Dodd-Frank.
But they took out the teeth of Dodd-Frank in 2008.
No, they didn't. There's a small provision they took out of Dodd-Frank. How about this? You know what? Just tell me what they took out, baby. You tell me what they took out.
I don't remember what they took out, but I remember that they took out certain portions. They took out certain portions of it. I'm
like what?
I don't know. I have to go Google it and try to figure it out. You asked me for the last 10 years, and now you don't like my submissions.
Well, you haven't told me what they got.
I don't remember what they got. I don't remember the fact. I think it was, and I'm not Googling. I'm just going off the top of my head. I think it was the fact that financial banks can participate. They can essentially bet on the credit market like they could before, but I can't exactly remember what
the main thing you're talking about is when they repealed a provision about banks that didn't have a certain level of assets, and that led to the collapse of what's it called, that bank out in was it not Signature Bank? What was the one in California? Yeah. Okay. So how did big money win under that trend?
Well, big money is wanted that legislation repealed. It wasn't the average American.
Okay. Keep going. What else? You got one. What else you got?
No, well, that's two. Well, you gotta give me the health care.
That's one. There was no. Wait. Big money wanted. Wait a minute. Why would big money want the individual Why would companies want to get rid of a mandate to buy things? Think through what you said. How would that be a win for big companies to get? So the law requires you purchase something, and you're telling me a bunch of big companies are going around saying, yeah, we don't want them to be required to purchase something?
Put it like that, it doesn't make any sense. Well, I can't argue with you. When you put it like that, you're like, yeah, that doesn't make any sense.
All right, so you got one. All right, so I'll let you think of the other four, and we'll let other people speak.
Yeah.
Go ahead, little Trump, do you think?
Nah, I'm chilling. You know, we stay getting wins, that's all. Not much talking that need to be done, you know what I'm saying? That's it, that's all.
You had to come.
Nah, that's all.
He's a troll.
Yeah, I'm going down. We won.
He's a troll.
Not only down in the maggot, that's what I'll say. But I will say, what we are seeing on both sides of the aisle is, I don't think this will work in the long term because it is so popular amongst Americans. And I just don't think that I think Americans are moving more towards I'm not going to try not to use the term, but a more government controlled style in our economy. And I don't think that this is going to be good for Republicans. I don't think people are going to like it when they lose coverage, especially the types of people who are going to hit the stories. Just like what they thought they liked the ICE raids, they thought they were going to like that until they could see, people going into shock, being pulled out of cars, people running into daycares, being dragged into it. So when people see the zombies, they change. I will give it that. So, all right, see you. That wasn't fake. No, the seizure was a fake, bro. Those are real seizures. And look, bro. I live down here on the border, correct? And I was actually just talking to some folks at a business down here. The people down here, they just did some raids down here in McAllen. The people down here are pissed. They don't like it. It is not going the way people think it's going to go.
What's not doing, the rates or the shutdown? I'm confused.
The rate, the ICE rates, because they're taking people off construction sites and it's pissing these people off. Okay, and these guys have worker permits that they took off the construction site, and they see the National Guard here. It's a 97% Hispanic area. These people feel targeted, and some of them supported Trump. I'm just telling you. It is not going the way that Republicans think. They need to get off of this. It's going to cost them the election. Thought was going to happen, but they thought they were going to go after the criminal organization, which there are. There are criminal organizations, and they thought that those were going to they are right there. There are a lot of people down here that are afraid that's the Venezuelan game. There are a lot of people down here that are very afraid of that game. It is very violent. But that's not what has happened. They're going to get, they're snatching grandmothers out of the grocery store. This is not what people envision happening, losing their neighbors and their friends.
Thanks for the border update, John. Sure.
This is why I troll y'all. People know I'm not a troll. Like, I'm a real person. My name is Brian. But I troll you guys because all that yapping, right? With all that audacity, just to take a L. Just to take a big fat L.
That's what I was asking.
You know what I'm saying? Like we just keep winning. And we're not going to address you guys. We're not going to answer your questions because right now...
What you doing at work, bro? The other day, you told me you wouldn't do this, and now you're doing the thing.
That's a definition of a troll.
No, it's not literally trolling.
That's a definition of a troll.
Now I gotta kick you out of the room. Have a good one.
All right, call me a troll, whatever. I came on this app with my government name, and I'm a real intellectual,
What you're doing now is trolling.
It's really dumb.
If I may,
like the worst of the trolls said that.
and I hate to be that person, but the only people losing are the Republican farmers, and the Republican constituents who are crying at their lawmakers. Those are the people who are losing.
I'm losing.
All of us are losing right now.
That is wild.
Everybody taking his tail together. Can I pose a question to us, Mike? I don't feel like typing, I'm driving. But Mike, you said Democrats are the worst in the chat. I just question you, King. I just wrote it in the chat too. Please just answer the question for what it is. When is the last time that a Republican administration turned over a better economy than they inherited? When's the last time? When's the last time in recent, modern, whatever you want to use history, that a Republican administration has turned over a better economy than the one they inherited?
Great question. Oh man, good question.
That's my only question, dude. It's a weak ass talking point, but we can easily point to Democratic. Look at this coward always looking at attention at me. I'm fucking flattered.
Oh, Lord Trump, he was.
Nah, he always looks for me, and like it's so obvious, like it's so weak. Like,
Well, he must be out of work.
had the administration 12 out of the last 16 years.
Come on. Well, I wanted to talk about
And you know why that happened? Because a whole bunch of shit was going on in the cities. Democrats were fucking everything up and intervening with the actual work that was supposed to be done.
That's not true.
Like you guys always do. And guess what? You intervene with how you tried to hold the fucking government
push right now. And then you got your whole blanket over it. You call it over. No, it's your fucking fault. You guys had to.
Hey, who wanna do that? Motherfucker sounds stupid. Like, just motherfucker saying dumb shit. And you gonna say that it was problems within the inner cities and shit?
Mike afraid to come up. You want trouble in the trash.
Look. This motherfucker said it was problems within the inner cities during Republican administrations and shit. Wasn't those the same cities that existed during the Democratic administrations? Why were they able to turn the economies around? What changed?
Well, y'all,
Now, you ain't gotta say within the last 15 years. We can double it, go to 30 years. In the past 30 years, when is the last time that a Republican administration has turned over a better economy than they inherited from a Democratic administration?
it happened. So that happened. So the little Trump, there was this talking point that kind of went viral about Democrats having the White House 12 of the last 16 years. While that's true, it's a ridiculous point because you have to ask little Trump, when did they have the Congress with it? Then you also have to ask little Trump, when did they have the Supreme Court? And which policies of theirs did the Supreme Court knock down? Liberals have had the Supreme Court since the late 60s. I'll say it again. There's not been a liberal Supreme Court since the late 1960s. Once Nixon came in, the court got remade. So just because you have a Democrat or Republican president, if you don't have Congress working with you or if they're blocking your stuff, you don't get stuff done. Or if you pass things and the Supreme Court knocks it down, it doesn't come. So it's a little bit more dynamic than 12 out of 16. That's kind of silly. The city's argument is kind of dumb too because those are the engine of our economy. Little Trump, the black people don't want you as an option using the N word, so we're gonna ask you to stop. If you use it again, they're gonna kick you out. I'm just telling you, that's what they're saying.
Oh, he's a non-black person?
Yeah, he's not black. He's the N word. You got Mike, and you got Mike, who's a black man co-signing non-black men using the N word. That's how big of sellouts these people are. They're just rank sellouts.
Did Mike answer my question?
Mike won't come up. Mike won't come up to talk when I'm on stage because he's afraid.
I just want to know, let me put it in the chat because I asked Mike directly. I want him to answer the question again. When is the last time y'all turned over a better economy than when y'all inherited?
He said never.
Oh, he said never? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we keep trying with you motherfuckers again over and over again. That doesn't make any sense to me. Somebody, I don't know who was in here, or Louis Trump or whoever it was, man, was trying to make the argument like why government overspending and shit like that, man, and not understanding that a lot of things are just outside his scope of knowledge, but beyond that, my other question is always, if Trump's whole plight in office right now is, government overspending, getting the budget under control, saving us money, X, Y, and Z, then why, as a multi-billionaire, is he currently suing the federal government for like $250 million?
Did you shut down the chat, bro?
Yeah. People can just come up. You don't need hand raising. Right. Just come up. That chat banging. Yeah, just come up. Just unmute.
We just want to talk.
Yeah, just unmute. You just all that chat banging. Him and Mike can come up.
Hey, man, now we turn on chat, we turn on the hand raising, that means they can't come up, don't it?
No, stop.
Hey,
There's no hand raising.
So I was gonna say this though, when the chat is on, because of the way Clubhouse algorithm works, it pushes the room in the hallway.
Don't turn that on. I just want Lil Trump and Mike to come up. See if they come up.
Oh, I got you.
Yeah, there's always the chat. Just come up and have a conversation. All that hot breath is unnecessary.
Rest your thumbs, bro. Just come up and chat with him.
Yeah, they're both gone. See how easy that is? I'll turn it back. Omari, that's your people. Omari, they're both gone. Look at that. Both of them are gone. They're both gone. Yeah, they're both gone.
Wow.
Both of them.
I just got in here. Wait, hold on. Let a nigga breathe.
Maybe
Let me say that word.
Republicans can't use that word.
You open your mouth, I said you can understand, so that meant you were ready.
No, I just heard my name. ML he screamed my name. I was like, let me see what the vibe is like.
I said, yeah. People.
Hey, Gemini, Gemini, do you still believe that Trump is tactical, or are you on the side of him being just stupid there?
Nah, he's openly stupid with tactical people that leverage him when they feel like it.
Okay, that's the cross now.
Yeah.
It's still a minute, but I remember you was like saying he wasn't. I kept saying this motherfucker was stupid. He was like, nah,
No, he's stupid.
he's tactical. Like you said, he's tactical.
I got a conclusion. He's retarded. He's not.
He's fucking stupid, yo.
However, there are people with agendas around him that have some semblance of intelligence, and they know how to leverage him. And all you got to do is he's really simple. He's very narcissistic. So as long as you appeal to his ego and incentivize him, that's it.
But that I want to talk about that with that last part you said right there. I don't understand why the Democrats don't play to that. Because the nigga literally boiled anytime his ego is catered to. He literally do that. I don't know why they don't lean into that when they going against someone trying to get something from.
Because they arrested him. I don't think Democrats can flatter Trump anymore because they arrested him.
I mean,
It's kind of offensive to do that.
Yeah.
So y'all just
Like all bets are off.
If RFK changed their name to DJT, I am no longer a fucking fan. No longer a fucking fan. They be fucking Commanders and fucking Redskins.
Did y'all discuss? Y'all probably have, so you can just dismiss it if it's already been spoken about. In regards to him pardoning the 70 people that were attached to trying to overturn the 2020 election.
Oh, you said that
They did
talks
earlier.
about it? No.
I think they did it earlier.
Oh, they did?
Okay, all right.
He bring back. I don't think we were in here.
But ain't a bunch of them already facing,
I don't want to be redundant.
hey, Gemini, ain't a bunch of them not state crimes also?
Yeah, a lot of the pardoning is just symbolic because they have state crimes, and obviously you can only pardon at a federal level. But it still shows, I fuck with y'all. Thanks for trying to do dirt.
He's sending a message that I always got your back.
Exactly.
On my behalf.
Exactly. He's been on some real mob shit. If you really look at it, if you're his enemy, he's gonna try to find any way. Somehow you're corrupt, you're a criminal, which is funny coming from a 34-time felon. And then if you fuck with him, he's gonna try to pardon you and pull you out of jail. And let's get back to business.
So that means
Can anybody explain why Muriel Bowles is on that investigation? Does anybody know?
I didn't hear your question. What'd you say?
I said, can anybody explain why Muriel Bowser is under investigation? I haven't read the full thing. Does anybody tell?
that's the first I'm hearing about it.
Like
What? The DCBM?
Yeah, look it up. Saying the shit posted everywhere. It's happening like the drive. Like really look into it. Yeah.
Oh, no, they came out recently and said that she's not under investigation. So I see it.
I thought it was something new, like something like fraud or like funds.
It was something around the time.
Oh yeah. Something around the sorry, yeah. What do you think in the next election?
I was just about to say, you really think Newsom can
I'm saying Newsom, but they saying Josh.
And this is gonna be unpopular, so there's gonna be a few people that's gonna say something now, some people gonna say some shit later. Newsom, people like him because he offers the same type of pushback that Trump offers to him. Like he goes and some shit like that. He'll post 30 memes just like Trump posts 30 memes, and he'll publicly challenge Donald, the dementia god, like most people don't. But Newsom, because of the way the budget has been running here, because
Remember, it's gonna be an open primary. Remember, it's gonna be an open primary for them too.
You think he'll make it through the primary? I don't think Rubio will win.
Well, the way the alt-right and the white nationalists are going after J.D. Vance for having a brown white, that's a big factor in their coalition. That's like what. So,
I think
who knows?
J.D. Vance is absolutely.
But then again, yeah, but then again, the white purity test, Rubio doesn't pass it either. So.
Shoot, I have Eric Trump as our next president. Nah, it's gonna be Vance and Erica Vance.
Yeah, no. You guys laughing. They should have been one name, according to them racist motherfuckers.
No, man.
Yeah, I
Vance is gonna
wouldn't be surprised if he remarried Erica. I can see that. I can
And
definitely see
J.D.
that.
Vance has changed his name, what, 4 times? You think he ain't gonna change his wife to be president? Shit.
J.D. Kirk.
Can definitely see him remarrying Erica. And both of them using Charlie as it would look very righteous in the MAGA land, right? Because, you know, he already condemned her faith publicly, so he got out created already, right?
I don't know. They're pretty endorsed that shit. They're like, yep, this is what we want.
Exactly.
Yeah, but the Newsom Shapiro ticket looks like a pretty good ticket.
I would back Newsom 100% if he was running. But I know the criticism that he's going to bear, there might be somebody that might not have that Achilles heel. That's all I'm saying. I can't see Shapiro being VP.
What else is there for him to do? Well, you know how the Democrats always do it. They pick somebody else who's running with them. The last trend, that's the trend recently. What Shapiro's gonna do? Run for governor, or you gonna run for senator, or is this a big run for vice president? Matt's coming up. Matt's the tea. Matt, give us the tea. You always got good tea.
Go ahead and crash, man. Crash all the way. No seatbelt. Go through the windshield.
Here, that's full on crash with the.
Yeah, man. Say it,
Sorry, my AirPods.
Jesus Christ, what's wrong with you?
I thought y'all talking about Matt Cool.
My AirPods are like tripped, so I took them out. Sorry about that. My opinion is that it would be a Vance Rubio ticket on the Republican side. I never would see Shapiro running for VP or running as VP. I don't think he has his ego is too big. I mean, we all saw what happened with him potentially being Kamala's running mate. I don't think he wants to be number 2. He wants to be number 1. So I don't even know. I think he would run for president, not win. But I actually could see him more so running for Senate against McCormick in 2030 in that midterm. And being who Vance really want, because I just don't see him winning the primary. So that's my opinion of Shapiro's fate.
So Matt, you don't see him primary in Fetterman?
No, he's not going to run that early. That's going to be Carter Lamb more than likely.
Okay.
Carter Lamb's literally already running for Senate officially.
I know. I'm donating to whoever's running neck and neck with Fetterman in the primary. We need to get
His DLA, like Fetterman.
So let me tell you why I don't think it'll be Vance Rubio. I think the administration is so unpopular that to pick the top 2 boys from this administration, I don't think it would be smart of them to do. So if Vance wins, I think he picks somebody else. And it's a very unpopular administration. It's not going to be more popular by 28. So why, if it's an unpopular administration, why would you pick the number 1 boys, the number 1 and number 2 boys in the administration? That doesn't make any. I don't think. I don't.
But Cody,
I don't think that doesn't make any sense.
what happened if the Democrats sweep the House and takes the burden off of them?
And how does it take what? It took the House in 2018.
They could just blame the House was like, 2018. But I'm just saying 2020. No, that's not. No one. That's not how people vote. You think people think like that all the time? I'm saying just the attitude towards that might get a little relief because the fact that they no longer control all the types of government and the Democrats might be more Canadian.
You're giving the
Democrats
population
might
too
be a
much credit.
cog in the wheel. It's never worked before.
You're giving the population too much credit.
Nobody is thinking that far. They blame the president.
Yeah.
These guys were the number one and number two boy for the president. They're not gonna be like, oh, well, the Democrats control the House, so I'm gonna go back to number one and number two boy with the administration with the lowest approval ratings of all time. So I don't think that. Let me go to the Gavin Newsom thing. The more and more people say Gavin Newsom can't win, I'm more and more that
He can't pull it off.
to be president. Y'all should go back and watch his debate with J.D. Vance from 2 years, not J.D. Vance, excuse me, Ron DeSantis last year. Y'all should go back and watch how this man handles himself in the media against these MAGA people. Democrats don't care about the scandals at this point. They really just want to fight him. This man has said, we're going to do these redistricting. He got a proposition on the ballot in 2 months, 3 months, and it won by 30 points. The girls was out in Houston the other day. Y'all see the girls? The man was in Houston. All the girls came to the yard. You did it. And so for me, I don't know who can win because I don't know who he's running against. I don't know that J.D. Vance brings out white, working class, disaffected voters in Erie County the way Donald Trump does. People said Biden couldn't win in 2020.
Let me ask you a question, though. Are swing states needed to win an election, or can you just win it with your party?
You just went with your party with the blue wall. Yeah, in 28. Yeah. Yeah.
That's the case. If he doesn't need any swing states, which usually you do, you need swing states, like historically. But if he doesn't need any swing states, I would agree with you.
This is the blue wall. This is the last year the Democrats, based on redistricting, can win with the blue wall. These are literally states where every statewide office is controlled by Democrats.
This is not the last year. I'm talking about 2028.
Yeah, this is the last year, 2028.
Got you. When you said this, I thought you was meaning. Okay, got you.
Oh, no, 2028. And 32, they'll have to win a something up there like Nevada or Nova. But I'm just thinking like, I mean, it's amazing to me that people think that in this era of soundbite drag, that Gavin Newsom can't win, but like, what, Andy Bashir can? J.B. Pritzker can? Like, what?
The one thing I will give you, Niso, is he does have that X factor that Obama has. And I'm not, like, as far as being charismatic, visually appealing, authoritative in the way it goes, willing to get petty if somebody else gets petty.
It's a combo between Obama and fucking Trump.
Yeah.
It's a combo between the two. Yeah.
But on strictly surface level, no real good deep dive on actual.
Wait, Gavin Newsom is a combination between Obama and Trump? Is that what you just said?
Yes.
That was it. You don't think that's Obama elements to him, like the way women are attracted to him, things of that nature, and his appeal on just.
He has the charisma. He has a charisma that's sort of kind of like Obama. The way he carries himself, we can cater that towards kind of like Obama.
Yeah,
Obama, but cater towards the kind of. But then at the same time, he's bold. He gets petty. Like you know what I'm saying? He will uppercut too. The way that.
He cool, but at the same time,
Trump doesn't get like, Trump is bold and I don't know.
Trump is petty. Yeah, Trump is definitely petty and bold. In a bitch ass way.
he's not
bitch ass way. Yeah, he's not cool to collection.
Yeah, like he got that cool and collective aura, but you probably say, he probably say some racist shit when he get real mad. But like,
Nah.
I'm just saying, Gavin's got.
I don't think Gavin's like racist, bro. He doesn't.
I don't think that. Yeah, I don't think that. But
Like in the middle of the sector, be smashing a interracial joint, he gonna be like, yo.
Why are we worried about how he thinking this?
It's get weird.
That's what it is, though. That's what it is.
No, we get weird. Like,
We just being transparent.
We're going too left.
We just being transparent here.
too far, bro.
You know what I'm saying?
too. I think Newsom versus JD is gonna be it.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I don't think JD Vance is, without Trump, I just think JD Vance is a good. Like, I don't like people like JD Vance. He's likable. I don't think so.
Talking about the smoke, you think I wanted to inherit that Trump?
I think Newsom will watch him.
You don't think it was inherit the Trump supporters that were already there because he was on a ticket with Trump and acted as a safety?
Nah, I mean, maybe the stands, but not like all the Trump supporters. Everybody just not gonna run to JD Vance. JD Vance is not like up there with JD Vance.
Fuck JD Vance. I'm never going for that.
Oh, fuck JD Vance.
Says it, right? And Groypers do not like him because he's married. He's in an interracial marriage. And Groypers were big MAGA. So, yeah, his. I mean, even if he does get with a white woman, he still has biracial children. They do not like him. The real white nationalist dudes. So they'll just sit the election out. It's not that they'll vote for Newsom per se. So also Jake Pence is a redneck hillbilly from Appalachia. Like, who gives a fuck? He'll get some normie Republicans to like him, but the people that Trump brings out, I mean, Trump has an X factor. When Trump's not on the ballot, Tuesday happens, right? So why would you guys think JD Vance? What has JD Vance done in this administration that's positive?
I think with the Trump endorsement,
Defense of racist Republicans.
I don't know what JD hates. Like that's not better. But what do we know alone what JD stands for? Like Trump wins on hate. What does JD hate?
He hates accountability.
He hated Trump until Peter Thiel dropped the bag on his ass. Now he's Trump VP.
That's true. When those young Republicans text messages leaked and they were being racist fuck and the watermelon people and talking shit about Indians and how they smell. You gotta remember he's got an Indian wife, right? Kids that have Indian heritage, and he did not defend them on any level. He defended the actual saying.
And he's an active big man. He defended big balls. And he defended big balls.
They're like, oh, they're just kids. They're just kids.
Exactly.
That's not big. He defended big balls. Remember he did that too. Yeah, so he defended big balls racist ass comments too that got caught up. So yeah, no.
To me, JD Vance ain't no different than a White House press secretary. What's her name right now? I don't know what either of them stand for other than just backing Trump. I don't know what his back JB mayoral voters and shit like that the way that Trump does, but I think a lot of people, again, Newsom is too progressive, and if you're just going to be against Newsom.
The best ticket, I think, if you want to go back to old school, is Youngkin and Kemp, or Youngkin, Rubio. Like you gotta kind of go back to at least somewhat normal. And I think Kemp or Youngkin might be the only opportunity for Republicans to rebrand.
Going at Newsom 2028. We can take the best of that.
If that's the ticket, I'm gonna vote that way. I would.
Mac, why do you say put Youngkin? You don't think Youngkin's is a good pick?
The stiff country club, old school Republican, that's not gonna get the Dr. Responsibles excited. I think if you would please nominate someone like a business chamber of commerce Republican who just watched his party lose the governor's race by 15 points. Please.
If you want a normie Republican, go to Sununu or Kent, but they won't win. So.
Oh, please nominate any normie Republican. In this environment, you would
exactly
35 states. Please.
I agree. I agree with you. I would say one thing to look at is, I think people, they always say fatigue, right? You always hear this word fatigue. I believe people are going to have so much fatigue after this administration that motherfuckers going to say, give me a rock and I'll be happy. I just think too much is going on and people are going to want some quietness.
I said,
That's how it's
toilet if it has a Democrat.
Exactly.
he's not, no, even the ones that try to be like him, they just fail.
Say that in a positive way. I need context. Are you saying? Of course, he's saying it in a positive way.
I'm definitely saying it in a positive.
No,
Hey, all I know, I when some says,
only one Trump. Because when I hear there's only one Trump, I hear there's only one fucking 34 felon that was adjudicated as a rapist, that had a best friend as a pedophile, that fucking ran up the deficit more than any other president, had the longest government shutdown out of any other fucking president, and doesn't keep
and he had a prostitute.
that paid off a fucking prostitute and got caught for doing so while having a fucking wife. Like, that's what I hear. Is that what you meant, Amari?
There's only one Trump, like you said. I don't know any other president that's done that to you.
I'm saying, is that in a positive light?
I mean, I don't know if you hear positive in my voice. I mean, I'm just chilling. I'm looking for the dog. No smoke.
I'm asking the source. Is it a positive thing?
I mean, it's not a negative or positive. It's just there's only one person. No, hold on. We're not doing this today. We're not. But what we're saying is that there's only one person that could have had 34 felonies in one. I don't think nobody else in the Republican Party could have gotten away with it.
So, Omari,
If you believe that, then you might not know politics as much as you think you do.
Omari, what do you think about putting Winsome Sears as a VP?
Sure. I mean, definitely. I mean, VP of what, dog catcher of what, Montgomery County?
No, we don't want to Montgomery County. We're talking about Vice President of the United States, you know, because I did love her campaign for governor of Virginia.
Yeah, she could be VP of maybe traffic control in Germantown. I don't know.
That's what you're going to do, you black person? After you got on Obama for not endorsing her because she was black, that's how you're going to talk about her now? Like she nobody? Man,
She was a horrible candidate.
She was masterful. I loved her candidacy. You know? Who else said, I'm speaking?
It's been a decade of America. I cannot imagine like it.
You know what the best winning, you know what the ticket Republicans should, Mark Robinson and some Sears, that's a huge right there. Wow. Actually, help y'all.
You know they ain't going to two blacks, man. You know how they did?
Yeah.
They can only take one.
Has there been any
Yeah, I would have been a black. What are you before?
Yeah, I don't think you'll ever have a black governor.
The gay man
in
from
any red
South
states.
Carolina was, had presidential ambitions, but, he was never chosen to be VP or anything else.
You guys remember, hey, Matt, what was that congressman from Oklahoma? He was like the only black congressman for a long time.
J.C. Watts. Yeah.
Remember how J.C. Watts conducted himself? He was like J.C. Watts, you'd be like, I know he's Republican, but that guy, he said he wasn't anti-black, and he stood for something. He was very principled. Why can't we get more J.C. Watts? Oh my, what did y'all do with all the J.C. Watts?
You saying he was like John McCain?
He was just a normal person. He was just like he was a Republican.
Like John McCain.
He didn't care for them and he didn't say anti-black shit.
I mean, J.C. Watts was cool, but wasn't he under investigation too for some type of finance?
What do you care about investigation? You don't care about somebody's a 34-time
Campaign finance, and that's the hustle. Like every politician.
I mean, I'm just saying,
If you want to get into somebody, you conjure up that those charges never really had.
But Robert, this is the thing. This is what
acting like he's an angel or something. Say that.
Like you voted for a 34-time felon that was quoted saying, grab her by the pussy and supported people that stormed the fucking Capitol. But you're worried about somebody being under investigation.
No, I'm not that. I'm just and Mel's trying to make it seem like this guy's like an angel, like he should be on top of the Christmas tree like Black Santa.
I didn't get that, but shout out to John McCain from Arizona. Yeah, you used to have a little stiff arm and shit.
John McCain and Obama had the best race of my lifetime.
Yeah, that little stiff
John McCain is a jerk called a loser for being a POW. That John McCain. What did he say about the people that don't get called?
He didn't even show up at his funeral, did he?
Remember what John did was the most brilliant thing when he put it.
No. Did George did
Hold on, wake that up. Hold on, one mic on your mail. Wake that back up, your mail.
You remember when he did the phone down? I was like, he gangster.
was hilarious, Mel.
You know what was crazy is that his daughter, actually, and her husband were pro-Trump, even after all of that. That shit is wild.
That is wild. I think Patty was about to try to say something serious. Come on, Mike.
Oh, no, I was just saying. I think he said something about he didn't show up to the funeral. I said he wasn't invited.
Oh, right. I knew it was something. Thank you.
Melania showed up though. Melania represented.
But didn't the Democrats appoint his wife as a Senate, as a ambassador?
No, Mark. The kids showed up. They made a big deal out of it.
Why? That's not a flex. That is not a flex.
Hey, didn't the Democrats appoint John McCain's wife as an ambassador to some country?
Yeah, she does something for the Trump.
I thought Cindy was an ambassador of the Democratic administration. Biden did. Yes, I remember that.
She still does something too. I think she still works in politics or something.
Yeah,
she does something.
She owns a company, bro. She owns a big company. What company they own? I think it's a distribution. Is that the Budweiser distribution or the Coca-Cola distribution in that region? That's what the family that owns. That's what I like to recall. But it might be different.
Cindy had that cash.
Oh yeah, they got a lot of money. They got big money.
I mean, John McCain's son could have got into politics, but he's a Democrat, and he's married to a black woman.
Who's a Democrat?
The one that was in the Navy. His son is a Democrat, he's married to a black woman. The one that was
His surgery to his face have anything to do with the
He was a war criminal. Yeah, he was held hostage for like, I don't know, 8 years or some shit.
I'm saying, he had a big, he had surgery, I know down to like his face, like on his eye or some shit like that.
Yeah, he was fucked up. Yeah.
I'm saying, I don't know, did that have something to do with like his like cancer?
No, he lived a pretty long life. Considering.
He died at like 80. I thought he died of like brain cancer or some shit like that.
He had cancer.
He did have cancer.
Yeah.
He had cancer.
He had a big ass cut across his face.
Yeah, he looked
fucked up.
Yeah.
Right before he had died.
Yeah, he looked fucked up.
Yeah, gonna try to stand in for a John McCain.
No,
you said it. I typed it. No. Y'all do it. He did have a scar, but he also had
That's what the scar was.
he had a scar from his injuries, but right before his death, he had a melanoma removed.
Yeah, he had a band-aid.
That's why he was wearing that bandage. Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that shit.
I think his scar was from when he was shot down. He was shot down over there. Now he's beaten really badly.
Tortured. He wasn't beat, he was tortured.
Tortured, yeah. That's why he couldn't lift his shoulders up. That's why he walked up.
That's a lot of scar across his face.
So
He had the scar, the arm, he had
I was talking about the scar across his face.
he's on my face.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that was from his melanoma operation. That's what I recall. But you know why we forgave John McCain? Because one other thing that John McCain did that people in Monterey was pissed off is that during the GI Bill, there were many of the GI Bills that you could transfer to your kids because in the past you couldn't. And John McCain voted against that. And people in the military were so fucking pissed at him for that shit. But it still passed. Then obviously the shit about the holiday, but he did save Obamacare, and we need to at least give him some grace for that.
Why was he against transferring to the kids?
Because he felt that the members earned it, and he felt that if you discount, if the next generation goes to college, who's going to fill the ranks? Because we have an all voluntary force. So he's like, yeah, if every enlisted person's kid goes to college, they're all going to be officers like my kid. So who's going to be the enlisted foot soldiers then? Yeah, he got some serious flack for that, man. People in the military were pissed.
I like the decorum, man. I was like back in the day when presidents, saying, hey, I was weak and be aligned with their views and that. I just like they weren't divisive. I like when they respected the office. Just like those days.
And you put the words right out of my mouth as we were having this conversation. I was just getting ready to say something similar.
I like how Obama they'll be like, we think Obama is from Eastern whatever, you know what I'm saying?
Oh, he checked that leg.
Yeah, he's like showing no, he's not. That's a good man, right? That's a good man, it's a good father, it's a good husband.
They said he was too soft. They said he was too soft to be a real Republican. You don't remember that? They gave him a lot.
I was a child.
Republicans,
I think he threw his race away with that shit.
yeah, these guys today are not Republicans. These guys today are not.
Doc is trying to say something, bro. Come on, much quick, Doc.
So what's happening here? We celebrating John McCain, even though I was a John McCain supporter, but I was no. Hold on. Let me give you what it is. So when John McCain was running for president in 2000, that's when he ran against George Bush. Yes, I was a John McCain supporter. But after he acquiesced to George Bush and, did that kind of let's come together thing where he, to my mind, turned his back on a lot of his Maverick principles, I was no longer a John McCain supporter.
Oh yeah, he used to say he was the maverick. That's what
I like John McCain.
This is why.
So by 2008, I was a little over.
This is why I love Dr. AG. Hey, Robert, this is why I love Dr. AG, because I was 18 during that race in '99. John McCain was the first presidential candidate that I supported as well, the McCain train. So we got that.
John, you've been a Republican.
Yes.
Okay, so why do you be lying? This is what I'm saying about y'all. Y'all be lying, bro. You just said, you told us bad times that you was always on the left, and then just as of late. That's what you told us. That's what you told us. Bro, you lying, man. Always been historically on the left, man.
No, I told him.
Perhaps he's not lying, bro. Well, all you gotta do is just, and I don't know if she was saying she supported him. I'm sure saying that she supported him as a Republican. Hey, shut the fuck up! God damn it! While I'm talking.
Are you okay?
Are you bitch? Alright, so shut the fuck up with your big stupid ass.
Okay.
You make a bitch wanna slap the shit out your stupid ass. Shut up! I'm talking. Shut the fuck up.
Go ahead.
Fuck is wrong with you? Somebody else talk. I'm sorry. I don't want to hear shit you gotta say, dumb bitch.
Yeah, nothing. We got it. Lord Jesus. Okay. Who was saying that? All right.
Trey, you be trying to talk and drink the whole time. But you can't even fucking say nothing. Shit, nigga, damn. You are fucking annoying. I would really beat the fuck out you if I was in front of you. You are really irritating. God fucking damn. Say what the fuck you gotta say. It better be climactic as fuck.
Okay, well,
I think the point is when someone is talking, you have this tendency to be like Michael.
but I wasn't. So I wasn't done speaking. So what I was also saying, the very first campaign I served on at the same time was Carol Strayhorn, who was a Democrat for the Republican for governor of Texas. So yes, I have gone both.
Okay, there you have it. Trent goes both ways.
I think Trent identifies as they, them, because he always refers to the MAGAs as they, not himself. He must identify as they, them.
And today's Republicans are not like the type of Republicans we're talking about. Like, the way we grew up, it's a total different breed. It definitely ain't conservative. I don't know no really conservative people right now, like on that side. Crazy.
They hate these people. They absolutely hate these people. It's not even close. Ted Cruz can't stand Donald Trump. They hate these
Republicans are supposed to be the party of men. It's the party of pussies. Y'all are so scary. Y'all are so scared to offend each other. Scared like y'all let each other like disrespect each other wives, and then y'all be up under each other. Like y'all are punks. And you gonna sit up here and lie and say you did say you came from the left side, but you did. And as soon as Dr. AG said she liked the motherfucker from the year 2000, here you go, bring your cool ass out. Which I did too. That was my first move. Y'all just so predictable. Y'all are fucking terrible. I hate y'all so much.
Yo, do that sound again, though?
Oh, I sure did too, Dr. AG. That's why I like you so much. Now, mind you, earlier, Trent just said Dr. AG is the devastation of this party, and the reason why we keep losing is because we listen to people like her. If y'all scroll up further enough, about 4 hours, you'll see that. But because
What the hell?
see, that's why you need an elephant in the room that's gonna remember everything. And so, but because she says she like whoever that person is, now you tap dancing and you always liked her. Like, Trey, get the fuck on. Can't hurt you as far as I can throw you.
You're the reason that's why the Democratic Party is. Yes.
I'm the reason they lose. I'm not even a Democrat.
Hey, even people like you are 100% for why.
I'm not even the Democrat, Trent. What's going on?
Well, I don't know. The things that you espouse and lead people to.
Like what? What am I espousing, sir?
So, do you want to explain? Because I'll probably be cut off here soon.
Yeah, just give me one example.
The way you constantly cut off people, that may agree with you on some things, but you constantly, like the gentleman yesterday, what was his name, Grind, from the ABC.
I wasn't engaged in that conversation, actually. I wasn't here for that.
You're going to cut me off again. So,
yeah, but because you're mistaking me for someone else, I was not here for that conversation.
But the way you often, you do this often, is you cut people off.
That's all by the weekend.
There you go.
If you do this,
all right,
I said no, anytime you run the wave, I said something. What the hell is Trent talking about? Because I cut people off on Clubhouse, the Democrats is gonna keep losing.
Mind you, I just told him how he be cutting people off, but he can. Trent is great. People will see the speaker turd sitting on their shoulder. You got something on your lip. Well, it's a turd sitting on your motherfucking head and you stink. You don't smell that? Like, these niggas is crazy.
Around Texas, and I felt bad for him for a second, and you gonna go into chat like that. I felt really feeling bad for that man for what he said.
I'm the reason the Democrats is losing.
Dr. AG, if you get us fixed, we'll have our whole political party together.
Child, I'm the cause of so many things on this here application. Let alone me. Who knew?
But you low-key exposed him though, because he has always said traditionally he came from the left, deviated slightly and was returning, right? But now he's saying he's going as far back as McCain, so that completely undermines what he said previously.
It always does. That's why when him and Nathan was in here earlier talking about, we support. That's why I don't understand the Bernie supporter thing, because it just seems like you don't really. I don't know what the appeal is, but y'all don't really be on what he's on. It's something else, and I'm just trying to figure out what it is, because Trent only cares about taxes when they affect him, healthcare when it affects him, like at the people that make $150 or $100,000 or more. Whoever else, he never cares about them people. So I don't really get how he supports
Sorry, unless he's selling the car, then he's all in on attention.
And that's how we know that it's used cars that he sells.
reflection and cogitation. Just,
Moment of reflection. You trying to leave the stage voluntarily? Or is there a footprint on the back of his PTR?
yeah, I did.
He did his MO.
Yeah, that's what I figured. He left, and then he came back as in a chat. Oh no, I think he left. He gone.
He'll be back in. He'll be back in like a few minutes. Give him 30.
Get some of that Johnny Walker strike to be back here.
Johnny Walker is a fact.
His wife will tell him to go sit his ass down and he'll be back over here.
We part of the reason that their relationship is working out because we have to deal with his shit.
Cognition is serious. I'm like this. I've been on this cognitive vibe for a weekend. Put my PTR.
What you smoking?
Nah, I wasn't smoking. I didn't have any libations, but I gave a presentation, and so check my PTR. So the Dr. AG mentioned that word, so I guess that's the frequency that's out there, because I think we all need to be on that. Definitely think we need to be on that. Challenge everybody, like, just dig into your cognitive. The world will be a better place, I promise you.
Do you mind providing us with the technical definition of cognitive, please?
It's a nebula of intelligence. It's the ability to process the world around you in a way. So I'm working on the framework right now to have clear definition, just enable others to tap into it. I mean, like, most of us understand it, but explaining it to those that don't can be a little challenging. It's kind of like, it's like an instinctive thing. Certainly, I know I teach my grandkids to tap into their cognitive. My goal is to help them process the world around them a certain way, so they don't fall for this bullshit. Basically.
Oh, your grandfather, Robert?
Yeah. My daughter left me. I was a teen dad, so yeah, she definitely, I got a legacy.
How many you got?
3.
Oh, that's what's up.
3. Yeah. Young dad. I'm sorry? Who said that?
Blood American said, I don't want to hear shit when that 2K hit your accounts. Let me explain to you that 2,000 is $2 for me. Like, what are we? You think I will? But that puts everything into perspective. That person, pure blood 2K, and you finna get kicked out once I'm finished this thing. So, that shows this man was talking about how rich he is, and but $2,000 is what is his buying point. That's gonna move the needle. You can go. We can have you for 2K. We can pay 2,000 and get whatever we want from you. Like, do y'all what? Y'all be talking about me? Did y'all have men in y'all's lives? or something for 2K? Like what are you?
A pro man.
$2,000 for 1 month of rent?
Funky ass dollars.
Oh, one month of rent, a couple pairs of J's, like $2,000.
So for me,
That's not even
that
1
was
month of my
like,
mortgage. Like that's not gonna do it.
what do y'all do for a living that like $2,000 have y'all excited like this?
And no, it's where do you leave? Even if you don't make that much money, you see how much shit costs. $2,000 is not even gonna get you. Like, you can't even get a whole, like, fly fit with that. Like, for real. Like, you can't get, like, no Gucci suit. You can't get, nothing you can get but 2K. That's your breaking point.
Niggas on the map like they be acting. That's what it really is.
$2,000. Wow. But this is how we got here last time, the fucking stimulus checks. And these are the goofies that was in there. They've never seen that type of money before. Mind you, that's a 2-week check if you make minimum wage, right? Around 2,000 or, around minimum wage. Well, maybe 22 an hour. It would be like a $2,000 check every 2 months or something. Or close to it. So y'all never seen that? Like do y'all work? What's going on? That's exciting. 2K. That'll make you just take off all your clothes and just, you can have it. 2K. You niggas are sad. I would say, bitch.
Also, Dr. Agee sent shit 2 archaeological articles. One is about ancient Maya ruins found. The other is that they found 13,000-year-old tools in Turkey. 3,000 years after the settled establishment for domestication of the animals. Just thought you'd find it interesting.
Run that timeline back one more time.
Domestication of animals. Hold on, how far back did you just
Yeah, run that timeline back one more time, Marshall.
But typically, the agreed upon length by historians is about 10,000 years. People got into cities and settled, right? We domesticated animals, we got them in, and then we settled down in houses, right? And this find in Turkey rewrites that thing by about 3,000 years in the same way that Göbekli Tepe, a site in northeast Turkey, which was built about 14,000 years ago, helps rewrite that timeline. It's just an interesting detail of history.
I get what you're saying. I wish you would have did it in a more step-by-step fashion for slow people like me. But hold on, wait. So at what point, just help me out.
Use your cognitive skills.
At what point do we go from using animals agriculturally to what time period? Like you said, yeah. So was there a time period? Do you know what that is? From agricultural use of animals, right? On farming.
Agricultural use of farming is about 10,000 years.
Okay.
He's saying that this line predates it by about 3,000 years, which pushes the timeline back as far as accuracy. If I'm reading.
Thank you, gentlemen. That's the cognitive look at this.
I find fascinating. Imagine the archaeological finds there are to be made that rewrite human history back even further for settled civilization. That's just amazing.
We need somebody here with the same knowledge that you have. I would love you guys to dissect it, go back and forth. I'm sure somebody would want to debate that time period that you're talking about. But I'm not equipped for it, so I'm just gonna listen.
I was just wanted to say to, what's her name? Misha in the chat. Nobody's rich. Literally, we aren't. That's how we know that $2,000 is not gonna move nothing. I don't understand. It's not about us saying we're looking at how much things cost, and if what you gonna flip that and turn it into 2 million? Like, what y'all niggas think? I really think, Gemini, that's what the fuck they might be thinking is that they're gonna flip the shit and turn it into 2,000, to 2 million or something like that.
It's gonna change their lives. Let me tell you one thing I don't fuck with is sneaky people. I'd rather not sneaky, greedy people. Greedy people, like $2,000. I mean, people can use it, okay, boom, 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 but like to say, wait till you get that, you better be happy. Like, come on, $2,000.
I'm gonna be on the real with y'all. I'm joking. I'm about to sound bullshit, but first I'm not. I don't claim to be rich. Doing decently, and I'll leave it at that. But $2,000 in Los Angeles is nothing.
It's the same here. Why are we talking about this like it's gonna happen? These people are wild to think that they're gonna get $2 grand from Trump.
That part.
Even if they need it, what does that indicate? Nothing. Like what?
And then they try to make it like a victory lap. Like, oh, I see $2,000. Like, come on, man. They done made trillions off of our black asses.
You're not gonna be balling. You can't use it for your car payment. But then, okay, you still got another car payment after that. You're not gonna be balling. You're gonna have $2,000. Once you pay, Misha, once you pay your little extra, let's say you catch up on your power bill, you like, oh, so you done. You hit bills, and that's it. Man, I mean, that's not life changing, I'm telling y'all. Like, this is the shit I used to get excited about in, like, high school. Like, $2,000 more hours. Like,
Let me put it this way. My utility bill at my warehouse is more than $2,000 a month. My dog food bill at the ranch is more than $2,000 a month. Seriously.
Wait a minute, how many dogs you got?
He just said a ranch. If he has a ranch.
I didn't know how dog behave. I know you got
Again? But now a recurring payment, we're talking about something that was recurring, then that might move the needle.
absolutely. Even if y'all said we're gonna give you $2,000 a month for 12 months, then okay, that's a different conversation.
You got my
Yeah, but on one time $2,000 check, nigga, you can find $2,000. You can't find it on the ground, but you could probably come up on $2,000. Like if that's the thing, I can help y'all come on to the shit. Like if that's the
Or
clincher.
two friends or one friend can get that.
Yeah, you could just stand on the corner and ask everybody for $1.
I ain't know that was gonna sell like that. I'm about to go buy somebody.
Right, I need some work done around my house and shit. I need 2K.
It's easy to compromise, right? Talk about
Yeah, it's easy. And it's squeezy.
We need another moment of silence.
What's up, y'all? How are your kids doing today?
Good afternoon, Todd. It doesn't seem like the Republicans can do much winning without gerrymandering or facilitating some kind of purchase for a vote.
Oh, we know that. That ain't even news. But I just fussed at my podcast people because, they're Puritans too. I said, you niggas is still, and these are white folks. I was like, you motherfuckers are still buying plane tickets. Y'all got these rock bands doing your concerts. You still getting on planes. The lines is long. You still buying shit from Amazon. About my 4 paychecks, zeroed out. I said, you motherfuckers owe me 10 grand. And that ain't even including fucking retirement. Fuck out of here with that purity bullshit.
Yeah, I was supposed to be in Atlanta this past weekend for some work, for some different stages. I was like, yeah, I'm not going nowhere. Because, American is one of the major airlines, the major airline like DFW. And I have another colleague who was stranded in Nashville trying to get back home after his show.
Dumping canceled not only cut the 40 core airports for 10% reduction in air flights, but also reduced our workforce on the ground. Right? So apparently on Saturday sometime, there was a memo that went out that says no scheduled maintenance. The only maintenance we're
just
Okay, it's like getting into the government, open up, we can't do nothing. We have to schedule this today.
I mentioned some stuff like that yesterday. I heard that's about at least California region.
I'm sorry, I just need clarification. So are you guys still doing preventive maintenance?
No, that's canceled.
What?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
We had a radio system scheduled outage today at 8 o'clock in the morning. It was like, no, check the email. You know, today's Monday, first day after the weekend. No memo came out on Saturday.
Y'all not running no simulations of situations that might unfold and how
No,
to
we did fix the VOR today.
What is that? What is VOR?
TACAN is it's like an army of radar that gives you like azimuth and distance. The military uses it mostly, but you know, it was out today. We fixed that because it was actually broken. But other than that, the scheduled maintenance that we trying to do a lot of stuff before the moratorium for Thanksgiving and Christmas. Nope. So we're relegated to training, online training, and other shit. No scheduled maintenance.
Yo, people going to sell their tickets right now. They're going to cancel it. Just thanks for that information.
You know.
Yeah.
But yeah, I told these people, I said, y'all still buying shit in the grocery store. Don't get me hurt. Buying shit online, Amazon. You still taking trips, going to see this concert or this and that. Going to, I'm going to go visit family. Hey, you're not serious. We could not be a guinea pig because I'm a federal worker. I'm sick of that shit. Motherfuckers like, oh, they can just give it down. I'm like, nigga, no. Forfeit your fucking paycheck. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's dumb shit. So now I can't retire at 57. I probably got to go to fucking 62 now because this shit is delaying I can't, no contributions. Not even earning annual leave like I earn leave and sick leave. Everything's zeroed out. 4 paychecks in a row.
Have you got a notification about your medical coverage?
No, medical's still good. Congress set that up. Because again, we're essential. So even if I get hurt on the fucking job, because I can fucking fall off the fucking tower, they can have that.
So no increase?
No increase. Well, it's going to be an increase in January. Blue Cross is going up 26%, which is the standard.
26?
Yeah, that's about.
Standard for what? It's like standard every 5 years. 26%.
No, standard every year. Health insurance goes up every year. So they broke it down monetarily. It's like $20-something a month extra.
Wait. That can't be true. That cannot be true. Wait, y'all insurance is going up 26%?
Yeah. Not every year. Last year was a little less than that. But it's gone up every year.
26%?
Yeah. I just took, you know what? When I'm done driving, because I took a picture of my LES, I haven't logged in a long time. I said, let me see.
You should go see. Like
I printed it out. The last time I looked at it, which was like last time, I think, it's like $700 a month pre-tax that I'm paying a month. Like, so it might be more than that. Because we have the same insurance that Congress has. But, Congress get their shit for free. If you're a congressional member, they get their shit for free. They don't pay for it. But we pay for it. All employees pay for it. It's really good, but they call that the Cadillac. It's expensive as hell. It's not cheap at all.
So
But
wait, so it went from $700 to $882?
That's been a couple years.
Oh, right. That's
it's still a lot. It's still crazy.
Bro, I hone in on numbers, man. So hold on. So you said a couple of years ago it was $700 and now it's like $800. I'm not doing off the top of my head. That's about $885. That's but
it's no crazy money. But people don't even pay attention no more. We've been working it so long, we don't even think about that no more. This shit is crazy, man. Now my coworker told me that one of his young ladies that worked under him, she's young. She's in her 20s. She left
it covers a lot, because a lot of people that pay a lot for their medicine, we don't pay a lot. Like our co-pays be ridiculously low. So that's what we get the money on the back end. It's like,
So
some
that
people
means
think
you
you
really
will
like,
be the ones,
yeah.
like,
So,
it's like,
so if,
I'm not paying nothing for my cholesterol medicine, not zero. I go pick that shit up from Walgreens, it's no copay.
okay,
So
so
I don't pay nothing.
I just ran some numbers. So 700, that would be about 8,400